I'm standing at the site where the old crematorium is going to be built. Construction is due to start in a few months' time, and the organization behind the project are confident it'll be up and running around 18 months to 2 years after that.
लेकिन वो तो कहते हैं कि मोदी जी डरते हैं उनसे, इसलिए ईडी भेजते हैं उनके घरों पर।
आप अमीर जी मुझे बात बताएं, यहाँ आपके सभागार में इतने सज्जन लोग विराजमान हैं
जी,
थाने से अगर पुलिस वाला आपको बुलाए तो आप में से कितने लोग उस थाने में कह सकते हैं साहब आज बिजी हूँ कल आऊंगा? कोई कहता है? पुलिस अगर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए बुलाए, क्या पुलिस वाले को कभी आप कह सकते हैं सॉरी ये लंच का टाइम है, मैं घर जाके खाना खा के फिर लौटता हूँ? होता है क्या? यहाँ पर आप कहते हैं प्रताड़ित कर रही है ईडी, वहां आप ईडी से कह रहे हैं सॉरी आज बिजी है कल आएंगे, कल भी बिजी है परसों देखी जाएगी, और जब आप जाते हैं तो आप कहते हैं भाई लंच आवर है मुझे घर जाके खाना। संभव है क्या?
लेकिन अशोक गहलोत ने भी एक बात भी बोली, उन्होंने बोला कि घर जाके पूछताछ करनी चाहिए।
कौन सा घर?
सोनिया जी के घर।
वो सोनिया जी का घर नहीं है, मैं माफी चाहती हूँ गहलोत साहब, फिर वो भी मुझसे उम्र में बड़े हैं, वो घर हिंदुस्तान के टैक्स पेयर का है।
लेकिन वो तो कहते हैं कि मोदी जी डरते हैं उनसे, इसलिए ईडी भेजते हैं उनके घरों पर।
आप अमीर जी मुझे बात बताएं, यहाँ आपके सभागार में इतने सज्जन लोग विराजमान हैं
जी,
थाने से अगर पुलिस वाला आपको बुलाए तो आप में से कितने लोग उस थाने में कह सकते हैं साहब आज बिजी हूँ कल आऊंगा? कोई कहता है? पुलिस अगर इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए बुलाए, क्या पुलिस वाले को कभी आप कह सकते हैं सॉरी ये लंच का टाइम है, मैं घर जाके खाना खा के फिर लौटता हूँ? होता है क्या? यहाँ पर आप कहते हैं प्रताड़ित कर रही है ईडी, वहां आप ईडी से कह रहे हैं सॉरी आज बिजी है कल आएंगे, कल भी बिजी है परसों देखी जाएगी। तो आप इधर से आना कौन होता?
नमस्ते।
नमस्ते शर्मा जी।
नमस्ते। नमस्ते।
बड़ी अच्छी टोपी है आपके। टोपी
भाई कल आप लोग इन अटायर में थे तो मैं सोचा आज मैं भी पहन लूं भाई। या बहुत बहुत गर्मी है इसलिए मैं वो जो सदरी नहीं पहन रहा हूँ, बस ऐसे ही बैठा हूँ।
गरम
गर्मी है, बहुत गर्म। ये कैसे बदले शुक्ला जी? यहाँ पिछली रात तो मेरा नाम था, आज मेरा गेस्ट लिख दिया गया है।
हाँ तो उसको चेंज कर लीजिए, उसमें गेस्ट में आएगा, चेंज करने का आया होगा।
कहाँ आएगा भैया? ये टेक्निकलिटी मेरे को आती नहीं है, बहुत मैं मूर्ख हूँ इस मामले में। कल तो मेरा नाम लिखा हुआ था, आज तो वहाँ गेस्ट लिखा हुआ है।
तो डायरेक्ट ज्वाइन किए होंगे ना?
हैं?
डायरेक्ट दो
नहीं,
दो में।
आप जो लिंक भेजे थे उससे ही मैंने ज्वाइन करा है।
हाँ तो अच्छा, वो आएंगे ये देखिए।
हाँ,
अपने ऊपर
अगर
क्लिक करिए,
सुकृत
इस पे
से
थ्री थ्री डॉट्स है ना, उस पर क्लिक करिए तो उसमें आना चाहिए
मेरे को
कुछ।
3 डॉट्स नहीं दिख रहे हैं कहीं वहाँ।
अच्छा, एक मिनट।
अच्छा, इधर जो स्क्रीन पर 3 डॉट्स दिखते हैं।
हाँ, अपने जहाँ ज्वाइन किए हुए हैं जूम में,
अच्छा, उस पर
ऊपर
वो उस
टॉप पे
स्क्रीन
थ्री।
में
हाँ
3 डॉट
हाँ, तो उसमें होगा
कंप्यूटर
आपको।
में है 3 डॉट्स।
हाँ, जैसे
अरे वाह,
कैसे हो सर?
बस बस ठीक है। कैसे हैं आप?
बस फाइन फाइन सर।
ठीक है, ठीक है।
अब तो हम गड़बड़ में फंस गए।
हाँ, एक मिनट, आवाज आएंगे तो हम भी जो है।
अभी भी गेस्ट आ रहा है। हमको हमको नहीं आता भैया करने ये।
ओके, वो आ जाएंगे तो करेंगे।
हे भगवान, हे भगवान, हे भगवान। ज्ञानेश जी आ गए हैं।
प्रणाम सर।
नमस्ते नमस्ते।
प्रणाम केशव जी।
बड़ी जिम्मेदारी ली है आपने ज्ञानेश जी।
नहीं नहीं साहब, आप सब लोगों के आशीर्वाद हैं। अपने अपना प्रोग्राम होता है तो उसमें जिम्मेदारी है क्या, सभी लोगों का अपना अपना सहयोग
नहीं
होता है।
भाई, शुक्ला जी से सुबह हम बात कर रहे थे आपके बारे में ही। बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी आपकी है और बस सब अच्छा चल रहा है, भगवान ने अच्छा शुरू किया है।
आप लोगों के आशीर्वाद है। कल कवि सम्मेलन बहुत अच्छा रहा, और फिर ये तो अपने अपना अपना खुद का एक प्रोग्राम होता है तो उसमें तो सहयोग होना सबका। अभी जैसे
बिल्कुल।
संजय जी कितना मेहनत कर रहे हैं, सब कुछ है तो एक सबकी मेहनत रंग लाती है।
जरूरी है
हाँ,
भाई, लेकिन हम लोग तैयार कर रहे हैं ना आप जैसे
ये
लोगों को।
ज्ञानेश जी, उसमें नाम कैसे चेंज होता है? मैं तो गया अपने आप करना पड़ता है क्या? अच्छा,
किसका?
पाठक जी जाइए।
नाम मेरे नाम के सामने गेस्ट लिखा हुआ है भैया। मैं
अच्छा, अगर
आई डू नॉट नो हाउ टू चेंज इट।
पार्टिसिपेंट्स में
आप
जाइए
उसमें
नीचे।
साइड में जाएंगे ना तो
पार्टिसिपेंट, हाँ,
उसमें आप नेम चेंज कर सकते हो।
वो पार्टिसिपेंट्स में
कैसे
जाइए,
कैसे?
नीचे
नहीं,
जाइए।
आप अपने फोटो के आप अपने
हाँ
उसके ऊपर जाइए, वहां साइड में एक आइकन होगा।
मेरा खाली, हाँ, 3 यहाँ दिखाई दे रहा है।
हाँ, तो
तो
3 को मैं करिए उसमें।
3 को आप वो करिए, उसमें होगा कि भाई आप क्या करना चाहते हैं। वीडियो
रीनेम।
है,
हाँ,
नेम
नीचे
चेंज है।
नीचे रीनेम है तो उसको।
हाँ, रीनेम लिखा मैंने, तो गेस्ट को हटा के
हाँ, तो
हाँ, आप
रीनेम,
रीनेम पे हिट करेंगे तो उसमें आप अपना नाम डाल
नाम
सकते
डाल
हैं।
दीजिए।
अभी भी नहीं आया रीनेम।
नेम पे
रीनेम
रीनेम
में
पे।
आपने गेस्ट हटा दीजिए।
हाँ, गेस्ट मैंने हटा दिया। इसके बाद वहां लिखे नाम।
अपना
हाँ,
नाम
आपका
लिखिए।
अपना नाम लिख दीजिए।
अच्छा, हमको जरा इंस्ट्रक्शन दीजिएगा भैया, 1 मिनट रुकिएगा।
हाँ,
अब नीचे लिखा हुआ है चेंज एंड कैंसिल, उसमें हम क्या करें?
चेंज
चेंज, ओके।
आ गया सर।
थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू। ये मेरा ग्रैंड सन यार आता है तो सिखाता है भैया। मैं
हाँ,
इतना
वो
मूर्ख हूँ
टेक्नोलॉजी
ये इतना इतना मैं मूर्ख हूँ कि मैं क्या बताऊं।
ज्ञानेश जी एक उसी का एक मैसेज भेज दीजिए इस पे।
क्या चीज?
those who are joining as a guest or as guest, please rename yourself by going through your 3 dots, rename. Okay.
हाँ, इंस्ट्रक्शन भेज दीजिए भैया। कुछ लोग मेरे जैसे हो सकते हैं।
किसके ऊपर भेजना है सब?
Everyone.
अपने हैं?
Everyone.
चैप्टर पे?
No, 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 no. नहीं, हम लोग एवरीवन मीटिंग की बात कर रहे हैं ना आज।
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
कमाल, तो एवरीवन को चैट में कर दीजिए, चैट में।
हाँ
चैट बॉक्स तो एवरीवन। वे सुकृत आएगा तो ही विल मैनेज।
हाँ हाँ
या वेट कर लीजिए, सुकृत को कर
हाँ,
लीजिए।
सुकृत कर देगा उसमें उनको।
वेट कर लीजिए।
कल कवि सम्मेलन बहुत अच्छा था।
बहुत अच्छा हो गया कि
हम बहुत अच्छा।
हाँ, नहीं अच्छा हो गया।
मतलब उन्होंने बहुत ही अच्छा ऑर्गेनाइज किया।
हाँ, नहीं
संचालन बहुत अच्छा था अखिलेश जी का।
अखिलेश जी।
हाँ, कंडक्ट भी किया बहुत अच्छा मिश्रा जी ने। ब्यूटीफुल।
हाँ, वही कर रहे हैं वो। प्रसून जी।
प्रसून जी नमस्कार।
नमस्कार। आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं।
मेरी आवाज नहीं आ रही है?
नहीं, प्रसून जी की।
प्रसून जी की।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्ते नमस्ते। अब देखिए आवाज आई, चेहरा आया, सब आया। धन्यवाद धन्यवाद।
जी जी जी। और सर सब कुशल मंगल?
सब आप लोगों की दया है भैया।
अरे सर,
आप में प्रभु है ना, ये बताइए।
अरे हम प्रभु हो गए।
आप बताइए, पहले क्वेश्चन करिए मेरे से। आप में प्रभु है ना?
तो
अच्छा लगता है आप लोग ज्वाइन करते हैं तो हम लोग पूरे इंडिया में चले जाते हैं, एकदम से वहीं भारत में बैठ जाते हैं।
जी जी।
जी, एकदम अच्छा लगता है।
और प्रसून जी कैसा है वहां पर वेदर?
सब बढ़िया है। वेदर क्लाउडी है सर, अभी बारिश तो नहीं हो रही है, क्लाउडी वेदर है।
ठीक है।
लगता है हमारा
तो
चेंज हो गया क्या?
फिजिकली आप कहाँ हैं?
मैं इस समय दिल्ली में हूँ।
अच्छा, दिल्ली में आप हैं जी।
जी। नमस्कार जी। आप आपसे परिचित में दधीची जी हैं आप?
मैं ज्ञानेश आदिच जी।
गणेश
अच्छा जी। कहाँ पे
ये
हैं?
हमारे बडिंग केयर टेकर हैं BSNA के।
ये मैं पाठक साहब और शुक्ला साहब की शरण में हूँ। यहाँ पर ह्यूस्टन में हूँ, अमेरिका में।
जी।
और भारत से मैं राजस्थान से कोटा से बिलोंग करता हूँ।
अरे वाह, कोटा तो एजुकेशनल हब हो गया है अब।
एजुकेशनल हब हो गया है
जी, बड़ा अच्छा है। मैं तो पाठक साहब के ही डिस्ट्रिक्ट का हूँ,
हाँ
शुक्ला साहब के।
हाँ, शुक्ला साहब ने चर्चा की थी। एक्चुअली यहाँ कुछ भी होता रहता है तो वो बताते हैं कि अभी जैसे जाके आए थे
हाँ,
भारत।
आए थे इंडिया में, बड़ा अच्छा लगा। हमने भी मुलाकात किया था नोएडा में।
बता रहे थे शुक्ला साहब ने, काफी सबके फोटोज वगैरह भी बताए थे, सबसे मुलाकात हुई थी।
हाँ, तो हमारा पुराना एक ही डिस्ट्रिक्ट था, मिर्जापुर। बाद में सोनभद्र वो शुक्ला
नया
साहब
बन
का
गया।
डिस्ट्रिक्ट हो गया।
नहीं, अभी अब इंडिया जब भी आएंगे जरूर आपसे मुलाकात, क्योंकि
हाँ,
हम
जब-
दिल्ली से ही कोटा जाने का रास्ता है, वहीं से दिल्ली से या तो जयपुर जाते हैं या फिर कोटा सीधा निकल जाते हैं।
हाँ, तो कोटा तो बड़ा बहुत लोग जाते हैं पढ़ाई कोचिंग के लिए। मेरा सन भी गया था, वो वाइब्रेंट में उसने कोचिंग किया था, और आजकल वो यूएस में ही है, नॉर्थ कैरोलिना स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी में।
हाँ, सब आईआईटी या इंजीनियरिंग करने के लिए, मेडिकल इंजीनियरिंग के लिए सबसे बड़ा हब है कोटा।
हाँ, तो वहीं एनसीएस यूनिवर्सिटी में है, एमएस कर रहा है
चलो,
लास्ट
बहुत खुशी
सेमेस्टर।
की बात।
जी जी, तो बड़ा अच्छा है। और ये आप लोगों का एनुअल कन्वेंशन, और
बिल्कुल, आप भी पधारिए। अब उनके कभी इधर
जी जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मैं भी आने की कोशिश करूंगा, और आऊंगा तो आप लोगों से मुलाकात होगी।
नमस्कार।
नमस्कार पांडे साहब।
पांडे जी नमस्ते।
आप गेस्ट पे हैं।
पांडे जी क्यों गेस्ट बन रहे हैं भाई?
नहीं, मैं बदल दे रहा हूँ, बदल दे रहा हूँ।
आपके बिना काम ही नहीं चलेगा भाई।
अरे नहीं भाई, ऐसा नहीं है।
नहीं, सच्ची बात है, अभी तो आप कर्णधार हैं भैया।
नहीं नहीं नहीं।
संजय सदाशिव भी ज्वाइन कर लिए हैं।
अच्छा,
शुक्ला जी,
हाँ
तो आप बता रहे हैं कि डॉक्टर सदाशिव जी द्विवेदी जी ज्वाइन कर लिए हैं।
हाँ हाँ हाँ।
जरा उनका चेहरा अभी
क्या
नहीं दिख रहा है।
क्या हुआ,
उनको
निकल
मैं
गया क्या?
प्रणाम करना चाहता हूँ भाई।
अरे नहीं, आपसे जूनियर है, बहुत प्रणाम मत करिए, आशीर्वाद दीजिए
नहीं
तो।
नहीं, कुछ भी हो, वो हमारे लिए गुरु तुल्य है। हम तो वहाँ स्टूडेंट रहे हैं भैया बीएचयू में।
अरे तो
उनको मैं
स्टूडेंट सभी
प्रणाम
लोग रहे
करना
हैं।
चाहता हूँ।
सदाशिव
अच्छा।
जी बहुत बहुत जूनियर है आपसे।
नहीं
जी,
नहीं, मैं उनको
प्रणाम
प्रणाम
करता हूँ
करना
मैं
चाहता हूँ।
सबको। जी सर, प्रणाम करता हूँ काशी से।
नमस्कार भैया। मैं
जी,
वहाँ
प्रणाम करता हूँ
मैं
सर, प्रणाम।
विद्यार्थी वहाँ का हूँ, आपको गुरु रूप में मैं प्रणाम कर रहा हूँ।
जी जी जी
आप
जी
इनके
जी।
आप
इनके
ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, बड़ी खुशी लग रही है, इतनी खुशी लग रही है जिसका
नहीं
ठिकाना नहीं।
नहीं, इनके
जी
पिताजी हमको पढ़ाए थे संस्कृत, बीएससी में जब थे हम,
अच्छा
तब इवनिंग
अच्छा
क्लास में
अच्छा
जाया करते थे संस्कृत डिपार्टमेंट में। तो लोग
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा।
गद्दे पर लोग बैठते थे वहां पे।
हाँ जी एकदम।
पता नहीं अब
संस्कृत
क्या है।
संग अब तो कुर्सियां लग गई सर वहाँ,
अच्छा अच्छा
कुर्सियां।
हाँ,
लेकिन
अच्छा
वो गद्दी वाला स्थान अभी भी है,
अच्छा।
अभी भी है।
होना चाहिए, रहना चाहिए।
जी। अच्छा, आज मंगलाचरण में,
हम्म।
हेलो
हाँ हाँ बोलिए।
जी
जी,
बोलिए, सुन रहे हैं हम लोग।
प्रारंभ हम लोग वैदिक से करेंगे,
हम्म।
बहुत अच्छा।
और उसके बाद फिर पौराणिक 5 मिनट का होके वहीं पर पूरा कर देंगे।
ठीक है, जैसे करो
क्योंकि
आप।
ठीक है,
वैदिक सर
जैसे भी
मेरे
आप
साथ ये आदर्श पांडे जी हैं,
हम्म।
ये
पांडे जी,
प्रस्तुत
पांडे
करेंगे
जी
वैदिक
नमस्कार।
मंगला। प्रणाम कीजिए।
नमस्कार पांडे।
पांडे जी नमस्ते।
नमस्ते गुरु जी।
और ये पाठक जी, ये सारिवक द्विवेदी है ना, उनके भाई हैं, छोटे भाई हैं, जो सर्वक द्विवेदी जी हम लोग के बेसने में है।
हमारे जो बोर्ड में है ना, उनके
अच्छा
छोटे
हाँ
भाई हैं।
हाँ हाँ।
अच्छा अच्छा। भैया
और
मैं
इनके
तो अपने को केवल विद्यार्थी देख रहा हूँ वहां का, बस, उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं। ये सबको
हम लोग
प्रणाम
भी
कर रहा हूँ।
कहने को अध्यापक हैं, लेकिन है मूलतः विद्यार्थी ही।
जी, ये तो आपकी महानता है, लेकिन मेरे लिए आप सब लोग गुरुदेव तुल्य हैं एकदम से।
विश्वविद्यालय की सेवा हम लोग मालवी जी की सेवा की भावना से करते हैं।
बहुत बढ़िया, अति उत्तम भैया, अति उत्तम।
ये जो भी कार्य है वो महामना मालवी जी की सेवा का कार्य।
जी जी, बहुत बढ़िया। हम तो आपको बता दें, हम तो वहाँ जूलॉजी में थे, साइंस कॉलेज में।
जी
और
जी
हम वहाँ बीएससी एमएससी पीएचडी सब हमारी वहीं की है।
जी जी।
और यहाँ हम 1970 में आए हैं, जनवरी 1970 में, तब से हम यहाँ पर हैं।
संजय जरा सुकृत को
जी
कांटेक्ट करिए।
अभी टाइम है।
नहीं, आईटी का सपोर्ट चाहिए।
हरे राम हरे राम हरे राम।
नमस्कार मिश्रा जी। अच्छा, मैंने आपको एक ईमेल भेजा है, तो वो जो यूएसए में वार्षिक कार्यक्रम होता है ना, वो ब्राह्मण समाज ऑफ नॉर्थ अमेरिका का, नहीं, इसमें इसके लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन निःशुल्क है। तो आप देख लो, आपको ज्वाइन करना पड़ेगा वापस कंफर्मेशन, तो आप जूम में ज्वाइन कर सकते। हाँ, मैंने तो कर दिया।
हरे राम हरे राम हरे राम हरे राम।
दीपक प्रज्वलन में कोई मंत्र रिकॉर्डेड हो तो ठीक है, नहीं तो ये उसमें भी बोल देंगे मंत्र।
बोल दीजिएगा,
प्रज्वलन
लाइव रहेगा।
हाँ।
बोलिएगा।
जी जी, जैसे
हाँ,
दीपक प्रज्वलन प्रारंभ में होगा।
हाँ हाँ, हमारे आईटी के इंचार्ज आ रहे हैं, अभी जुड़े नहीं हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा।
ओ, काफी हार्ड वर्किंग आदमी है।
जी
हाँ।
हमारे जो आईटी के इंचार्ज हैं, उनके पिताजी प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया
हेलो,
के फिजिशियन थे।
बोलो भाई।
अच्छा।
हमारा प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो गया। अंजलि ने हेल्प किया, सॉल्व हो गया प्रॉब्लम। तो वो आवाज कम हो गई थी, हमको वही पता नहीं था। तो अभी हम बैठ गए सेशन में, अब सेशन शुरू होने वाला है थोड़ा देर में, 2-3 मिनट में। ओके। अच्छा, वो अंजलि का जो अपार्टमेंट है, हैं? हाँ जी, दवा खा लिया। अपार्टमेंट का जो उसका है, उसको जो सजेशन देना है दे दो भाई।
पाठक जी,
लेने कोई है कि नहीं?
तो म्यूट कर लीजिए पाठक जी।
अपने को
आई एम सॉरी।
और ये जिन लोगों को गेस्ट है, प्लीज वो अपना नाम वहां लिख दें।
उसको बोलिए सुकृत्य के ऊपर मैसेज भेज दे, आप ही भेज दीजिए कि कैसे करना है। वो जो है उस पर डॉट में जाएं, 3 डॉट में रिनेम करें। वो भेजते रहना पड़ेगा।
ए भाई, इसको रिसीव करेंगे, कट जाएगा, है ना? तो मैं एक कुर्ता पहन के बैठ जा, लेकिन बोलना पड़ेगा।
म्यूट कर देना।
आप वो कौन है आप? गेस्ट अपने को रीनेम करिए प्लीज।
नमस्कार महाराज।
नया में अपना नाम लिखना तो कैसे लिखेंगे आप?
मिश्रा जी आप गेस्ट हैं, अपने को रीनेम करिए।
क्या करें?
रीनेम कर लीजिए अपने को।
मैं तो नहीं, अभी मैं हूं तो
नहीं गेस्ट में है आप, तो आप जाए 3 डॉट होगा ऊपर, क्लिक करिए जहां पर आपकी पिक्चर है।
हाँ,
उसके नीचे
उनको गेस्ट ही बना दीजिए।
उसको क्या करें भाई?
उसमें जाइए, नीचे होगा रीनेम, तो उसमें गेस्ट के हटा के अपना नाम डाल दीजिए।
मारो गोली यार, दुल्हन तो जो भी है तो क्या करना है अपने को, हमारा
नहीं बाहर के लोग नहीं पहचानेंगे ना।
वो तो उसको हम करें तो
जस्ट
क्या
लाइक
करें?
मी,
लो,
ही जस्ट लाइक मी, शुक्ला जी।
अरे नो, आप तो टोपी
नहीं,
ओपी
नहीं,
बांध के आए हो। नहीं, बस
अभी
मेरा नाम सुनिए। नीचे सेन पाठक है, मेरा ओरिजिनल साउंड्स ऑफ ये कह रहा है गेस्ट।
हाँ, तो उसको चेंज कर दीजिए। नीचे जाइए, 3 डॉट होगा ना आपके पिक्चर पे, क्लिक करिए उसको टॉप पे, अपनी पिक्चर पे।
वहाँ तो म्यूट लिखा
हाँ,
हुआ है यार।
नहीं 3
सुनिए
डॉट
सुनिए मिश्रा
हाँ।
जी सुनिए, आपका जहाँ फोटोग्राफ है ना, उसके साइड में ऊपर, आप जहाँ फोटोग्राफ आपका है वहाँ
हाँ।
3 डॉट दिखाई देगा।
बंद कर रखा है।
3 डॉट है, उसको मैं बदल दे रहा हूँ उसपे।
उसको क्लिक करिए। ठीक है, क्लिक किया आपने?
हाँ,
अच्छा, अब आपको आएगा वहाँ क्या आ रहा है
नहीं दिख रहा है।
रीनेम।
म्यूट बाय ऑडियो बॉडी पेन है आप
तुम
सब
कनेक्ट करके देखो।
उसको क्या करें?
नहीं
रीनेम आया लिखा हुआ कि नहीं वहाँ पर?
या
वहाँ पे म्यूट लिखा है, गेस्ट स्पीक गेस्ट
अपने पिक्चर क्लिक करिए, अपनी पिक्चर पे।
हाँ, अपने पिक्चर पर क्लिक करिए भैया पहले।
कर दिया अपने पिक्चर, देखे
उसमें नीचे रीनेम होगा बॉटम में।
फ्रॉम सम एवरीवन ने
बॉटम में रीनेम होगा, तो रीनेम को क्लिक करके
बॉटम में क्या है भाई? पार्टिसिपेंट, चैट, शेयर स्क्रीन, रिएक्शन।
बाप रे बाप।
नहीं आपके पिक्चर पे, नॉट जूम में।
अपने दूसरा ही चीज देख रहे हैं शुक्ला जी।
मैं वही तो देख रहा हूँ भाई। अब इसमें और तो कुछ रिमूव पेन ओरिजिनल साउंड्स ऑफ पाठक जी। कोई है जो जानने वाला यहाँ पे, वो कर दे वहीं से।
नहीं श्रीकांत जी, अपना कर्सर को ले जाइए पिक्चर पे, ठीक है? कर्सर ले जाइए पिक्चर पे, तो वो आपको 2 ब्लू दिखेगा, एक म्यूट दिखेगा, एक दूसरा होगा 3 डॉट दिख रहा है। ठीक, कर्सर को ले जाइए।
तो जा रहे हैं।
हाँ,
आप तो बहुत लोग हो भाई उधर से, मैं तो
नहीं, हो जाएगा। तो कर्सर ले जाइए वहां पर अपने पिक्चर पे।
मैं तो हूँ यहाँ पर भाई।
नहीं, अगर आपको मैं फेस टाइम कर रहा हूँ, रुकिए।
म्यूट कैसे करें? यहाँ से कोई ऑप्शन तो आ नहीं रहा है।
हम तो
अब होगा नहीं, गड़बड़ हो गया।
क्या कहते हैं भैया, आप लोग गड़बड़ गड़बड़ कर देते हो, क्या करें हम।
आप कर्सर, एक मिनट, अपना देखिए, मैं आपको फेस टाइम करता हूँ व्हाट्सएप से, तो देखिए आप, हो सकता है आपको दिखा दूं।
अरे यार, ये व्हाट्सएप से पता नहीं क्या हुआ।
हाँ, मैं आपको कॉल कर रहा हूँ व्हाट्सएप पर, आप पकड़िए फोन और हमको दिखाइए उसको फ्लिप करके कैसे कर रहे हैं।
हाँ,
दिख रहा है आपका? पिकअप करिए फोन।
हाँ,
हाँ, अच्छा, आप अपना फोन को रिवर्स दिखाइए अपने कंप्यूटर पे। कंप्यूटर पे दिखाइए। ओके ओके, नहीं अपना फोन नहीं, अपना स्क्रीन।
तब क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
ऐसा कर संजय जी, उनको बोलिए अपने पिक्चर पे राइट क्लिक करिए। आप अपनी पिक्चर पे
राइट में
राइट,
तो हूँ भाई, राइट में तो यहाँ।
नहीं राइट में नहीं, राइट क्लिक करिए अपने पिक्चर पे माउस से, या जैसे राइट तो वहाँ,
ऐड पार्टिसिपेंट।
नहीं राइट क्लिक करिए अपने पिक्चर पे, तो आपको आएगा म्यूट बाय ऑडियो, स्टॉप वीडियो, बॉटम में है रीनेम।
कुछ नहीं आ रहा है मेरा यहाँ तो। पूरा इट बिकम होल कंप्यूटर इज कवर्ड बाय मी ओनली। तो इसको हम कैसे करें?
अच्छा, ऐसा करिए, इनको वो स्पॉटलाइट से हटाइए पहले, वो करिए आप। होल्ड ऑन,
I don't understand this thing. Okay, chat, share, record.
ठीक है, वो ऑफ हो गया, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम यहीं से बात करके बता देते हैं।
हाँ,
एक मिनट, गेस्ट है ना, ये गेस्ट।
Well, you can rename it, Jeet.
हैं?
The host can rename it.
I know, तो वही
कर लो। अच्छा, अभी
Who is the host? I'm not the host.
संजय जी हैं होस्ट, कौन है इसमें?
सुकृत होगा, या सुकृत कहाँ है भाई?
He's the host.
His name.
You can rename it easily.
He's the guest. We have to rename him.
You're not a host to rename him.
But it's okay for now. Until Sukrit
अभी तो
आएगा, then you can
गेस्ट
change it.
दिखाई पड़ रहा है, हम यहाँ जा रहे हैं।
रुक जाइए।
नमस्ते प्रणाम।
नमस्ते, प्रणाम, नमस्कार नमस्कार।
ये सुकृत कहाँ है भाई?
अब क्या कहें पाठक जी, आप क्या करवा दिए?
नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, अभी सुकृत
नहीं रुक रहिए, कर देगा।
घबराइए नहीं, सुकृत आके हेल्प
घबरा नहीं
करेगा।
रहे भाई, ऐसा है कि
फिर आपका नाम चेंज किया, आगे बढ़ेगा नहीं।
परेशानी में थे भैया।
तो इसमें तो स्टॉप वीडियो म्यूट नीचे बॉटम में है, और बाकी तो पार्टिसिपेंट्स वगैरह वो हमको
नहीं वो तो आप तो जूम मीटिंग देख रहे हैं ना, आप अपनी पिक्चर पे जाइए। अब जहां पर पिक्चर है उस पे राइट क्लिक करिए माउस से, तो उसमें देखिए क्या आ रहा है पिक्चर पर।
ऑडियो, स्टॉप वीडियो,
हाँ बस, तो रीनेम है ना,
रिमूव पिन, ऐड प्रोफाइल पिक्चर, रीनेम।
हाँ रीनेम क्लिक करिए।
रीनेम पर जाइए आप।
हाँ, तो इसको क्या करें, चेंज? ओके, सारी
हाँ चेंज कर दीजिए उसको,
गेस्ट को हटा दीजिए, वहां अपना नाम लिख दीजिए।
वो आया इज देयर नाउ।
चले प्रेम बदाल आगे हेल्प करेंगे आपको।
क्या भाई बात, आप लोग जो है सवेरे जगह हमको अभी हमने भी
उसको रिमूव करके अपना नाम लिख लीजिए।
ओके, रीनेम।
हाँ, उसको रिमूव कर लीजिए, नाम लिख लीजिए, डन कर दीजिए, हो गया।
गुड। यहाँ मिश्रा जी भी हैं। मिश्रा जी,
हाँ जी,
अपना रिन्यू कर लीजिए।
अभी हो गया कि नहीं, ये बताओ।
हो गया।
तो महेंद्र मिश्रा जी को भी करना है। जाइए अपने पिक्चर पर क्लिक करिए, राइट।
हो गया, बहुत बढ़िया से हो गया।
नहीं, महेंद्र मिश्रा जी हैं, दूसरे गेस्ट हैं।
अरे तो
वहाँ पिक्चर ओके
यार, ये पता नहीं कैसे
हाँ, अपनी पिक्चर पे राइट क्लिक करिए माउस से।
राइट क्लिक करिए।
माउस तो है नहीं ये आईपैड में।
हाँ तो आईपैड से करिए राइट जो होता है, तो राइट जब क्लिक करेंगे तो नीचे आएगा एक टूल बॉक्स आएगा
और 3-4 चीजें आएंगी और लास्ट में जो है मैं सोचा ऐसे आएगा पहले, लेकिन वो
देखिए मास्टर है ना।
वो आ जाने दीजिए आईटी को, तो लोग हेल्प करेंगे, कोई बात नहीं।
अरे हमार प्रियंवदा जी तो बड़ा खुश भाई आज भैया।
अरे उनके आने से देखिए आपका नाम चेंज हो गया।
आई नो बदल गया। सुभाष पंडित कहाँ आया?
मिश्रा जी, बिना सरस्वती जी के कोई काम नहीं होता है।
नारी तुम श्रद्धा हो, सौभाग्य रजत नग तल में पीयूष कहा करो जीवन के संबल समतल में। बस
वाह 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 वाह,
जयशंकर प्रसाद का है।
बहुत अच्छा बहुत अच्छा बहुत अच्छा।
तो
सरस्वती और लक्ष्मी का जो है ना, जो मिलन हो रहा है, बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है। सरस्वती और लक्ष्मी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
हमारे केशव जी लक्ष्मी जी हैं।
बिटिया कैसे है आपकी?
बहुत बढ़िया है, आएगी ना रात में 11:15 बजे। यूथ में है उसका पार्टिसिपेंट।
हाँ ठीक है, हमारी उससे बात कभी कभी होती रहती है।
बहुत बढ़िया बात है। बहुत आपकी तो
नमस्कार
है।
नमस्कार नमस्कार सबको नमस्कार नमस्कार प्रेमदा जी, नमस्कार सैन साहब।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
अभी भी आप गेस्ट हो महेंद्र भैया।
अरे श्रीकांत जी नमस्कारम।
हाँ जी
नमस्कार
नमस्कारम।
शुक्ल
कैसे
जी
हैं
हो आप?
अरे हम यहाँ सैन डिएगो में हैं, पांडे जी के अध्यक्षता के अंदर।
अच्छा, मैं सोचा कि आप अभी नोएडा में हो।
नोएडा से आगे यहाँ पे पहले न्यू जर्सी में, उसके बाद अभी सैन डिएगो में मस्ती कर रहे हैं। बहुत अच्छा वेदर है यहाँ।
तो
अभी बहुत ही 2 महीना से है वहाँ पर, मुझे लग रहा है।
हाँ 2 महीने से तो मैं न्यू जर्सी में था, अभी सैन डिएगो में आ गया हूँ। तो पांडे जी से मेरी मुलाकात हुई है, पांडे जी के पूरे परिवार से मुलाकात हुई है। उनका पांडे जी ने तो बहुत अच्छी अपनी जो उनकी ग्रैंड डॉटर है उसकी फर्स्ट बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट किया था। बहुत बड़ा अच्छा फंक्शन किया था उन्होंने, और बहुत सारे लोग आए थे। बहुत बढ़िया फंक्शन, पार्क में इतना बढ़िया, सारे लोगों से मुलाकात हुई। इतने अच्छे प्यारे बच्चे हैं, इतना अच्छा परिवार है उनका। अर्चना पांडे जी तो बहुत ही मतलब हर समय हंसती रहती हैं, हर समय सबके लिए मददगार। मतलब सुभाष जी नमस्ते।
सुभाष तिवारी जी नमस्कार महाराज। पटवारी का पंडित
प्रणाम प्रणाम।
नमस्कार।
और क्या हाल है भारतवर्ष के?
आमने सामने देख के सबको मजा आ गया।
एक घर बनाऊंगा तेरे घर के सामने। दुनिया में साऊंगा तेरे घर के सामने। वाह वाह वाह। और सुभाष जी क्या हाल है? बारिश खूब हो रही है?
हाँ यहाँ बारिश हो रही है।
अच्छा, लोधी गार्डन जा रहे हो?
हाँ अभी अभी नेहरू पार्क से आए हम लोग।
वाह यार, मजे कर रहे हो खूब। नेहरू पार्क में तो बहुत सुंदर हो गया होगा इस समय।
हाँ बहुत।
जानते हैं जॉगिंग ट्रैक इतना अच्छा बनाया है कि आपको उसमें चलने पे। हम अभी अमेरिका से आए ना, अप्रैल में वहां पर थे, तो हम बोले क्या कि लगता है मटेरियल यहाँ से नकली वाला ले जाता होगा अमेरिका में। यहाँ पर इतना स्पंजी बनाया है कि मत पूछिए। हम तो चप्पल पहने थे तब भी हम 30 मिनट चल के आए।
अब प्रियंवदा जी को पसंद आ गया उसकी क्वालिटी, तो ये समझ लीजिए कि ISI का सर्टिफिकेशन हो गया उसमें।
तो लोधी गार्डन में नहीं कुछ बना है, लेकिन नेहरू गार्डन तक गजब चमका है।
लोधी गार्डन का तो जलवा इनसे पूछिए, सुभाष जी से। कितना जाते हैं वहां पे, कितना जो लोधी गार्डन का मुकाबला नेहरू पार्क कभी नहीं कर सकता। क्योंकि लोधी गार्डन में जो खूबसूरती है उसमें 400 साल पुराने पेड़ हैं।
हम अकेले थोड़ी जाते हैं, प्रेमदा भी रहती है।
अरे आप छोड़ो, क्या बात कर रहे हो? लोधी गार्डन थोड़ी ले जाते हो आप।
नहीं नहीं, ले जाने की क्या जरूरत है, हमारा देखा हुआ सब चीज है।
और हमारे प्रेसिडेंट नहीं दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं, संजय पांडे जी।
अभी तो
क्यों यहाँ पे भाई?
विश्वपति जी नहीं दिखाई दे रहे हैं।
उनको लगाइए यहाँ पे।
हाय पांडे जी, नमस्ते।
नमस्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते। मैं
क्या
हूँ।
है, आपका प्रभावशाली चेहरा नजर आ रहा है, एकदम व्यक्तित्व बिल्कुल पंडितों के पंडित, महापंडित।
नहीं भाई, नहीं नहीं, यहाँ सब
तो
सब सब ब्राह्मण है, सब।
क्या नहीं नहीं, वो तो है, लेकिन आपका जो जो भाल चमक रहा है, जो रेडिएट कर रहा है, उसका तो कुछ।
वो लाइट लाइट का वो रिफ्लेक्शन है।
अच्छा, ओके। मैं सोच रहा था कि ये लाइट शायद आपके चेहरे से ही आ रही
नहीं भाई।
है।
तो क्या हो रहा है भाई?
सुभाष जी,
सुकृत को मैसेज किए आ रहा है, थोड़ा सा डिले हो गया है।
सुभाष जी,
जी बोलिए ना।
अरे अरे आपके त्रिवेदी जी अभी नहीं आए ना?
उन्हीं को फोन कर रहा हूँ।
पहले द्विवेदी जी एक बार नाम था उनका।
नहीं नहीं, तो कॉल कर लीजिए, नहीं तो फिर आप उनके जगह पर बोल देंगे। और
पहले
अभी
कितने
त्रिपाठी
बजे
जा
का
रहे
है?
हैं, त्रिपाठी
कब
में
का है,
कॉल
कब का है उनका?
अभी अभी जब इनाग्रेशन होगा इसके बाद होगा सभी का। 5 मिनट का है, 5 3
आप
मिनट 5 मिनट।
प्रोग्राम देखे हैं ना? प्रोग्राम सब
प्रोग्राम
में
देख
गया है।
हाँ देखते हैं।
हाँ, तो उसमें है ना नाम, प्रोग्राम देखिए, सब डिटेल है उसमें इस बार।
नोट कर दो।
सर
सुकृत,
हाँ, मैं
शुरू करो
actually ये लाइव स्ट्रीम जरा सेट कर रहा हूँ। लाइव स्ट्रीम, एक सेकंड।
waiting for him, isn't it?
मेरे को एक 30 सेकंड दीजिए। आई एम सेटिंग द यूट्यूब लाइव स्ट्रीम।
ओके।
केशव शुक्ला जी, नमस्कार।
हाँ, नमस्ते नमस्ते।
हाँ,
ठीक है।
जगदीश शुक्ला, मैं इस समय सैंडियागो में हूँ, आपके
हाँ हाँ, पता है,
आपके
पता है।
देश में, आपके देश में। या
बात हो गई विश्वपति जी से, अभी 10-15 मिनट में हो रहा है। वो उनका कहीं कुछ हो गया था, इसे अभी भेज रहा हूँ।
और शशिकांत जी को मैं कॉल कर रहा था, उठाए नहीं, मॉर्निंग में उनको मैसेज भेजा हूँ, मैसेज भेजे थे वो।
नहीं, वो तो थे ज्वाइन किए।
तो नहीं, अभी ज्वाइन नहीं कर पाए ना सर, मैं देख रहा हूँ। क्या उनको फिर से रिमाइंड कर दीजिए, ज्वाइन कर लें अभी।
जी मैं करता
सुकृत एक मैसेज में डाल दो जनरल जो
विश्वपति जी को चला गया, भेज दिए। उनको
जो गेस्ट रूप में अजय गेस्ट ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं, वो अपने को रीनेम कर दें। तो थोड़ा उसमें प्रोसीजर बता दो।
दैट्स करेक्ट। मैं एक बार इसमें लिख देता हूँ। All right, welcome. It's time for the lamp lighting. Let's go with the lamp lighting.
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् चित्रं देवानामुदगादनी चक्षुर्मित्रस्य वरुणस्याग्नेः आप्राद्या वा पृथिवी अन्तरिक्षं सूर्य आत्मा जगतस्तस्तुषश्च सूर्यो नो दिवस्पात् धातो अन्तरिक्षात् अग्निर्नः पार्थिवेभ्यः दोषादवितर्यस्य ते हरः सतं विमाम् अघ्नति पाहिनो विद्युतः परातेः ॐ
All right. So going to continue with the Mangalacharan. Maybe. Shabji.
Mangalacharan. संजय जी को बुला दो.
संजय जी.
श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ओम् गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनः शृण्वन्नोतिभिः सेदसादनम् प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्र्यवतो वेदायो वीणां पदमन्तरिक्षेण पतताम् वेदनावः समुद्रियाः ॐ सोमानं स्वर्णं कृणुहि ब्रह्मणस्पते कक्षीवन्तय ओषिजः यो रेवान्यो अमी वहावसुवित्पुष्टिवर्धनः सनः शिशक्तुयस्तुरः मानः शंसो अररुषो धूर्तिप्रणङ्मर्त्यस्य रक्षाणो ब्रह्मणस्पते सखा वीरो नरिष्यति यमिन्द्रो ब्रह्मणस्पतेः सोमो हिनोति मर्त्यम् त्वन्दं ब्रह्मणस्पते सोम इन्द्रः समर्त्यम् दक्षिणापात्वं हसः सतसस्पतिमद्धुतं प्रियमिन्द्रस्य काम्यम् सनिं मेधामयाशिषम् यस्मादृतेन सिद्ध्यति यज्ञो विपश्चितः सना सधीना योगमृण्वते आदृध्नोति हविष्कृतिं प्राञ्चं कृणोत्यध्वरम् होत्रा देवेषु गच्छति नराशंसं सुदृष्टममपश्यं सप्रथस्तमम् दिवो न सद्ममकसं गत्रुद्राय प्रचेतसे मीलृष्टमायतव्यसे वोचे मशन्तमं हृते यथा नो अदितिः करत्वश्वेनृभ्यो यथा गवे यथा तोकाय रुद्रियम् यथा नो मित्रो वरुणो यथा रुद्रशिगे एतते यथा विश्वे सजोषसः गाथपतिं मेधपतिं रुद्रञ्जलाशभेषजम् तच्छंयो सुम्नमीमहे यः शुक्र इव सूर्यो हिरण्यमिवरोचते श्रेष्ठो देवानां वसुः सन्नः करत्यर्वते सुगं मेषाय मेष्ये नृभ्यो नारिभ्यो गवे अस्मे सोमश्रियमधिनिधे सतस्य नृणाम् महिश्रवस्तु विनृम्णाम् मानः सोम परिबाधो मारादयो जुहुरन्ता आन इन्दो वाजे भजा यास्ते प्रजा अमृतस्य परस्मिन् धामन्नृतस्य मूर्धानाभा सोमवेन आभूषन् ते सोमवेदः ॐ पावकानो नः पावका पावका नः सरस्वती सरस्वती नः पावका पावका नः सरस्वती नः सरस्वती सरस्वती नो नः सरस्वती वाजे भिर्वाजे सरस्वती नो न सरस्वती वाजेभिः सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजेभिः सरस्वती सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनीवती वाजेभिः सरस्वती सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनीवती वाजेभिर्वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती वाजिनीवतीति वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्र्य वित्री धीनान् धीनामवित्र्यवत्व वित्री धीनाम् धीनामवित्र्यवतो अवित्ववत्व वित्र्य वित्रवतो अवत्वित्यवतो इन्द्रश्रेष्ठानि श्रेष्ठानीन्द्र द्रश्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि द्रविणानि श्रेष्ठानीन्द्रेन्द्र श्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि श्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि द्रविणानि श्रेष्ठानि श्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि धेहि धेहि द्रविणानि श्रेष्ठानि श्रेष्ठानि द्रविणानि धेहि द्रविणानि धेहि धेहि द्रविणानि द्रविणानि धेहि चित्तं चित्तं देहि द्रविणानि द्रविणानि धेहि चित्तं देहि चित्तं चित्तं देहि देहि चित्तं दक्षस्य दक्षस्य चित्तं देहि देहि चित्तं दक्षस्य चित्तं दक्षस्य दक्षस्य चित्तं चित्तं दक्षस्य सुभगत्वं सुभगत्वं दक्षस्य चित्तं चित्तं दक्षस्य सुभगत्वं दक्षस्य सुभगत्वं सुभगत्वं दक्षस्य दक्षस्य सुभगत्वमस्मे अस्मे सुभगत्वं दक्षस्य दक्षस्य सुभगत्वमस्मे सुभगत्वमस्मे अस्मे सुभगत्वं सुभगत्वमस्मे सुभगत्वमिति सुभगत्वम् अस्मे इत्यस्मे पोषं रयीणां रयीणां पोषं पोषं रयीणामरिष्टिमरिष्टिं रयीणां पोषं पोषं रयीणामरिष्टिं रयीणामरिष्टिमरिष्टिं रयीणां रयीणामरिष्टिं तनूनां तनूनामरिष्टिं रयीणां रयीणामरिष्टिं तनूनां अरिष्टिं तनूनां तनूनामरिष्टिमरिष्टिं तनूनां स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं तनूनामरिष्टिमरिष्टिं तनूनां स्वात्मानं तनूनां स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं तनूनां तनूनां स्वात्मानं वाचो वाच स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं तनूनां तनूनां स्वात्मानं वाचः स्वात्मानं वाचो वाच स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं वाचः सुदिनत्वं सुदिनत्वं वाच स्वात्मानं स्वात्मानं वाचः सुदिनत्वं वाचः सुदिनत्वं सुदिनत्वं वाचो वाचः सुदिनत्वमह्नामह्नां सुदिनत्वं सुदिनत्वमह्नां सुदिनत्वमिति सुदिनत्वम् अह्नामित्यह्नाम्
एकैश्वर्ये स्थितोऽपि प्रणतबहुफलो यस्वयं कृत्तिवासाः कान्ता सम्मिश्रदेहोऽप्यविषयमनसां यः पुरस्ताद्यतीनाम् अष्टाभिर्यस्य कृत्स्नं जगदपि तनुभिर्बिभ्रतो नाभिमानः सन्मार्गालोकनाय व्यपनयतु समस्तामसीं वृत्तिमीशः वेदान्तेषु यमाहुरेकपुरुषं व्याप्य स्थितं रोदसी यस्मिन्नीश्वर इत्यनन्यविषयः शब्दो यथार्थाक्षरः अन्तर्यश्च मुमुक्षुभिर्नियमितः प्राणादिभिर्मृग्यते सस्थाणुस्थिरभक्तियोगसुलभो निःश्रेयसायास्तु वः या सृष्टिस्रष्टुराद्या वहति विधिहुतं या हविर्या च होत्री ये द्वे कालं विदत्तः श्रुतिविषयगुणाया स्थिता व्याप्य विश्वम् या माहुः सर्वबीजप्रकृतिर्यया प्राणिनः प्राणवन्तः प्रत्यक्षाभिप्रपन्नांस्तनुभिरवतु वस्ताभिरष्टाभिरीशः ध्येयः सदा समृतिमण्डलमध्यवर्ती नारायणः सरसिजासनसन्निकृष्टः केयूरवान् मकरकुण्डलवान् किरीटी हारी हिरण्मय वपुर्धित शंखचक्रः यं शैवा समुपासते शिवेति ब्रह्मेति वेदान्तिनो बौद्धाः बुद्ध इति प्रमाणपटवः कर्तेति नैयायिकाः अर्हन्नित्यथ जैन शासनरताः कर्मेति मीमांसकाः सोऽयन्नो विददातु वाञ्छितफलं त्रैलोक्यनाथो हरिः ध्यायेन्नित्यं महेशं रजतगिरिनिभं चारुचन्द्रावतंसं रत्नाकल्पोज्ज्वलांगं परशुमृगवराभीतिहस्तं प्रसन्नं पद्मासीनं समन्तात् स्तुतमवरगणैर्व्याघ्रवृत्तिं वसानं विश्वाद्यं विश्ववन्द्यं निखिलभयहरं पंचवक्त्रं त्रिनेत्रं विश्वाद्यं विश्ववन्द्यं निखिलभयहरं पंचवक्त्रं त्रिनेत्रम्।
बहुत अच्छा, वंडरफुल सदाशिव जी,
बहुत सुंदर
पांडे जी, बहुत अच्छा।
बहुत 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 ही सुंदर, बहुत ही सुंदर, बहुत ही सुंदर।
इसमें दोनों आ गया सर, वैदिक भी और पौराणिक भी।
बहुत सुंदर, बहुत अच्छा, तो धन्यवाद।
बहुत ही अच्छा।
हम लोग बहुत ही आभारी है सदाशिव जी आपका। आपने लास्ट ईयर भी किया था, इस साल भी किया है, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और पांडे जी का भी। अब हम लोग नेक्स्ट है प्रोग्राम में वेलकम एड्रेस। ज्ञानेश जी
टेक ओवर।
हाँ, आइए।
नमस्कार, सादर प्रणाम and namaste. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome all the delegates and the guests at the joint 26th annual convention of BSNA and 11th GBC convention. As we all know, BSNA and GBC has the vision to protect, preserve, promote Brahminic values, our Vedic culture and its heritage in the North America and globally. This convention is great opportunity for all of us to network, exchange ideas on the various topics, provide values and the support to each other, and also showcase of the talent within our community. I hope you all will be benefited by panel discussions and presentation of spiritual, medical, health, youth conversations, and also you will be entertained by many talented performers. I would like to wish you all a very happy 75th Independent Day of Bharatvarsh and the celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Namaste. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sanjay Pandey, our chapter president, our president of the BSNA. He has continuously worked hard with the positive energy to make this BSNA and GBC convention a success. Welcome to Dr. Sanjay Pandey.
Thank you, Ganesh ji. Thank you so much. Dear respected families and friends, participants from India, US, Canada, and other places in the globe, Pujya Swami Mukundanand ji and singer extraordinaire Ms. Uma Lahiri ji, and we have two keynote speakers, Mr. Sushil Pandit ji and Judge Ravi Tripathi ji. As a president of BSNA and this year's virtual convention coordinator, it gives me a distinct honor and the pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome to the 26th annual convention of BSNA and 11th annual convention of GBC. BSNA is your organization and we should all be proud to host the convention. The fact that you all have given your time and served the organization remind us all just how important our work is. Our mission always has been and always will be to protect, preserve, and promote the Brahminic values and hence our theme for this year convention, contribution of Brahmanic values in the propagation, sustenance, and protection of Sanatana Dharma. The agenda for this convention covers a wide range of topics relating to Dharma, religions, business, health, entrepreneurship, cultural program, and youth presentations. We will be entertained, challenged, and inspired throughout this convention. This is the second time we are hosting the convention virtually in the light of COVID-19. We hope to have our annual convention in person next year. This year's convention would not be possible without the invaluable support from our many volunteers who donated their time to bring this all together. I would specifically like to express my deep gratitude to my convention committee, including Dr. Keshav Shukla, Dr. Shrikant Mishra, Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey, Dr. Ajay Pandey, Mr. Shiv Pathak, Mr. Gyanesh Dadhich, Mr. Ratna Dubey Shatlani, Mr. Lanan Mishra, and Mr. Alka Sharma, and Dr. Salil Tiwari, and Dr. Sarvak Dwivedi ji. We owe a special recognition to our IT volunteers, to Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee, Ratna and John Shatlani, Nitasha and Pratyush Shukla, who work non-stop behind the scene with Zoom streaming. Our San Diego crew include Ratna and John, Daisy and Lalan, Mishra ji, Vivek and Divya Pandey, Urvashi ji, Los Angeles, Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee, Shrikant ji, and also Ishita Sharma ji, Houston, Keshav Shukla ji, Gyanesh ji, Shiv ji, Michigan, Ajay Pandey ji, New Jersey, Alka Sharma, Sacramento, Praveen Sharma ji. I'm also thankful to Mr. Subhash Tiwari and his wife, Primda Tiwari ji, for their continued help and support. I would be quite amiss if I didn't mention the youth involvement. They are the torch bearers who will further solidify this organization, whether it's writing articles for Brahma Bani, Brahma Jyoti, participating in our cultural program, making presentations, and providing the technological help. Last but not least, my heartfelt thanks to my Dharmpatni Archana Pandey and my two sons, Abhinit and Rahul, as well as daughter-in-law Shalini Pandey, for their unconditional love and support. Now it's my pleasure to invite Board Chairman Dr. Sen Pathak ji, followed by GBC President Dr. Keshav Shukla ji, then GBC Board Chairman Dr. Shrikant Mishra ji, BSI President Dr. Vishwapati Trivedi ji, and Dr. Prashun Tripathi ji, then finally Sri Shrikant Tiwari ji to say a few words. Shukla ji, thank you for helping all along the way. You listened, you understood, and you found the solutions where there was a problem. Pathak ji and Mishra ji, you are inspiration to our community, and BSNA extends its deepest gratitude to you and for your community service and bringing together our sponsors. Vishwapati ji, your help and support are truly appreciated. Also Subhash Tiwari ji, namaskar and thank you. Pranam. Pathak ji.
Am I audible to everybody? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Deo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. My dear BSNA and GBC family members, I am indeed honored to welcome you all to the 26th Annual Convention of BSNA, Brahman Samaj of North America, and the 11th Annual Convention of GBC, Global Brahman Convention, being held virtually from August 12th to 14th, 2022. Under the able leadership of Dr. Sanjay Pandey, current President of BSNA and Vice President of GBC, and Dr. Keshav P. Shukla, President of GBC and past President of BSNA, Dr. Shrikant Mishra ji, Chairman of GBC BOT, Dr. Vishwapati Trivedi ji, President of BSI and Vice President of GBC, and Dr. Prashun Tripathi ji, Brahman professions, to join convention meeting are running. Our joint convention meetings are running smoothly since last several years. I wish to thank all board and the executive committee members of BSNA, and last but not the least, the most important youth group for which I dedicate my time, who are our future. Our youths are our future. The presidents of the volunteers of various US state chapters for their active untiring and enthusiastic participation in these annual conventions. And I repeat, I will be failing in my duty if I did not recognize and thank Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee and his entire IT expert teams, helping the convention with the dedicated team members, Dr. Sanjay Pandey, Dr. Keshav Shuklaji, and Sri Gyanesh Dadhiji, who is the convention director, and their close friends have dedicated their precious time to bring out a great convention. And finally, I wish to welcome all national and international Brahmin and speakers. In speakers, I would definitely personally like to mention on behalf of BOT members also, Sri Ravi Tripathi ji and Sri Pandit Sushil Kumar जी, जिनको मैं बहुत सुनता हूँ टीवी के ऊपर हिस्टोन में बैठे बैठे, एंड पूज्य स्वामी मुकुंदानंद जी, डॉक्टर विपिन चतुर्वेदी जी, एंड ऑफ कोर्स मिसेस एंड मिस्टर सुभाष तिवारी जी, who have joined this convention, and also make an humble request to join hands and work collectively to protect, preserve, and promote Brahminic values and encourage each other to recognize and achieve your uniqueness and unparalleled status in the society. Time has come for all Brahmins to cooperate with each other and provide help when needed. And again, thank you very much for this opportunity. You are all welcome to this convention. And I think we have started a very nice program last evening. Thank you very much. Panditji, I'm done.
Thank you, Pathak. Thank you, Pathak. Now, Keshav ji.
Ram.
शुक्ला जी, आप अनम्यूट कीजिए।
जरा हमारा रिक्वेस्ट है शशिकांत जी से कि जरा जज रवि त्रिपाठी जी को कांटेक्ट करें कि वो अभी ज्वाइन कर लें।
कर रहा हूँ।
ओके, गुड, थैंक यू। नाउ डियर BSNA families and friends, and also GBC families and friends, first of all, I want to congratulate to all on the occasion of Bharat Ki Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, celebrating 75 years of independence of India. Let me start with an invocation for harmony and blessings for all creation. Swasti prajabhya paripalayantam न्यायेन मार्गेण महिषा गो ब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यं लोका समस्ता सुखिनो भवन्तु. May there be well-being to all people. May the world be protected in a lawful manner. May the cows and Brahmins be blessed eternally. May the entire world enjoy happiness and peace. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this virtual World Brahman Convention organized by BSNA and GBC. Both BSNA and GBC are not-for-profit, charitable, educational, cultural, and spiritual organizations, and work together to protect, preserve, promote, and advance Sanatan Dharma, following Brahminic values, Vedic culture, and Hindu heritage. While BSNA has individual membership with its chapters in various regions, GBC has global organizational membership. I am very proud of the EC and BOT members of BSNA and GBC for their tremendous supports to the convention committee led by Mr. Gyanesh Dadhij and Dr. Sanjay Pandey and the entire IT team. I cannot wait to recognize some of our team members like Dr. Sukrit Mukherjee, Mrs. Archana Pandey, Mrs. Ratna Dubey Chatlani, Mrs. Natasha Shukla, Dr. Ajay Pandey, Dr. Shrikant Mishra, Dr. Sen Pathak, and global supports by Dr. Vishpati Trivedi, Sri Subhash Tiwari and Priyamada Tiwari, Sri Shashikant Tiwari, and Dr. Prasoon Tripathi ji, among many more from USA, Canada, and India. Many youth volunteers have provided their unconditional supports to make it a successful convention. Their untiring effort to put together several engaging programs, working even in odd hours and distant locations is greatly appreciated. Congratulations to all of you. The speakers and performers in the convention are exceptional to discuss and highlight the key theme, contribution of Brahmanic values in the propagation, sustenance, and protection of Sanatan Dharma. I sincerely hope you will enjoy the various sessions during the convention, joined by experts in their professional disciplines of social, cultural, spiritual, business, and educational, including science and medicines. Together, we should protect, nourish each other, work together with great energy, grow our wisdom and intellect effectively, and always help each other without animosity in supporting the important causes of the world Brahmins. Om Sahnavatu Sahno Bhunaktu Saviryam Karvavahe Tejasvi Navadhitumastu Ma Vidvisavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Please enjoy the convention activities and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishore ji. Now, Dr. Shrikant Mishra ji. Shrikant ji. Shrikant ji.
Yes, I unmuted it.
Okay, ठीक है.
Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, let me just start with, thanking Sanjay Pandey ji and his team. A lot of names have been mentioned there, and they all have done a great program. Let me go back to history. 1994, Chauve ji decided to start BSNA, but before that, 85, we had 6 people collected at Fayetteville, Arkansas, when I had gone to perform a wedding. Okay, I used to do that before. Anyway, so we decided to have a program where the Brahmin can be together. And so it's all given in the history. If you can go to the BSNA, there's the historical perspective, how the BSNA started. So I have been involved with BSNA since 1995, had served at various positions. And then 2011, when the GBC was started or thought about, and like Subhash Tiwari is here, Uttam Tiwari ji not here, but many people, that was basically in Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona, where we had started this GBC organization, which has been growing very well. And of course, you have heard from current President Shukla ji. Things have been moving well. Okay, you have heard about the concept, how the 3 P's, promotion, preservation, and protection of Brahmanic values. That was the things which we have had many times have been said by individuals. I have been greatly involved in various aspects. And if you look at, going back to the 2012 convention, we have given a strategic adaptation of Brahman Samaj. At that point, the GBC was not there. Was there, but main thing was that, we had given out the information, and it got like 15 slides telling about what we should do, how we can be able to promote, and all other aspects. So you could be able to look at on BSNA. If you go to the website, there is a PowerPoint there you can look at. On the whole, what I see that globally, our goal is, we've done I have done my job. I have had other people who are involved right now, Sanjay ji, of course, Keshav ji, and many other individuals, those who are in the list. Saint Pathak, Bade Bhai, he's always there to help and guide us in any way as possible. And on the whole, large number of people. You have heard about Ratnaji, we have about Archanaji, you have heard about Sukrit, and Nishat, Nitasha, and many people have helped. Ajay Pandeyji from Michigan, various chapters from different parts of the USA, and of course, much more important thing which we have members for GBC from Trinidad. We have members from in Australia, New Zealand, and I think our goal is to get back to them again. They are doing it, but we need to really, having them involved. The most important thing, which has been mentioned many times, is youth. And there are a lot of stuff which we have done for youth, trying to do it, but they still need a lot of work. As Pathak ji has said, it's been helping. My goal, I'm an academician in medicine. I have a lot of students, those who come to me, and they want to go to medical school. And I guide them what to do, how to get into the medicine or other, health sciences program, MPH, PhD, and other areas. So that's what I would suggest that people, those who are involved in your field, we have help individuals how they can do it. And we've done that one, like in our 2015 convention, Professor Tripathi ji and others, they were in them and given all the advices to the young kids. And the other thing which is coming up today is about entrepreneurship. And people need to, our goal is that what can we do? How can we be able to create an atmosphere where at the local level, where the children and grown-up youth can be able to participate. And with this, I think I said enough. Thanks everybody, those who are here. Sasikant Tiwari ji, I've known him before. And of course, like Trivedi ji, and like Swan, that he's not here, but he and I have worked very closely together. And with this, I like to आप सब लोगों को नमस्कार, बड़े लोगों को प्रणाम, और फिर इसके बाद आप लोग चलते रहें, बहुत चीजें अच्छी आएंगी बीच में. आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, Srikanji. Thank you so much for all your help and support continued. Now I invite Dr. Vishpati Trivedi ji. Please unmute. Namaste, Vishpati ji.
Namaskar and good morning, good evening to all those on the net in India. Manniya Shrikant ji, Saint Patrick Sahab, Sanjay Pate ji, केशव शुक्ला जी, ज्ञानेश दधीच जी, तिवारी जी, हमारे अति प्रिय सुभाष तिवारी जी, प्रेमवदा जी, और सभी, all the members who are watching this program, this great program which keeps us bound together over the years, and welcome everybody to this convention. We in India are very, very closely related to both the BSNA and GBC, primarily because we share the common ambition and the goal of keeping the next generation fully abreast on the modern ways to adapt and continue the Sanatan Dharma principles. We cannot change the exogenous situations. We cannot change the influences that we come upon us through various means, media, digital, evolving politics, evolving geopolitics, and ups and downs of the economy. But I think there is the word Sanatan is actually a Sanatan word. I mean, it is a continuous, past continuous, present continuous, and future continuous. When we talk of Sanatan, last year, the entire program was devoted to Sanatan, and I'm very happy when I heard Sanjay Pandeyji talk about Sanatan and the values that we are repeatedly trying to bring into our next generation. We were, most of us, trained by our parents. We adopted their values. We lived with them. We lived in a country which was very, in a situation, in an environment, in a context that was very, very strong in values and cultural values. But over the years, in my last 70 years of existence, I've seen a lot of changes. I mean, it's not just the physical technology or changes in science and behaviors, economies, but I've seen the changes in cultural values. Now, how do we maintain all this? How do we continue to maintain our Sanatan principles? Seminars such as this do provide a lot of value towards what we are trying to preserve. And I think I mean, it's a very difficult thing and probably easy for me to say, but they should be more often. And maybe as we keep discussing in our overseas conference calls, that there could be some dedicated sessions during the year and at some intervals of months or 2 months. But wherever I've gone, recently, I'll tell you, we had a large function in Rajasthan, where we joined with a whole lot of people in Jaipur, and we had a function. We actually got somebody on board as the chief of the Rajasthan Brahmin Samaj of India, and the repeated call there was no different than what we call in BSNA or preservation of Sanatan values, promotion of youth. We are there. We have done so much. Pandeyji, Shuklaji, Saint Patrick Sahab, Shrikant Mishra ji is the doyen of all these that has been done over the years. But we need now to bring very actively, because it's the young people are busy. I remember when I joined the BSNA, Chaubiji was there, and it was on the East Coast, and I was working with the International Monetary Fund those days in 90s, and I joined and I enjoyed the functions that were held there. I mean, I could physically go there, but as a younger person those days, I went there, met everybody, enjoyed everything, but did not join in the leadership of BSNA or in the GBC, which was created later. I think we should actively bring these young people on board, because they need a bit of coaxing. I think they are convinced, but they need a bit of coaxing, a bit of guidance, and how we do it will depend on different contexts. In India, we have to do it slightly differently. We keep joining, as we call the professionals. We say, okay, let the professionals join. So we have verticals of lawyers, verticals of accountants, verticals of, we're going to have a vertical of doctors. And that includes all young and So probably as a profession, if you bring these young people into the system, they will feel more utilized. They will feel they can. A young doctor can contribute to the towards the aims and ideals and ambitions and vision of this Samaj in his own way, in his through his medical science. I mean, he joins, he helps people. There is a lot of help that's required in the Brahmin Samaj of India, especially in India. There's a lot of poverty, illness, malnutrition amongst the Brahmin Samaj. It's not that Brahmin Samaj is not a reserved category, hence we are all rich. Traditionally, I mean, we are not businessmen, we are not, but we are intellectuals. We've earned, lots of us have earned a lot of wealth through our intellect. And so it's not that we cannot reach the higher echelons of economic meritocracy. But the younger people need to be brought in through another mode, maybe through professionalism, through, I mean, certain other modes. And that would be my prayer to all my brothers and elders who are on board on today's convention. And that is my endeavor. Even in India, I keep trying getting younger people. If there is a young person who is a designer in the electronic space, the digital space, then I would give some Brahmin Samaj of India work to them and hence get them involved. And they feel very involved. They feel that they've contributed. In fact, young people now come and speak out openly in our meeting. And that's a very nice thing to see that younger people are coming up, because those are the people who have to carry their flag in the future. There will be attacks on Sanatan Dharma. We cannot assume that away. There will be attacks. We got to not just protect, we got to progress on these things. And once again, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to address my thoughts to the wider audience over the entire world now. And congratulations and to the organizers, Pandeyji, Keshav Shuklaji, Shrikantji, Ganesh Dhatish, Saint Patrick. I know how much work goes into this. It's not as simple as just a screen. So congratulations on a very successful event. And I wish you all the best. I do watch these late into night, but I must admit that I sometimes miss out because of time differences. But I do have recordings later, which I can go back and refer. And some of the best lectures, last time, some of the best lectures and I wish those lectures were available for, which are available. I mean, I can make it available to the younger generation in India. How people from India went to US and how they succeeded. Sheer hard work and intellect and their prowess for getting more and more, and how diligent. And the gentleman who invented the asthma spray, he was just brilliant. And it was so encouraging. Even at this age, I was so encouraged. I said, okay, let me also get a startup doing to that extent. And thank you so much once again. And please continue this great work. And I'm with you, whatever is possible, I keep doing. And whatever, sometimes it doesn't strike me what more to do. So please give me some direction anytime, every time. And you're most welcome to ask us for any help that is required in the entire country. And thank you so much once again. Namaskar.
Thank you, thank you very much. Thank you, Vishwadiji. Thank you so much for all these encouraging thoughts and words. By the way, last year all the recordings were available on our website, on YouTube, as well as we are going to put this year's as well on the BSNA website on a YouTube. So share in India and anywhere the link we have. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. So next I invite Pashun Tripathi ji to say a few words. प्रसून जी आप हैं?
जी जी जी, नमस्कार पांडे साहब।
नमस्ते।
जी, सभी को सबसे पहले प्रणाम निवेदित करता हूँ। एंड फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट आई एक्सटेंड माय ग्रेटिट्यूड एंड थैंक्स टू द ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी फॉर कॉल्ड मी फॉर द वेलकम एड्रेस। सबसे पहले सबके कल्याण की कामना करते हैं। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मां कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्। इसके बाद ब्राह्मणों की वंदना करते हैं। गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी ने कहा, वंदे प्रथम महीसु चरना, मोह जनित संशय सब हरना। आप सभी लोग अपने अपने क्षेत्र के पुरोधा हैं और 7 समुद्र पार जाके आप लोगों ने परफॉर्म किया है अपने अपने फील्ड में। एक्सेलेंट, पार एक्सेलेंस। आदरणीय श्रीकांत मिश्रा जी, डॉक्टर सेन पाठक जी, डॉक्टर केशव शुक्ला जी, डॉक्टर संजय पांडे जी, ज्ञानेश दधीची जी, सबसे पहले आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव पे सबको बधाइयाँ एवं शुभकामना प्रेषित करता हूँ। डे आफ्टर टुमारो 15 अगस्त का सेलिब्रेशन है यहाँ पे। एंड आई warmly welcome all the participants and performers of this 3 days convention. Today there was a very good Kavi Sammelan, wherein 2 participants from Brahman Professional Group also participated, Dr. Akhilesh Mishra and Mrs. Sarla Sharma. I am associated with the Brahman Professional Group based at Delhi, although I belong to Mirzapur district, from where Dr. Keshav Shukla also belongs. And in-laws of Dr. Sanjay Pandey are from the neighboring village of my Cheksari. So I am associated since last year with this organization. We Brahmin professional are continuously working for the community empowerment and community development through various means with the help and support of our members. And I would like to request you people also, because you all are resource persons, and if your knowledge and experiences can come down the line to your roots, even in your village, from where you have been originated, then it would have been much more better. कहने का मतलब आप लोगों का विकास वट वृक्ष की तरफ से बहुत बड़ा हो गया। आपका नॉलेज और एक्सपीरियंसेस उस ग्रास रूट लेवल तक पहुंचना चाहिए, तभी हम लोग अपने को बहुत सौभाग्यशाली समझेंगे। And continuously the conditions of Brahmins are deteriorating in India due to various reasons, and for that everyone has to work positively. And I once again congratulate everyone who have either directly or indirectly associated with this convention for these 3 long days, which is covering various social, cultural, and religious activities which will enlighten our community at large. And I am also indirectly associated with USA because my son is there in NCS University studying. So once again I convey my gratitude and thanks to each and everyone and all the delegates and performers in this convention. Thank you very much. Pranam to everyone.
Thank you. Namaste, namaste. Thank you so much, Prasunji. Now, in the last, I invite Shashikant Tiwari ji to say a few words.
हाँ
श्रीकांत जी हैं?
आदरणीय, हाँ आदरणीय डॉक्टर संजय पांडे जी, प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर केशव शुक्ला जी, प्रेसिडेंट जी ग्लोबल ब्राह्मण ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, हमारे और जो की नोट स्पीकर हैं, जिसमें अभी विश्वपति त्रिपाठी जी ने बात कही, हमारे जस्टिस आर त्रिपाठी जी, आदरणीय और मान्य गणमान्य जो भी कीनोट स्पीकर और एक वेलकम जिन्होंने किया है, उनका सबका मैं आभारी हूँ। यहाँ पर आप लोगों ने मुझे इनवाइट किया। मैं अहमदाबाद से हूँ, वर्ल्ड ब्राह्मण ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का प्रेसिडेंट इस समय हूँ मैं। आप लोगों का ये जो कन्वेंशन है, आई हैव सीन once I have attended also. I was in Detroit 2016 there. मुझे बहुत ही अच्छा लगा था जब मैं वहां पर था, और आप लोगों का जो भी कार्यक्रम रहता है, कई बार मैंने अटेंड भी किया है, जिसमें ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज आप लोग फैलाते हैं, लोगों को इसको प्रसारित करते हैं, प्रचार कर रहे हैं, जिसका तो बहुत ही सराहनीय है। मैं चाहता हूं कि ऐसे ही अपने ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज हम अपने यूथ में और ज्यादा से ज्यादा फैलाएं। आप तो प्रयत्न कर ही रहे हैं, आप लोग सब कर रहे हैं, और हर ब्राह्मण समाज जो भी पूरे भारत में और भारत के बाहर कार्यरत हैं, जो सब मिल करके आपके जैसे कार्य करें, तो हम अपने इस ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज को और ज्यादा बढ़ा सकते हैं। ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज जो हमें लोगों में फैलानी है या लोगों में प्रसारित करनी है, पहुंचाना है, उसको केवल ऐसा ना होना चाहिए कि हम ब्राह्मण्स के अंदर ही उसको फैलाएं। हम पूरे हिंदू समाज सनातन के अंदर, सनातन धर्म के हर व्यक्ति के अंदर उसे कार्यरत कर, उसे पहुंचाने की क्रिया करें, क्योंकि हम जानते हैं हमारे सनातन के अंदर जो भी भगवान या गॉड जिसे कहेंगे, उसमें सारे वर्ण व्यवस्था की हर जगह बताई गई है, चाहे मस्तिष्क हो, चाहे भुजाएं हो, या छाती वाला पार्ट हो, पेट वाला पार्ट हो, और जो पैर है वो भी लिम्स। तो इन सब में कहीं ना कहीं हमारी वर्ण व्यवस्था आई हुई है। अगर मस्तिष्क है तो ब्राह्मण, भुजाएं और छाती वाला पार्ट कहें तो क्षत्रिय, पेट वाला भाग कहें तो हम उसे वैश्य, और पैरों वाला पार्ट हम शूद्र कहते हैं। भगवान का पूरा स्वरूप इस प्रकार बना हुआ है, यानी भगवान में भी ये चारों वर्ण हैं। तो हमें ये इस प्रकार हर सनातन धर्मी व्यक्ति के अंदर इन वैल्यूज, जो हमारी सनातन की वैल्यू या ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज है, तो हर व्यक्ति को साथ में लेकर चलना चाहिए। जैसे कि हमारा सनातन धर्म तो यही कहता है कि सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की जो भावना है, तो हमारे समाज में जो ये चीजें फैली हुई है, जो वर्ण व्यवस्था वाली, जिसे हमें कर्म के द्वारा बताया जाता है, पर हम लोगों ने जाति वगैरह में बांट लिया है, तो इन सब चीजों को समझाना पड़ेगा हमें कि हिंदू समाज जो है उसमें कहीं ऐसा नहीं है कि ये वर्ण व्यवस्था के द्वारा हम अलग हैं, हम सब एक है। जैसे भगवान में हर सारे पार्ट उसके इन्हीं वर्ण व्यवस्था के अनुसार बना हुआ है,
तो वही हम चाहते हैं कि अपना जो ये सनातन धर्म है, ये जो ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज है, ये हर व्यक्ति में जाए, हर हिंदू में जाए, और हम में इस प्रकार की कोई भावना न उत्पन्न हो कि हम अलग हैं। इसके अंदर ब्राह्मण लोगों ने हमारा शोषण किया है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक डिबेट चल रहा था जिसके अंदर उदित राज जी ऐसा कुछ बोल रहे थे कि 1000 साल से हमको ब्राह्मणों ने और सबने शोषण किया है, और अब हमको कुछ मिल रहा है, तो आप लोग उससे जेलस फील कर रहे हैं। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि इस भावनाओं को भी हमें हर व्यक्ति से दूर करनी होगी। हमारा ये भी एक काम है, तभी हम अपने हिंदू धर्म की जो विशेषताएं हैं, जो हमारा हिंदू धर्म की जो इंग्रेडिएंट है, इसको सब हर एक व्यक्ति के अंदर हम फैला पाएंगे। कारण ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि केवल हम ब्राह्मण हैं तो अन्य जो जातियां हैं वह हमसे द्वेष करें। उनको हमें मिलाना पड़ेगा, उनको मिला करके अपनी जो गुणधर्म है हमारे सनातन के, उनको समझाने पड़ेंगे। और वह क्रिया कौन कर सकते हैं? आप लोग जैसे जो प्रबुद्ध लोग विदेशों में बैठे हैं, जो अमेरिका में बैठे हैं, इंग्लैंड में बैठे हैं, जहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, वही लोगों को समझा पाएंगे। क्योंकि आप लोग रिसर्च के द्वारा काफी चीज निकाल रहे हैं, मैं देख रहा हूँ। विदेश में भी रहते हुए बहुत बड़ा काम आप कर रहे हैं। आप लोग हमारे सनातन धर्म की जो यहाँ पर इंडिया के अंदर तो हम लोग कर ही रहे हैं, और उससे भी ज्यादा आप विदेश में बैठ करके अपने इस धर्म के अंदर रिसर्च को ढूंढ करके कहाँ क्या क्या चीजें, उन वैल्यूज को आप फैला रहे हैं। तो वही जरूरत हमको है इंडिया में भी। सबको ऐसा ना लगे लोगों की कि हम तो ऐसे हैं, हमारे हमसे दूरी बनाए रखते हैं लोग, हम छुआछूत वाली बातें जो करते हैं। आज भी छुआछूत है नहीं, लेकिन अभी भी लोगों के अंदर ऐसा लगता है कि हमसे हम लोग निचले पायदान पर हैं और ये लोग ऊपर हैं, ये लोग पैसे वाले हैं। पर रेसिज्म या ये सब चीजें, जातिवाद तो हर जगह चलता रहता है। पर हमें अपने ब्राह्मण समाज द्वारा ब्राह्मणिकल वैल्यूज जो हमारी है, उनको हर व्यक्ति में जाने दें, जिसमें ऐसा ना देखा जाए कि क्षत्रिय है या ये वैश्य है या ये शूद्र है, इसमें ये वैल्यू नहीं जानी चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। वैल्यू सबके अंदर जानी चाहिए। तभी हम अपने सनातन धर्म के अंदर की जो अच्छाइयाँ हैं या जो बहुत विशिष्टताएं हैं, उन विशिष्टताओं को अगर हमें आगे ले जाना है, उसका प्रचार प्रसार करना होगा, तो इन लोगों का भी हमको ध्यान देते हुए उनको लोगों को ये समझाना होगा। आज सनातन धर्म उसके कहाँ पर लोग उसके विरुद्ध में जाते हैं, तो हमने देखा है एक तो जो इस्लाम है।
शशिकांत जी थोड़ा कंक्लूड करिएगा जल्दी, टाइम।
अच्छा, हाँ, इन सब लोगों को, यानी मेरा कहना ऐसा है कि आप लोग इतना बढ़िया काम कर रहे हैं और अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, तो जरूर हम चाहते हैं कि हम आप लोगों ने ऐसा काम किया है, तो मैं चाहता हूं कि सब इसी प्रकार अच्छे अपने अपने स्पीच दें और आगे बढ़ाएं। इसके लिए मैं आपका लोगों का आभारी भी हूँ और सबको वेलकम कर रहा हूँ। जो लोग हमारे जस्टिस आर त्रिपाठी जी हैं, उनको मैं वेलकम कर रहा हूँ कि यहाँ पर आज अपनी स्पीच दे करके और हमको गौरवान्वित करें और हमको अपना मार्गदर्शन दें। नमस्कार।
थैंक यू वेरी मच शशिकांत जी। नाउ केशव जी for the next program.
Okay. Yeah, thank you all for your excellent welcome speeches. Now we are going to invite and introduce, in fact, Justice Ravikant Tripathi ji. It is my great pleasure to welcome Honorable Justice Ravi Kumar Tripathi ji, the keynote speaker at this joint convention of BSNA and GBC. We are very grateful to have such a distinguished personality among us who has extended his full support to the convention theme, contribution of Brahmanic values in the propagation, sustenance, and protection of Sanatana Dharma. Sri Tripathi ji has an extensive background and experience He is the current chairman of Human Rights Commission of Gujarat government in India. After his post-graduation in modern business and industry, he graduated in law. He started practice as an advocate in the High Court of Gujarat in 1978, became assistant government leader in 1987 and additional public prosecutor in 1988. He became judge of Gujarat High Court in 1999 and promoted to become permanent judge in 2001. He retired in May 2015. As a practicing judge, he has served numerous other national organizations and has been involved in educating and mentoring the students of both law and commerce. During my recent visit to India, I had pleasure to meet Tripathi ji at the Brahman Convention meeting in Ahmedabad, organized by Sri Sashikant Tiwari ji, and the support of Subhash Tiwari ji, who was there. And you all know Subhash Tiwari ji is our Executive Vice President of GBC. I wholeheartedly thank both of you for that wonderful opportunity, during which I learned about Tripathi ji not only as an accomplished judge, but also as the mentor, how to support Brahmins in India. For our request, he accepted the invitation gracefully to speak to this convention and gladly accepted the patronship of GBC. Congratulations, Tripathi ji. We are very proud of you and your accomplishments. Please welcome him with big applause. Now I give the floor to Tripathi ji to start his keynote speech. Thank you and best wishes. Tripathi ji.
नमस्कार, मैं तहे दिल से आप सभी का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूं कि आप लोगों ने मुझे यह मौका दिया कि मैं आप सब लोगों से इस माध्यम से बात कर सकूं। जहां तक जज का सवाल है, जज हमेशा जब तक कुर्सी पर होता है तब तक उसे एक सेक्लूडेड लाइफ जीने का बंधन होता है, क्योंकि हमारे कोई भी कॉन्टेक्स्ट, सोशल कॉन्टेक्स्ट जो हैं, उनका मिस इंटरप्रिटेशन बड़े आराम से हो जाता है और जज के सामने उंगली उठाई जाती है। तो इस वजह से काफी दिनों तक, जब तक मैं एक्टिव सर्विस में था, तब तक आप लोगों से मिलने का मौका नहीं मिला। लेकिन शशिकांत तिवारी जी ने फिर मुझे यह मौका दिया कि जिससे मैं अपने समाज के लिए कुछ भी कर सकूं, तो मुझे उसकी बेहद खुशी होती है। उसी सिलसिले में मुझे केशव शुक्ला जी से मिलने का मौका मिला और उन्होंने जब इसके बारे में बताया तो मैंने कहा कि अगर मेरे आप लोगों से मिलने में और जुड़ने से अगर कुछ भी फायदा मैं कर सकता हूं समाज का, तो मुझे उसकी बेहद खुशी होगी। दोस्तों, आज आपका थीम जो है वो है कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ ब्राह्मणिक वैल्यूज इन द प्रोपोगेशन, सस्टेनेंस एंड प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ सनातन धर्म। वैसे तो मैं ये कहूंगा कि इस देश का बहुत दुर्भाग्य है कि आजादी के 75वें साल में, जबकि हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, उस समय ये सारी बातें करनी पड़ रही। और उसकी वजह सिर्फ ये है कि एक बीच में ऐसा एरा आया इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद से, जब न सिर्फ हमारी वैल्यूज को उन्होंने तोड़ने की, मरोड़ने की, डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश की, बल्कि उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने पूरा हिस्ट्री जो है उसको भी डिस्टॉर्ट किया। और यही चीज जब इस गवर्नमेंट में सामने खुल के आ रही है, तब लोगों को पता चल रहा है कि हमने अपने इतिहास का कितना अमूल्य जो हिस्सा है उसको कहीं ना कहीं बिल्कुल इग्नोर कर दिया। और हमारी जो जनरेशन इंडिपेंडेंस के बाद वाली हैं, उनको उसके बारे में कुछ पता नहीं। ये तो भला हो सनातन धर्म का कि जिसकी अपनी खूबी ये है कि उसको चाहे जितनी कोशिश करिए, लेकिन आप उसको डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं कर सकेंगे। ये बात आज पूरी दुनिया को मालूम है और उनको ये बात माननी पड़ती है। दोस्तों, सनातन धर्म एक ऐसा धर्म है जिसमें सबसे ज्यादा अगर कोई वैल्यू मुझे दिखाई देती है तो वो है टॉलरेंस। और वो टॉलरेंस इस हद तक है कि अगर राम भगवान की पूजा करने वाला कृष्ण भगवान की पूजा नहीं करता, या अगर किसी मायने में कृष्ण भगवान के बारे में कुछ थोड़ा बहुत ऊंच नीच भी कहता है, तो उसके बारे में बहुत सीरियस कोई ऑब्जेक्शंस नहीं लिए जाते। जबकि दुनिया में ऐसे भी धर्म हैं कि जो इस चीज को इतना सीरियस लेते हैं और वो उस वायलेंस तक उतर आते हैं कि जिससे एक तरह का टेररिज्म का माहौल खड़ा हो जाता है। तो सनातन धर्म की अपनी एक जगह है, और ब्राह्मणिक वैल्यूज जो हैं, ये भी एक हम लोगों की मतलब दुर्भाग्य की बात है कि जब भी ब्राह्मण की बात आती है तो लोग बड़े कड़वा मुंह बना के और फिर उसकी बात करते हैं, लेकिन ये चीज भूल जाते हैं कि ब्राह्मणों का अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन सनातन धर्म के प्रोपोगेशन में, सनातन धर्म के सस्टेनेंस में और सनातन धर्म के प्रोटेक्शन में क्या था, क्या है और क्या रहेगा। मुझे ये कहने में जरा भी हिचकिचाहट नहीं है कि अगर आप ब्राह्मणिक वैल्यूज को हटा देंगे तो सर सनातन धर्म का प्रोपोगेशन, सस्टेनेंस और प्रोटेक्शन काफी कुछ हद तक एंडेंजर हो जाएगा। और एंडेंजर इतनी हद तक हो जाएगा कि जिस तरह से एंडेंजर स्पेसीज को प्रोटेक्शन देना पड़ता है, उस तरह से सनातन धर्म को प्रोटेक्शन देना पड़ेगा। लेकिन मुझे आत्मविश्वास है, और मैं जानता हूं कि आप लोगों को भी इस चीज का आत्मविश्वास होगा कि इस तरह की कोई पोजीशन कभी आने वाली नहीं है। दोस्तों, मैंने आज सोचा था कि मैं आप लोगों से बात करूंगा एक खास टॉपिक पर, और वो टॉपिक मैंने पसंद किया था मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन फॉर द बेटरमेंट ऑफ ब्रह्म समाज ग्लोबली। जब मैं केशव शुक्ला जी से मिला तो मुझे ये लगा कि यहाँ एक आदमी है, और आप लोगों की टीम जिस तरह से मैं देख रहा हूं वो फुल्ली डेडिकेटेड है इस चीज के लिए कि न सिर्फ ब्राह्मण समाज का बल्कि साथ में सनातन धर्म का भी हम जितना हो सके उतना प्रोटेक्शन, प्रोपोगेशन, सस्टेनेंस सभी कुछ करें। तो दोस्तों, सबसे पहली बात जो है वो जरूरी ये है कि हमको अपने चैलेंजेस को पहचानना होगा। और जहां तक चैलेंजेस की बात है सर, चैलेंजेस हमारे लिए चारों तरफ से हैं, कोई एक पर्टिकुलर फ्रंट नहीं है। हमको 360 डिग्री पर इन चैलेंजेस को फेस करना पड़ेगा और उनसे अपने आप को बचाना होगा, और ऐसी कोई मेथड, ऐसी कोई तरकीब ढूंढनी होगी इन चैलेंजेस को हम लोग ओवरकम कर सकें। सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो है वो है आज की टेक्नोलॉजी, और उस टेक्नोलॉजी की देन मोबाइल। दोस्तों, जितना नुकसान 200 साल के ब्रिटिश रूल ने नहीं किया था, उससे ज्यादा नुकसान जो है वो टीवी ने घर में घुसने के बाद किया, और उससे भी ज्यादा नुकसान इस मोबाइल नाम के जो जंतु है, जो वायरस है, जो आज 3 साल के बच्चे तक के हाथ में पहुंच चुका है, उससे हो रहा है। शायद सुनने में ये बात थोड़ी अटपटी लगेगी, लेकिन अगर मेरा बस चले तो मैं इसका यूज इतना रिस्ट्रिक्ट कर दूं कि अनलेस इट इज अ मस्ट दैट इंस्ट्रूमेंट विल नॉट बी यूज्ड। अच्छी बात ये होती कि हमारे बच्चे जो हैं वो प्राइमरी क्लासेस में, सेकेंडरी क्लासेस में इससे जो ऑनलाइन टीचिंग है उसको एनकरेज करते, उससे एनकरेज होके और आगे बढ़ते। लेकिन उसकी बजाय हमें पता है कि जब मोबाइल हाथ में होता है और बच्चे को फ्रीडम होती है तो उस मोबाइल का कितना यूज और मिसयूज होता है। इसलिए सबसे पहली बात है कि हमको चैलेंजेस को पहचानना है, और चैलेंजेस को एक बार पहचानने के बाद फिर उन चैलेंजेस से हमको लड़ना है। और उसका जो खाका मेरे दिमाग में है वो ये है कि हमको सबसे पहले प्राइमरी स्कूल के लेवल पे बच्चों को वी हैव टू कैच देम यंग, एंड उनका ब्रेन वॉश करके, उनका माइंडसेट चेंज करके उनको ये बताना पड़ेगा कि हम कितनी बड़ी ऊंची विरासत से आए हुए हैं, और सिर्फ इसलिए कि हम ब्राह्मण हैं सफिशिएंट नहीं है, लेकिन इससे भी ज्यादा जरूरी है क्योंकि हम सनातन धर्म के अनुयायी हैं, और उसकी वजह से हमें एक पर्टिकुलर वे ऑफ लाइफ को लेना है और उसी से हमें अपनी जिंदगी आगे बढ़ानी है। दोस्तों, जहां तक चैलेंजेस का सवाल है, सब आज की दुनिया में अपने राइट्स की बात करते हैं, और सर मैं ह्यूमन राइट कमीशन का चेयरमैन होने के नाते जानता हूं कि आए दिन एप्लीकेशन आती रहती है जिसमें सिर्फ अपनी राइट्स की बात होती है, लेकिन जब उसी राइट की को रिलेवेंट ड्यूटी की बात आती है तब कोई भी आदमी आगे नहीं आता। इस चीज को हमको तोड़ना पड़ेगा कि ज्यूरिस्प्रूडेंस में एवरी राइट हैज ए कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग ड्यूटी एंड एवरी ड्यूटी हैज ए कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग राइट। लेकिन पता नहीं क्यों जो मॉडर्न एजुकेशन है उसने सिर्फ बच्चों को उनके राइट्स के बारे में तो बताया, लेकिन उनकी ड्यूटीज के बारे में जिस प्रकार से, जिस ग्रेविटी से, जिस गहराई से बताने की जरूरत थी वो नहीं बताया गया। और उसकी वजह से सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम हुआ कि आज बच्चे को एक पर्टिकुलर माइंडसेट है, और वो माइंडसेट ऐसा है कि जिस तरह से टीवी में उन्होंने बटन दबाया और उसका रिजल्ट उनको मिल गया, वही चीज वो लाइफ में मांगते हैं, वही चाहते हैं। और उसकी वजह से होता क्या है, इट टेक्स देम टू ए डिप्रेशन स्टेज, बिकॉज इन लाइफ you do not get everything as you wish. In life you have to fight for everything and you have to prove your ability to get it. आपको शायद पता होगा कि महात्मा गांधी ने कहा था कि जहां तक एनवायरनमेंट का सवाल है तो इस पृथ्वी पर हर आदमी की जरूरत पूरी हो सके इस तरह का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भगवान ने बना के दिया है, लेकिन ग्रीड पूरी करने के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भगवान ने बना के नहीं दिया है। So every person can have as per his need, but then it is not possible to satisfy the greed of the people. Same is the case with the young children also. We have to tell them that before you ask anything, before you ask for any right, you will have to see that you have made yourself eligible for that, you have proved your ability to get that, and until you do that, you will not be able to get that particular thing, and even if you get, there are all the chances that you are likely to misuse it. So friends, this is very important. और उसके साथ साथ उनको एक चीज और बतानी पड़ेगी कि every right has a corresponding duty and they must be ready to discharge that particular duty while claiming that particular right for themselves. Friends, एक दूसरी important चीज जो मैं आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं, और वो ये है कि पता नहीं क्यों एक किस पर्टिकुलर स्टेज से, एक किस पर्टिकुलर डेट से हम लोगों के दिमाग में ये भर दिया गया कि हमारी जो चीजें हैं वो इंफीरियर हैं और वेस्टर्न की जो चीजें हैं वो सुपीरियर हैं। सर यहां तक हुआ कि हमको राम भगवान को राम कहने में थोड़ा सा क्षोभ होता है, और उसी चीज को जब हम ये कहते हैं ओह देयर वाज रामा, तो हम अपने आप को बड़ा प्राउड फील करते हैं, एज इफ हमने बहुत बड़ी कोई जंग जीत ली हो, और राम को रामा कहते हैं। दोस्तों हमारे यहाँ गुजरात में तो जो घर में काम करता है ना आदमी, उसको रामा कहते हैं, और आप भगवान राम को भी रामा कहते हैं, लक्ष्मण नहीं कहना आता है। अब मैं समझ सकता हूं कि मान लीजिए किसी के साथ लैंग्वेज का बैरियर है और उसको आप समझाने के लिए ये कहें कि राम इज रामा, तो ठीक है, लेकिन उसकी बजाय हम अपने आप को प्राउड फील करते हैं जब हम अपने राम को रामा कहते हैं और रावण को रावणा कहते हैं या लक्ष्मण को लक्ष्मणा कहते हैं। इस चीज का रूट कॉज जो मैं देखता हूं वो ये है कि एक दिमाग में जो है इंफिनिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स घुसा दिया गया। वो किस तरह से हुआ, ये सब्जेक्ट है रिसर्च का, और सोशल जो साइंटिस्ट हैं उनकी रिसर्च करने की जरूरत है कि भाई ये क्यों हुआ, इंडिया के अंदर ही स्पेशली क्यों हुआ। आज जापान की आप बात करिए, जापान वालों को कभी जापानीज में बात करने में या उस चीज को प्रोपोगेट करने में कोई हिचक नहीं होती। जर्मनी की बात करिए तो दे हैव गॉट फुल नेशनलिज्म, फुल नेशनल लव फॉर द नेशन एंड फॉर एवरी सिंगल थिंग व्हिच दे पजेस एज ए जर्मन। लेकिन इंडिया में सिर्फ मुझे दो चीजें पता है, देसी के नाम से सिर्फ एक देसी घी, देसी के नाम से सिर्फ एक देसी घी वो मशहूर है, या जब बात आती है और किसी चीज की तो हमेशा कोई ना कोई फॉरेन एडजेक्टिव उसके साथ लगाने के बाद ही हम लोगों को वो चीज पसंद आती है। सर चने जैसी चीज, देसी चना अगर आप खा रहे हैं तो ठीक है, इट्स ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम, बट इन काबुली चना इफ यू से, क्योंकि एक फॉरेन एडजेक्टिव उसके साथ लग गया। आप अगर घोड़े की बात करते हैं तो अरबी घोड़ा, अरे भैया घोड़े हमारे यहाँ भी होते थे और इंडिया में आज भी घोड़े होते हैं, तो अरबी घोड़े में कौन सी ऐसी खास बात है, और अगर है तो भी यू हैव टू टेक इट्स एट इट्स फेस वैल्यू. You cannot degrade Indian thing and then highlight something which is of foreign origin. तो दोस्तों, जब मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन की बात आती है तो मुझे दो चीजें कहनी है. आज के जो हमारे समाज के लीडर्स, जिन लोगों को हमने सुना और जो लोग आगे की लाइन में हैं, मैं तो ये मानता हूं कि ये भी डेस्टिनी की बात है और उसमें किसी तरह की कोई ईर्ष्या की भावना नहीं आनी चाहिए, क्योंकि एक बहुत अच्छी सेइंग है, don't envy people, those who are on the top, because they were toiling hard when you were sleeping. Same is the case with the people, those who are in the front line today. तो उन लोगों से मुझे ये एक अपील करनी है कि वो स्कूल लेवल पे, गुजरात में एक बहुत अच्छा सिस्टम है. गुजरात में कोई भी जो कंपनी है, कोई कॉर्पोरेट बॉडी है, वो किसी किसी गांव को दत्तक लेते हैं, गोद लेते हैं, और फिर उस गांव की जिम्मेदारी जो है उस कॉर्पोरेशन की होती है कि गांव में बेसिक नेसेसिटीज, बेसिक फैसिलिटीज, बेसिक डेवलपमेंट, वो सारा उस कॉर्पोरेट को करना होता है. इंडिया में तो कानून भी है, कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर की एक जिम्मेदारी दी गई है कि वो अपनी इनकम का एक पर्टिकुलर परसेंटेज जो है वो उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन में देंगे, और वो कंट्रीब्यूशन जो है वो पर्टिकुलर पर्पसेस के लिए यूज होगा, स्पेशली फॉर टू थिंग्स, वन इज एजुकेशन एंड द अदर इज हेल्थ. इन सर्कमस्टेंसेस में हमारे जो ये फ्रंट लाइन होल्डर्स हैं, जो स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, मैं चाहता हूं कि वो लोग भी अपनी एक ऐसी जिम्मेदारी लें और इंडिया में काउंटर अपना वो खड़ा करें, जिससे कि वो यहाँ के किसी पर्टिकुलर गांव को या किसी पर्टिकुलर मोहल्ले को, किसी समाज को, किसी पर्टिकुलर ग्रुप ऑफ चिल्ड्रन को वो लेके और फिर उनके पूरे डेवलपमेंट की जो है जिम्मेदारी निभाएं. ये कहने में शायद थोड़ा सा अटपटा लग रहा होगा, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि केशव शुक्ला जी से मिलने के बाद मुझे लगा था कि उनके अंदर जो उत्साह है, जो मतलब करने की एक चाह है, वो इन चीजों को बिल्कुल बड़े आराम से पॉसिबल कर सकती है, और वो पॉसिबल होके रहेगा, इसमें मुझे कोई शक नहीं है. लेकिन फिर भी कहीं से शुरुआत होनी है और इसलिए वो शुरुआत यहाँ से हो सकती है. एक दूसरी बड़ी बात, और वो है कि हमारा ब्राह्मण समाज इतने ज्यादा ब्रांचेस, उप ब्रांचेस, सब ब्रांचेस इनमें बटा हुआ है. उन सारे मतभेदों को बुला करके the only recognition should be that he is a Brahmin, he should be eligible for being the member, and not only that, he should be allowed to make his own contribution. पिछली बार जब केशव शुक्ला जी यहाँ थे तो शशिकांत तिवारी जी ने बड़ा क्रॉस सेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी के लोगों को बुलाया था, और मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा था, क्योंकि मुझे तो इन लोगों से मिलने का मौका बहुत कम मिलता था, स्पेशली बिकॉज ऑफ माई जॉब असाइनमेंट. लेकिन बहुत अच्छा था, लोग गांव से भी आए थे और वो अपने अपने फील्ड में जो काम कर रहे थे वो सब केशव शुक्ला जी के सामने बताया गया. हम लोगों को लगा कि शुरुआत अच्छी हो चुकी है, अब सिर्फ ये है कि उस शुरुआत को रुकने नहीं देना है और उसको हमें आगे बढ़ाना है. दोस्तों, जहां तक मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन की बात है, हर आदमी कोई ना कोई तरीके से, कोई ना कोई वजह से, कोई ना किसी मोड से मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकता है. और वो मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन का मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप सिर्फ धन से कर सकते हैं, और इसीलिए हमारे यहाँ तो तन, मन, धन तीनों की इंपॉर्टेंस है. जो चीज आप धन से नहीं कर सकते उसको आप मन लगा के कर सकते हैं, जो आप मन लगा के कर सकते हैं उसके लिए तन की जरूरत है, तो उसको आप इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. और इस तरह से हम अपने ब्रह्म समाज के लिए ग्लोबली उसका भला हो, उसके लिए कुछ आगे का रास्ता बने, इसके लिए हम डेफिनेटली कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकते हैं. दोस्तों, जहां तक मिलने का सवाल है, इसी तरह से हम लोग मिलते रहेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ही जल्दी हम जो अपना टारगेट डिसाइड कर रहे हैं उसको अचीव कर सकेंगे. और मुझे माफ करिएगा कि मुझे काफी लोगों के नाम जो है वो याद नहीं है, या तो मतलब मेरी नॉलेज में इतने नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ, इन दोनों लोगों से तो मुझे मिलने का मौका मिला था. केशव शुक्ला जी भी मिले, शशिकांत तिवारी जी हमारे शहर में हैं तो उनसे मुलाकात होती रहती है, सुभाष तिवारी जी भी मिले थे. तो आप सभी लोगों से मेरा ये नम्र निवेदन है कि मीनिंगफुल कंट्रीब्यूशन की जहां तक बात है, हर आदमी अपने लेवल पे कर सकता है. उसके लिए कोई पर्टिकुलर स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है कि इससे कम वाला कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं माना जाएगा, इससे ऊपर वाला कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं माना जाएगा. हर आदमी अपने लेवल पे एक कंट्रीब्यूशन करे. दोस्तों मैं अपनी तारीफ नहीं करना चाहता, लेकिन मैं ये सिर्फ बताना चाहता हूं आप लोगों को कि मैंने एक जो मन में सोचा है वो ये कि अगर मेरे जुड़ने से, अगर मेरे किसी प्रोग्राम में जाने से, अगर मेरे किसी स्कूल के बच्चों को एड्रेस करने से उनमें से अगर एक बच्चा भी इग्नाइट होता है तो मेरा वहां जाना सार्थक है। और इसीलिए मैं ये कोशिश करता हूं कि एजुकेशन की जब भी बात आए तो सारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस को मेरा स्टैंडिंग ऑफर है, ओपन ऑफर है कि वो कभी भी मुझे बुला सकते हैं। मुझे बच्चों के साथ बहुत अच्छा लगता है और ये चीज मैंने अपने इंट्रोडक्शन में नहीं लिखी है, लेकिन इनफैक्ट आई स्टार्टेड माय करियर बाय टीचिंग फ्रॉम द नर्सरी क्लासेस। वो टाइम था कि जब मैं कोशिश ये करता था कि बच्चों के साथ ज्यादा से ज्यादा मिला जा सके, और भगवान ने ऐसा आशीर्वाद दिया कि मुझे ऐसी पोस्ट दी कि जिसके बाद जो है मैं जब भी किसी प्रोग्राम में जाता हूं तो बड़ा अच्छा लगता है। अभी रिसेंटली मैं स्वामीनारायण का एक मंदिर है बड़ौदा के पास पहुंचा जगह में, वहां पर ऑल इंडिया संस्कृत का सार्थार्थ हुआ। और दोस्तों मुझे जान के बड़ा अच्छा लगा कि भारत में इतनी सारी संस्कृत की कॉलेजेस नहीं, संस्कृत की यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, और वहां पर जो बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं वो सिर्फ संस्कृत में संभाषण कर सकते हैं, संस्कृत में अपने पूरे विचार प्रस्तुत कर सकते हैं और आपस में एक दूसरे से उसके ऊपर शास्त्रार्थ भी कर सकते हैं। बहुत अच्छा लगा उस दिन, और इससे लगा कि हाँ हमारी संस्कृति जो है वो बिल्कुल अमर है, इसमें कोई शक नहीं। और अगर किसी को कोई शक है तो वो जल्दी से जल्दी उसको दूर कर दे, क्योंकि सनातन शब्द का मतलब ये है कि जो चीज कभी मिटने वाली नहीं है। और इतिहास गवाह है इस चीज का कि सनातन धर्म को मिटाने वाले कितने ही आए और कितने ही चले गए, लेकिन सनातन धर्म उसी तरह से चल रहा है, चलता रहेगा, इसका मुझे पूरा विश्वास है। सिर्फ सवाल यह है कि आप अपनी आर्थिक उसको मत सोचिए कि मैं सिर्फ आर्थिक रूप से ही कंट्रीब्यूशन कर सकता हूं, आप किसी भी रूप में कर सकते हैं। मैं तो कहता हूं जैसे मान लीजिए मैं रिटायर हो गया, अभी तो चलिए ठीक है ये एक असाइनमेंट है मेरे पास, वरना उसके बाद भी आई कैन मेक इट अ पॉइंट दैट आई विजिट स्कूल्स, और उन स्कूलों में जाके परमिशन लेके 1 घंटे के लिए 2 घंटे के लिए जिस तरह का क्लास हो उस तरह के क्लास के बच्चों को ये किया जाए। दोस्तों बड़े दुख की बात है कि जब हमारे स्कूल्स के बच्चों के बारे में हम लोग बात करते हैं और नेशनलिज्म के बारे में जब उनसे बात करते हैं तो जो रिस्पॉन्स मिलना चाहिए वो रिस्पॉन्स नहीं मिलता, और उसकी वजह कुछ नहीं है, उसकी वजह सिर्फ ये है कि हमारे करिकुलम में, हमारे सिलेबस में उस चीज को उतनी इंपॉर्टेंस दी नहीं गई। आप लोगों ने शायद नोटिस किया होगा, स्पेशली केशव शुक्ला जी जैसे लोगों ने जो दिल्ली को काफी बार विजिट कर चुके हैं, आप दिल्ली पूरे में घूमिए, स्पेशली लुटियन दिल्ली में, तो सर सारे मुगल एम्परर्स के नाम पे रोड्स हैं, लेकिन राणा प्रताप रोड या शिवाजी रोड या दूसरे ऐसे जो हमारे सेनानी रहे या जिन लोगों ने अपनी कुर्बानी दी, उन लोगों के नाम से रोड आपको नहीं मिलेंगे। भला हो इस गवर्नमेंट का कि जिसके आने के बाद से माइंडसेट बदला है। और कुछ दूसरी एक बात ये करनी है मुझे कि थोड़ा सा हम सभी को जागरूक होना पड़ेगा, इसलिए एक पर्टिकुलर मूवमेंट चल रहा है जो ये चाहता है कि एक पर्टिकुलर धर्म की मेजोरिटी 50% से ऊपर हो जाए, उसके बाद हम पूरे स्टेट को कवर कर सकें और पूरे स्टेट को ग्रैब कर सकें। उसमें से हमें बचना है, उसके लिए जो भी करना होगा हम तैयार हैं, करेंगे, इसमें कोई शक नहीं। लेकिन हाँ, देयर हैज टू बी समबडी टू लीड अस, एंड आई थिंक देयर कैन नॉट बी एनी बेटर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लाइक जीबीसी और बीएसएनए कि जो इस चीज के हम लोगों को लीड कर सकती है। तो दोस्तों मैं ज्यादा बात नहीं करूंगा, ज्यादा आप लोगों का वक्त भी नहीं लूंगा। मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत ही अच्छी शुरुआत है और मैं ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं, और ये भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि आपके प्रयत्न जो हैं वो फ्रूटफुल हों, सक्सेसफुल हों, और हम लोग इसी तरह से आगे मिलते रहें। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत सुंदर त्रिपाठी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। केशव जी।
थैंक यू त्रिपाठी जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको। और ये हम लोगों का सौभाग्य है कि आप आए एज ए कीनोट स्पीकर, और जस्ट इन मीटिंग में हमने और सुभाष जी ने रिक्वेस्ट किया, क्योंकि सुभाष जी वहां पर थे, हमारे एग्जीक्यूटिव वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं जीबीसी के, उसके साथ ही आपने हम लोग हमारे पेटर्नशिप का भी एक्सेप्ट किया, तो बहुत बहुत बधाई हो आपको। हम लोग जो मैगजीन प्रिंट करेंगे तो उसमें सभी इंफॉर्मेशन होंगी, और हर कन्वेंशन के पहले हम लोग प्रिंट करते थे। कोरोना की वजह से इस समय हम लोगों ने उसको कन्वेंशन के बाद कर दिया है, क्योंकि सभी लोग बिजी हो गए और हम समझते हैं कि घर पर काम करने से लोग अधिक बिजी हो गए हैं। तो थैंक यू वेरी मच, और फिर आपसे मुलाकात होगी।
So, शशिकांत जी,
शशिकांत जी बोलेंगे?
हाँ, शशिकांत जी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स
करिए
बोलिए।
थोड़ा।
वोट ऑफ थैंक्स बोल दें।
हाँ, शशिकांत जी
आप अनम्यूट करिए।
अनम्यूट करिए अपने को। अनम्यूट करिए।
अनम्यूट कीजिए शशि जी, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
अरे सुभाष जी, आप उनके बगल में बैठे हैं ना? सुकृत, can you unmute him?
Okay, let me.
Has to unmute himself. I asked him to.
Okay.
ये बता रहे हैं कि अनम्यूट नहीं हो रहा है उनका।
हो जाएगा ना, कहीं तो जहाँ स्पीकर है वहां पर
स्पीकर पे दिखाए, स्पीकर जहाँ दिख रहा है वहां।
अभी तो थे लाइन पे।
कोई बात नहीं, तो आगे पढ़िए आप केशव जी।
ठीक है शशिकांत जी, एंड वी थैंक यू वेरी मच टू त्रिपाठी जी फॉर एन एक्सीलेंट speech and guidelines and guidance, and in future also we'll keep you in our loop, not just as the participants but also we'll keep briefing about our progress, and we need of course support from our counterparts in
Hello.
India like you.
हेलो।
yes,
अब अनम्यूट हुआ।
अच्छा ठीक है, बोल दिए।
हाँ, आदरणीय जस्टिस त्रिपाठी जी, खूब बढ़िया आपने अपनी स्पीच दी। उसके अंदर आपने बताया कैसे हमें करना है, और आपका कंट्रीब्यूशन हमेशा रहेगा। हम इसके लिए आपके आभारी हैं। हम डॉक्टर केशव शुक्ला जी के भी आभारी हैं, उन्होंने हम लोगों को चांस दिया अपने इस मीटिंग के अंदर बोलने का। मैं और अन्य जो लोग हैं सब वहाँ पर बैठे हैं, उन सबका मैं आभारी हूँ, और ऐसे ही हम जुड़ते रहेंगे आपके साथ। नमस्कार, खूब खूब आभार।
Thank you. Next program, very exciting program is
संजय जी जरा ब्रीफ कर दीजिए कि ये प्रोग्राम चलता रहेगा।
हाँ,
या सुकृत ब्रीफ कर दे जैसे भी।
ब्रीफ प्रोग्राम के बारे में ना।
हाँ, प्रोग्राम के बारे में।
हाँ, तो नेक्स्ट प्रोग्राम है योगा, आयुर्वेदा एंड हेल्थ एंड डिजीजेस, led by Dr. Shrikant Mishra ji, Dr. Jashi Vyas, and Dr. Sen Pathak ji. So please, Shrikant ji, take over.
And also for other audiences, this program will continue until.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I know Pathak ji is here, myself, and Jayashree Vyas, is she here?
Jayashree ji is joining, but let me just call her to see.
You call her. Let me start. This has been a pleasure for me to share this particular topic. You all have heard that we are very much involved. Now, before I go, I'd like to introduce to my Bade Bhai Sen Pathak ji, who all of you know. Sen Pathak ji is a graduate of Banaras Hindu University और उन्होंने जूलॉजी से और उसके बाद जेनेटिक्स में वहां से किया। हम उस समय थे, लेकिन हम छोटे थे उस समय, so we worked on him. From there he came to MD Anderson and has been a distinguished professor at MD Anderson in genetics. He done so much stuff from all over the world, not just, his CV is big. I'm not going to go over more detail, but he is a scientist, big time scientist, educator, particularly he cares for the young kids. He also had interest in yoga and Ayurveda as relates to the cancer. Many of you know, MD Anderson is the center of excellence in cancer care globally, all over. People come from every part of the world to MD Anderson. And हमारे भाई साहब जो हैं, he takes care of a lot of people, those who come to MD Anderson, gets their treatment done. Many VIPs come there. But on the whole, he has done a lot of work. And I'm doing it about how can he be able to do on yoga in cancer and health. And the next thing is that yoga and Ayurveda, and he still goes to Banaras Hindu University routinely, like me. And we do a lot of things, collaboration with the people in at BHU, both the Ayurveda College and Medical College. They're all together, Institute of Medical, now it's all India Institute of Medical Sciences. But with this, I like Pathakji to provide us, he wanted short topic, but he can have time. And basic thing is that he's going to talk about yoga and Ayurveda and cancer care. भैया प्रणाम, आप शुरू करें।
सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मां कश्चित् दुर्भाग् भवेत्। मैं हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों में खिचड़ी भाषा में बोलूंगा। सबसे पहले मैं डॉक्टर श्रीकांत भैया को बहुत बहुत प्रणाम करता हूं कि उन्होंने इतना विभत्स मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन दिया। मैं उस लायक नहीं हूं, लेकिन ये स्वयं आयुर्वेदा के आचार्य हैं, इन्होंने डिग्री करी है, मैंने कोई डिग्री नहीं करी है उसमें। इसलिए मैंने इनसे कहा कि अपना टाइम मैं आपको डेडिकेट करता हूं। बट आई विल जस्ट ब्रीफली मेंशन व्हाट आई वांटेड टू दिस प्रोग्राम। योगा इटसेल्फ इज हेल्थ एक्चुअली, और आयुर्वेदा इज द साइंस ऑफ लाइफ। इतना ही मैं बोलूंगा दो चीज के लिए, इससे ज्यादा नहीं बोलूंगा। Now, I want to tell group over here that the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center was the first center in the world where pranayam yoga started to treat cancer patients. It started several years ago, long back. And for that, we got the help from Dr. H.R. Nagendra, who is now Vice Chancellor of S. Vyasas in Bangalore. Not only that, there are trained yoga acharyas. They are employed by MD Anderson Cancer Center, and they are teaching yoga to our cancer patient. और आप सबको मालूम है कि कैंसर पेशेंट को जिनको कीमो दी जाती है, रेडिएशन दिया जाता है, उनका साइड इफेक्ट कितना सीवियर होता है। तो इस चीज को ध्यान में रखकर उनको प्राणायाम एंड योगा कराया जाता है। और ऐसा हुआ कि जिन लोगों को ये कराया गया ड्यूरिंग देयर ट्रीटमेंट, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ काफी इंप्रूव हुई। they were able to tolerate the side effect of chemotherapy, radiation therapy to large extent. और इसके लिए NCI ने, वहाँ अल्टरनेटिव मेडिसिन का डिपार्टमेंट है, उन लोगों ने $4.6 million ग्रांट दिया MD एंडरसन को। First, it started on breast cancer patient. Now it has gone to lung cancer patient, and it is going beyond that. And MD Anderson has a separate department, and my good friend Dr. Lorenzo Cohen, he is in charge of that section. So alternative medicine अब धीरे धीरे इतनी आगे बढ़ रही है। मेरे हाथ में एक अभी राइटअप पड़ा हुआ है, कल ही मेरे को मिला है, मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ। This is written by WHO. WHO, World Health Organization, is organizing some some key points how the training should be given all over the world about Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is coming in limelight. Similarly, yoga and pranayam, you all know that whole world is now celebrating International Day. I just wanted to mention a little bit over here that Baba Ramdev ji and Acharya Balkrishna ji, they have visited MD Anderson 3 times at least. And I had arranged Baba Ramdev's talk in MD Anderson. Now, this point I must mention over here that we had already MOU ready between MD Anderson Cancer Center and Patanjali Peeth to work on yoga and Ayurveda with the help of Ramdev Babaji. Unfortunately, it happened that time when Congress party was in power. So our good friend, and I'm not hesitant to mention this, my good friend, Singh Sahab, Congress leader, he came here for his wife's treatment. And he told our president, John Mendelsohn, that whatever they are doing is no good. And therefore, our president decided, he told me, saying we cannot have MOU signed between Patanjali Peeth and MD Anderson because it is against the government. And that MOU was not signed. So this is very unfortunate, but we are carrying on. We are also carrying on research work on not only homeopathy, also in Ayurvedic medicine, not even homeopathy. Few medicines we have used over here, and the majority of these medicines that we have used, we have found that they are mitogen. They actually induce blood formation in your body. Unlike chemotherapy, when you give to the patient, most of the chemotherapy, it actually kills cancer cells as well as normal cells also. There is no discrimination. But the medicine that is given in Ayurveda and also in homeopathy, it is selectively treating the cancer patient. Now, at this point, I will mention very clearly that for glioblastoma stage 4, there is no medicine in allopathy, absolutely no medicine in allopathy. Our president, John Mendelsohn, our hospital president, he died because of that. Even Joe Biden's son, who is president of America right now, Joe Biden, his son has similar problem and he died with that. But I know at least 4 or 5 survivors of glioblastoma 4 stage who have taken homeopathic medicine and they are surviving. We have written paper on that. If anybody is interested, we will be happy to share with that. So Ayurveda and pranayam and yoga, I'm a student. I cannot teach you anything about this. I do pranayam, anulom bilom, kapalbhati, whatever I could do, I do that. It is very, very beneficial. And my friend, Dr. Mishra ji, who has done enormous amount of research in this field and he holds a degree, he will tell you more the advantage of pranayam and yoga. And we all know that when you do pranayam and yoga, you balance your 3 doshas, vata, pitta, and kapha. There should be balance. And I am so hesitant to talk in front of the master, Dr. Shrikant Mishra, about this subject. And therefore, I will leave the subject to Dr. Shrikant Mishra to talk about that. This is the only thing I just wanted to mention. But I believe very strongly in homeopathy and also in Ayurvedic medicine and yoga and pranayam. And we have started this program in MD Anderson with very solid foundation. And in Houston, already there are many centers organized from India. They are teaching yoga, pranayam. And therefore, the future of pranayam, yoga, and Ayurveda looks very bright. I'm not actually denying that allopathy is not good. They are all science. Ayurveda is also science. Yoga is also science, but they have different kinds of science, and we have to take advantage of all this. One last point I just wanted to mention, that I was participating in a webinar with Nalanda University recently, where Acharya Balkrishna ji was a speaker also. So I mentioned Acharya Balkrishna ji that cancer treatment in India should be Swadeshi. Please mark the word Swadeshi. And he took it in a different way. Some of you might be knowing that there was problem between allopathic doctors and Ayurvedic doctors in India a few years ago. My meaning of Swadeshi is not that. My meaning of Swadeshi is that we Indians are genetically very different from Americans or any other countries. And therefore, my advice is that in India, the cancer patient samples should be taken out and they should make drug against that Indian cancer. And only then it will be very successful. That is my meaning of Swadeshi treatment of cancer. But I'm very happy that institution like MD Anderson is giving good support to alternative medicine, where Ayurveda, Pranayam, and all these things are going on. And hopefully it has a very bright future. This is the only thing I just wanted to mention. And I again express my ignorance about the subject. I'm a high school kid, primary school kids in the subject. My teacher is sitting right there and he will tell you a whole lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patrick ji. You are the great. Tonight we'll continue to be doing. We do this routinely, global Zoom conference for Nalanda and other. But anyway, I'd like now to Jayashree Basji, who is here. Jayashree ji, I've known her for a long time, and Mahesh Bhai is her husband, Mahesh Vyas, and I've known them for. And Jayashree, of course, she's MD. She has a training in plastic surgery and OBGYN, but she has dedicated her life on yoga. She was trained in Patanjali yoga in Haridwar, and she has been teaching to the schools, the different groups at different places about yoga, health and yoga. So she's going to talk about, like yoga, and then I'll come back and talk about Ayurveda and summarize it. Thank you. Shuru kariye.
Namaste. Thank you for this kind introduction. Actually, pretty generous. Thank you for that. Being in a medical science, I thought that if I combine the beautiful two sciences together and bring out the unseen values to the people, because we nowadays tend to believe more things if it's scientifically proven. But certain times in spirituality, these things are not proven. They are usually self-experimented. And then when you have seen that this is self, when you listen to spiritual leaders, when you get some training, when you self-experiment yourself, it makes you a believer out of it. So what I would like to share with you guys today, and it's such a wide subject. What subject should I pick? I was just thinking in my mind, because I like to, it's a huge subject and I like to say a lot of things, but in time constraint, it's not easy for us. As such, yoga itself is so wide. I probably know less than 5%, honestly speaking. But thank you for giving me this opportunity and platform for whatever little I have to share with you guys. So I'm just gonna go from my mind. And I'm thinking the best thing today, I can take a small subject, is on independence, because we are celebrating our independence weekend this weekend. So I thought that would be perhaps the best way to just bring out some few things I would like to share. So we tend to always talk about independence physically. Country's Independence Day is what we are celebrating. Now is the time to go ahead and celebrate our own independence. So what are the things, are we independent or not? So financially, we would be also checking and see if we are independent. Physically, am I not disabled? Am I able to move around? Am I independent? Then sometimes you are also checking for the small other different kinds of independence, which you think like, not the emotional one, but which are not only physical, but not only financial, but dependence on a lot of other small things. But how about if we take care of the emotional independence? So once we decide to take care of that, what comes in our mind? I think few things come in our mind is, am I independent of any situation which arises? Because the same situation is served to many people. But anything happens, suppose in this convention, it's given to all the people who are attending the convention. Is everybody reacting the same? Is our mind independent for that? Are we getting affected? And my happiness changes, my behavior changes. We react to that situation and then we endorse it to say that, oh, okay, that's supposed to be normal in this situation. We do not realize it, that we are reacting to the situation. We are different than the other person who is next door to me. What is she reacting or he is reacting to the same situation given to the mass population? So that's when we realize that, we are not independent of the situation if our mind gets disturbed, especially if we endorse it and then say that the reaction is normal in this situation. If we take second thing, is that, am I independent to the people? If people's behavior is people are, I'm looking at somebody's behavior, is it my way? If the things are not my way, if they are not behaving the way I want them to behave, that means they have power to disturb me. So where is my independence? That I don't have that independence when I'm giving a power to somebody to work on my emotional independence. So then you become a victim of the situation, victim of the people's behavior. And that is also not being independent. And again, the same person may have said the same thing to 5 different people in the presence. Suppose in the family, the situation arises and somebody says, not everybody would feel the same with the sentence or the behavior, what the other person did. So according to that, we know that each person is responsible and accountable for its own reaction. So again, we are not independent if we depend on that. One more thing, what else can we do? We also are dependent on what people speak about us, write about us, what they're gonna think about us, what they're gonna go ahead and publish about us. We have we depend on that. They say that, right? Kya kahenge log, sabse bada rog. Kya kahenge log. So we are also thinking that we are always thinking about what people would say about me, what do I want to. We become people pleaser. We lose our own identity. And the reason we have to lose our own identity is because we are being not only a people pleaser person, but we kind of depend on our happiness onto that, and our behavior changes from people to people. So what happens to the inner, our own true self? Power of the discerning and power to decide, all those powers are there only if you stay true to yourself. So the reason I'm saying is that we are so deep, when we actually look at the parameters of my own independence, and we go through these inner questions, that am I dependent on situation? Am I dependent on the people's behavior? Am I dependent upon what people talk about me? And another thing we are dependent on is that any factor. Is this the factor which object? Suppose I have this television, I have to have a television. I have to have a camera, I have to have a phone with me. If I'm totally disturbed with my gadgets, and that's another reason how we get disturbed. So we are dependent on even on the objects. Now, if you take another factor of this thing is, am I dependent on what I consume? If I eat, I have to have a morning tea. Otherwise, my mind is, I have a splitting headache. Or I have to have this, or I have to have that. Or I cannot go to that restaurant. Or I don't like outside food. Or I don't like inside food. I like to eat this. Or I cannot take Chinese food. Anything, any kind of consumption or anything we do, how subtly we are dependent on that. So when we look at all these parameters of our independence, we want to also make sure how emotionally independent are we. It's beautiful to celebrate our nation's independence. It's beautiful to appreciate all these, our military people, all this, our Sainikos, those who have really given their lives. They've given us all those things. But when we cannot be independent of our own emotions, we will not be able to celebrate the way we want it to be, because we are not in our best status of our mind. And anything is possible. The best achievements can happen with the most stable and very calm mind. And that does not usually come unless we are independent of emotional well-beings. You know, emotional affection affecting us, all the emotions capturing us, keeping us as victim. And if we are not independent, we cannot function towards our best potential. And all those things which we can do, what we want to achieve this, we want to achieve this, we call it a success. The success only happens if you are emotionally independent, and then the achievements are then achieved, because they will be at their best potential. And that's what is going to give us the most happiness. So I would consider this, the independence to be, is our part of being independent. And I consider, now how do I put yoga in this? So there are many tools how we achieve these things. These things are deeply grained. We don't know. There are so many unseen values available. And we do not get to see these things unless we are really being always doing things. So one of the tools is yoga also. Besides a lot of listening, satsangs, talking to people, doing pranayam, doing all these Ayurvedic parameters. I'm sure Mishraji would tell you more. And all those things we have, all those are tools. So one of the tools is yoga and pranayam and meditation. And yoga, pranayam, and meditation, most of you guys know about it. And that's easily available. One thing I would say, that when you are stretching, the difference between the physical exercise and the yoga is at the central level, central nervous system level. It's not just in the muscular level. Because when you hold certain positions longer, and if you connect, yoga means huge means union between mind and body. And so when you are connecting your mind and body, your parasympathetic system, which comes into the play, and that is an autonomic nervous system. We have both, many of you probably are physicians, know about it. Autonomic nervous system is made out of the sympathetic system and parasympathetic system. The flight and fight response is for the emergency situations. And then what we do is that we cannot go ahead and, suddenly there is a fire. We're not gonna think for a second. Your hand will take away and you will not be getting, so your hand is in the fire, you immediately will remove it. That those modes are made for emergencies. But for the daily behaviors, our mode should be in parasympathetic system. And that is what is making you calm. So instead of reacting to the situations, to the behaviors, to the factors or to the objects or to anything, we will be calm, we'll take our time, we'll connect with the divine, and then we will decide. And that parasympathetic system comes into the play during the asanas while you're connecting with the divinity, because you're connecting with the inhalation, exhalation. You are taking your time. And when inhalation, exhalation is a mind-oriented, not just the regular breaths, but instead of breath, if we are just taking the purposeful breath, that's when the mind comes into the play. So then you're connecting the mind and body together. And that becomes the huge that becomes yoga, and that converts into the parasympathetic system, nervous system. And that makes it's a tool for getting our emotional independence. Thank you. And I hope you have any
Thank you, Jeffrey. I've got some to share some screen, and 1 second.
If you have any questions, I'll be happy to take later.
Oh. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Can you get me somehow? Sanjay ji, I'm trying to share the screen, but it's saying host disabled the participant screen sharing.
Sukrit.
Okay.
Sukrit should help you.
Yeah.
Whatever is there.
Sorry. But I hate to.
Is Sukrit there or Ratna?
Sukrit is not there, so only he can give the privileges.
Who is co-host now?
Sukrit.
Oh.
I had told him.
Do we have the file? We can share it.
I don't know whether you have, but I have the power on my.
I'm calling him.
Ratna, could you allow him to share? Is it possible? There is option.
Well, I'm sorry. I should have printed it. I've done something else, but.
मिश्रा जी आपका ऑडियो ब्रेक हो रहा है.
Audio तो.
ठीक है. चलिए.
That's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can.
But the only problem is that I can't. Yeah, share screen.
तो उसको भेज दीजिए, मेल कर दीजिए रत्ना को या संजय जी को.
Well, I don't know whether I could be able to do that. I might get cut out.
Sukrit aa raha hai, Shrikant ji. Sukrit is coming.
Well, I'm sorry. Okay. Let me just go back to Sukrit.
Yeah, Shrikant ji.
You get
now you okay. Now you try it. I have
okay. All right. That's
unblock
good.
the screen. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm okay now.
Thank you.
So can you guys see it?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Okay.
Your
so
slide.
What I will talk more about it. I've got a lot of slides, but I am not going to go to detail. But basically, what is Ayurveda? आयुष वेद इति आयुर्वेद. जो आयु का जो वेद है, जो knowledge है, वह आयुर्वेद है. Based on astronomical records, Ayurveda dates back to 4,000 years before Christ. And how did I get that? Vernal equinox was in constellation of Orion and Gemini, and that's the time, and I got this one from the literature. Is the important thing about Ayurveda is the oldest, now listen here, oldest continuously practiced art of healing, and it dates back to the Chinese, Persian, Greek medicine, of course, modern medicine. Many current medical and surgical disorders were described in Ayurveda. And I'll show you some facts. And it's been accepted by modern medicine. The first rhinoplasty was done by my great guru, Sushruta ji. Okay, and it's in modern medicine, plastic surgery has given that. Lethyrism, which is eating kalai, and you get a spasticity due to that. And what described is called kalai khanja in Ayurveda. Bell's palsy, which is a facial weakness, was described again by Sushruta. It's a system. What is Ayurveda? It's a system of healthcare conceived and developed by the rishis and the natural scientists through the centuries of observation and experiments. So again, there are many things, but I will not go more in detail. Ayurveda comes from Atharva Vedas. There are 4 Vedas, but Atharva Veda is also considered a supplement, and a great deal of basic and clinical information has been provided in Ayurveda. Okay, So in addition to Atharva Veda, there are three other parts. Charak Samhita, which is the medicine, was basically this was medicine. The Sustra Samhita, which is Dhanvantari school, which is from Varanasi. Okay, and Susrut Maharaja, Susruji was the surgeon, and there's a lot of information. I've written it, by the way, and now this stuff is published. If you want to look at, his amputation, rhinoplasty, already I mentioned, and then there are other things over here, which I have, so this is Maharaja Susrut. See, he's performing surgery, and they were given, he was providing a lot of information, and Susrut Maharaj Deodas has given a lot of information. And so coming back to, again, there are a lot of information which I can go on, the time limitation here, but what is the definition of Ayurveda? Hitahitam sukham dukkam ayutasya hitahitam. मन बताता चूते आयुर्वेद वो क्या है जिसमें हित और अहित, सुख और दुख और आयु के बारे में जो भी चीजें दिया गया है वह आयुर्वेद है. That's the definition. आपके हित के लिए अहित के लिए क्या करने का है, and आयुर्वेद इति उच्यते. It's a की definition है. Yoga is a part of Ayurveda, and so do astrology. By the way, the doctors, the Ayurvedists have to be astrologers. And if they see that things are not that great, they don't do too much. And basically, we can talk about, okay. The next thing is, what is the basic principle of Ayurveda? Basically, there are two things. One is non-material particles, which is Atma, consciousness. And the next is material, how your body is. Chitijala pavak gagana samira, panch rachitiya adham samira. तो पांच जो हमारे महाभूत हैं, और वो तो material particles हैं, लेकिन non-material वो है आत्मा है. तो ये काफी डिटेल है इसमें 5 एलिमेंट जैसे बताया आपको, आकाश, ether, air, fire, water, earth, and air, and energy. Pitta जो है वो fire energy, kapha जो है nutritive energy, and Chinese medicine, they have mentioned, they don't have earth, they have a metal. So the Chinese medicine में भी जो दिया गया है. So the main thing is over here, Panch Mahabhut, जो मैंने बताया आपको already, they are basically, we'll talk about, Tridosh, Dhatu, and Malah. And I'll talk about the definition of, what is the definition of Ayurveda? Vat and Ayu mil karke, that becomes, Vayu. Pitta जो है consists of fire and water. आपको जो 5 एलिमेंट मैंने बताया था. Kapha consists of earth and water. Okay, और वहां से जो है दोष और धातु और मल, and I'll tell you a little bit more about. There are 7 dhatus, and I'll talk more about Ras, Rakta, Mans, Medaj, Asti, Majja. This is a part of our body. And so in a second here, these are all different, the excretory systems, Rakta, Majja, bataya already, Malam is sweets. So हम जो आपको बताएंगे आयुर्वेद का मुख्य गोल जो है दो, यह स्वस्थस्य स्वस्थ रक्षणम. Remember the word स्वस्थस्य स्वस्थ रक्षणम. And that's a major contribution of Ayurveda. स्वस्थ वृत्त, which I'll tell you more about it. कैसे खाना है, क्या पीना है, क्या करना है, सब all those stuff, and based on your personality. The next one is आतुरस्य विकार प्रशमनस्य. दूसरा जो है आतुर जो बीमार हैं उनको किस तरह के, चाहे शारीरिक बीमारी हो, मानसिक बीमारी हो, स्पिरिचुअल बीमारी हो, तो किस तरीके से उसको हम दवाई दे सकते हैं, फिजिकल, मेंटल और स्पिरिचुअल. Okay, here is, I want you guys to know a definition of health. WHO की definition जो है, health is defined as a balanced physical, mental and spiritual well-being. कि स्पिरिचुअल नहीं था, वो पहले मेंटल था, बाद में आया, but has been added since then. But look at here, the आयुर्वेद का definition जो है, समदोषः समाग्निश्च समधातु मलक्रियम. Remember that. And I already said about Vata, Pitta, Kapha. These are the doshas. आपको मैंने आप जो है like दोष और धातु बताया, आपको मल के बारे में भी बताया. तो ये क्या है कि जब हम समदोष समाग्निश्च, अग्नि means digestive system as well as हमारे टिश्यूज के सब में एक अग्नि होती है, जैसे कि मांस की मांसाग्नि हो गई. तो वो बैलेंस हो, समदोषा, वत्त पात पित्त और कफ जो है बैलेंस हो, और इसके बाद आपके रस जो दोष जो धातु जो है वो बैलेंस हो. सो आई डोंट हैव atrophy of muscle or I don't have hypertrophy of muscle. So they are balanced. और मलक्रियम, आपको ना डायरिया हो रहा है ना आपको कॉन्स्टिपेशन हो रहा है. You're not tearing too much and you're not sweating too much. So ये सब जो है आप बैलेंस हैं. बात पित्त कफ रस रक्त सभी बैलेंस हैं. इसके बाद मलक्रियम आपकी बैलेंस है. And this is the next part. प्रसन्न आत्मा मन इंद्रियस्य. प्रसन्न आत्मा मन माइंड और इंद्रिया, आपके ज्ञानेंद्रिया और कर्मेंद्रिया बैलेंस हैं. ओके, सो यू डोंट हैव प्रसन्नता, सभी इनकी जो फिजिकल और चीजें जो हैं वो बैलेंस हैं. बाकी जो है आपके प्रसन्न माइंड, this is the thing which is taken in yoga. प्रसन्न आत्मा मन इंद्रियस्य स्वस्थ इति अवधीयते. तो उसको हम स्वस्थ बोलते हैं. ऑलरेडी मैंने बता दिया है ये पार्ट जो है, and like so I'm not going to go into that. So प्रकृति का इम्पोर्टेंट चीज जो है, हम आहारम च विहारम च, आप जो है खाते क्या है, पीते क्या है, और आपका क्या, what is your प्रकृति, आप वाता प्रकृति के हो कि कफा प्रकृति के हो या पित्त प्रकृति के, कोई एक का नहीं होता है. I got slides later on talk about कोई वाता भी होते हैं, कफ का मिक्सचर होता है, और so on so forth. So basically each दोष जो हमारे हैं, जो हमारे शरीर के नॉर्मल हमारा जो है, और they vary about the timings too, by the way, based on natural prakriti. During ritu and where Vata, Pitta or Kapha increases, people develop diseases. So आपको मान लो किसी को बात प्रकृति ज्यादा है और उन्होंने खूब जो है खाया पिया, और उसके बाद फिर जो है they drink किया, खासकर big time alcohol. So what that does, it gets your vata vitiated. आपका बात जो है वो और खराब हो गया, तो आपको हेडेक शुरू हो गया. Headache is the Vata बीमारी. करीब 42 diseases have been described in Ayurveda, neurological disorders. So I have written a paper on that. Okay, so based on this, आपको प्रकृति जो हमारी है, जो भी हो, आप किसी तरीके से जो बताया आहारम च विहारम च, आपने आहार और विहार एक्सरसाइज ये भी कुछ किया, जिससे आपका टिश्यू दोष ने जा करके फिजिकल मेंटल को टिश्यू को जो है डैमेज कर दिया, and you develop disease. So that's the concept that becomes प्रकृति से विकृति हो गया. Now I will not have a lot of time to go over with this, but normally क्या होता है कि आपके stages of life, बच्चे में जो हैं उनको ज्यादा कफ होता है, बच्चों का स्नीज करते हैं, ये करते हैं ज्यादा बच्चे. मिडिल एज में जो है नॉर्मली लोगों को पित्त होता है. जो पित्त पर जिसका है, पित्त पर्सनालिटी उनके है, जब वो उनको और खराब हो जाएगा. और उसके बाद ओल्ड एज में जो है, बुढ़ाई समय में जो है, आपके बात जो है ज्यादा प्रिडोमिनेंट है. सो बेसिकली तो ये तो प्रकृति का हो गया. दूसरा, हम ये गुण जो है, माइंड बॉडी का गुण जो है, सात्विक राजस तामस, ये तो सब जो हैं और आयुर्वेद कैप से मिला करके ये गुण जो है, गुण प्रकृति और ये इन समों को आपको स्वास्थ्य के द बेस्ट बैलेंस, राजस नॉट वेल बैलेंस, तामस आर रियली बैड, एंड सो दोज आर द स्टफ व्हिच यू नीड टू नो। तो 3 दोषा जो मैंने बताया पहले थोड़ा सा, बात, पित्त और कफ, और उसमें जो है पीपल जो उनको महाभूत जो हैं वो बात के कारण से होता है, प्राण और वान उदान या वायु तो आप जानते हैं, देयर आर मेनी डिस्क्राइब। पित्त जो है वो डाइजेस्टिव एनर्जी सिस्टम, कफ जो है ना दिस वन इन एडिशन टू योर पर्सनालिटी, जो कफ आपको जो पल्स जो डायग्नोसिस करते हैं, still truth, and I know the people who have, so kapha, it presents the infrastructure of the body, and there are 5 types of kapha. हम उसके बारे में, प्रकृति, determined factor, it's again it's a genetics, हमारे सेन पाठक जी उसको बताएंगे, the dose dominant the sperms and ovum. तो जैसे कि आप जहां से during the time of conception, यह प्रकृति आपकी बन जाती है पैदाइश के पहले ही, depends on how much the sperm and ovum से क्या आया है, and inhabited in the uterus, the food and regime of the mother during the pregnancy positively and negatively affect the prakriti of the child. So बाता प्रकृति वाले कैसे होते हैं, आप लोग अपने को सोच लो, ये डार्क स्किन वाले होते हैं और thin होते हैं, very talkative or emotionally unstable, okay, uncommon disorder, neurological musculoskeletal disorders and various degenerative disorders, Bata Prakriti. तो आप सोच लो आप कैसे हो, I am part of the Bata Prakriti, I can tell you, okay, and the diet क्या करने का है, people जो हैं उनको they choose food, personal relationship, so basically people जो हैं जिनको बात प्रकृति वालों को जो है मेडिटेशन करना चाहिए, उनको people possible with the calm हो, regular exercise करें और emotionally stable हो. Diet काफी चीजें हैं इसमें, and I can really, what I could do, I can send this like PowerPoint to आप लोगों को भेज देंगे हम, और you can look
Yes,
at
sir.
This
Yes,
one
sir.
I cannot go diet and bata prakriti में क्या खाना चाहिए आपको, added butter and fat, one food चाहिए आपको, salt, sour and sweet taste, और ये सब चीजें जो हैं ये आपकी personality. प्रकृति वाले जो होते हैं medium built होते हैं और ये easily gets aggravated like Italian, okay, so get really upset all the time. Intelligent होते हैं, good memory, हाँ. अच्छा, इसके बाद कॉमन डिसऑर्डर जो हैं, इनको जो है स्किन प्रॉब्लम होते हैं, loss of hair, which is again it's a genetic for us, ulcer and hemorrhoids. The next, what are the diets? Cool, warm, but not streaming hot. पित्त के लिए मैंने बात के लिए बताया था, आपको जो है गर्म लेना चाहिए, इसमें थोड़ा ठंडा लेना चाहिए, take cool food. कफा प्रकृति, they are heavy built, emotionally stable. Remember here. So if I'm going to hire a CEO of my company, I will have a Bata person and a Kapha, a mixture, Prakriti. And common disorders is Kapha, one called diabetes, depression, and obesity. So there are a lot of other चीजें जो हैं कफ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन वालों को जो है वो ओवरवेट होते हैं, तो उनको कम खाना चाहिए. Pungent, bitter, and astringent taste decreases kapha. Black pepper, ginger, cumin, chili, and so on and so forth. Okay, kapha prakriti ki diet, warm, light food should be watch the consumption of too much sweet foods. They shouldn't eat too much sweet foods because वो already मोटे हैं और मोटे हो जाएंगे. तो ये सब आप इसको देखना. So आपको करना क्या है? How can you balance yourself? Various routine charya has been given in the Swasthya Britta, which is one of the Ayurveda major part, which people don't use that, that was the thing which was Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, the founder of Banaras Indian University, जिन्होंने सब लोग जो आयुर्वेद का उन्होंने और मॉडर्न मेडिसिन का मिक्सचर जो आई एम द ट्रेन इन दैट ग्रुप, उनको ये अब इंटीग्रेटिव मेडिसिन तो सब लोगों को है ऑल ओवर नाउ, इट्स अ बिग डील। वो पंडित मदन मोहन मालवीय जी के उसके पहले भी उन्होंने शुरू किया था। तो आपको जो है बेस्ड ऑन योर kapha is more in the morning, pitta is normally more in the noon time, and remember pitta is higher in middle age, vata is more during the night, and also the same thing that's in the like old age. So you need to really talk about what you should do based on your prakriti. Jivancharya, childhood people, they are more cough, adulthood more pitta, old age more vata. So you need to do things which you could be able to control. And there are a lot of other Ritucharya, and I'm not going to go over, there are normally जब गर्मी में, जाड़े में, और इसके बाद हेमंत ऋतु में, इस सब में जो हैं आपके दोष बढ़ते हैं, जो आपके हो। मैंने इसमें काफी, I'll send it to Ritucharya, what you should do, what are the, like basically winter, spring में जो है, और स्प्रिंग में पित्त बढ़ता है, बात जो है वो फॉल विंटर में है, कफ जो है, तो you need to really, according to our way, you need to follow through this. So I'm not going to go over with this, but I will summarize that one later on. Okay, so basically what I said to you, जो आयुर्वेद जो है, आयु का वेद इस आयुर्वेद, और आयुर्वेद को जो है किस तरीके से हम उसको पहले तो जो है खाने का, पीने का, सोने का, बेस्ड ऑन योर प्रकृति, वो बात पित्त कफ जो है से देखते हैं। देखिए ये जो है ये पहले तो बात हो गया, ये पित्त हो गया, और ये कफ हो गया। They are like this, and you can be able to feel that, okay, based on your knowledge, which time, like अभी तो दोपहर होने वाला करीब करीब, तो आप लोगों की पित्त की नाड़ी जो है वो थोड़ा ज्यादा होएगी। तो so basic thing, the treatment of principle, स्वस्थ व्रत, personal hygiene, रसायन and बाजीकरण, रसायन means herbal compounds, the treatment of principle, rejuvenating, मध्य रसायन दिया हुआ है, I have written a paper on that. काम्य रसायन, beauty, शारीरिक रसायन, physical body, which you should use, not just only treatment. So pathogenesis मैंने already बता दिया कि खाना पीने से आहार विहार से बीमारी हो गई आपको, और pulse diagnosis, tongue diagnosis, facial diagnosis, ये सब करते थे, वैद्य लोग अभी भी करते हैं। और इसके बाद नाड़ी परीक्षा का थोड़ा बता दिया आपको हम, Prakriti analysis is very important, and we always do. And then in different Prakriti आपको बताया, regime of Vata Prakriti, ये सब मैंने already बता दिया है. So basic thing is the स्वस्थ वृत्ति, और principle of treatment, preventive, स्वस्थ लक्षण। remember पहला मैंने आपको बताया था, आयुर्वेद का पहला गुण जो है स्वस्थ लक्षणम, अपने स्वस्थ को रक्षण करना, और दूसरा आतुरस्य विकार प्रशमन च। If not, don't jump up there and say, hey, I'm giving you aspirin, I'm giving you injection, and that's one of the things. So there are a lot of preventive medicine, curative medicine has been described. Diet is very important. Cleansing therapy, that's a panchakarma, which has been, like given some, so panchakarma, I'm not going to go over that. So back again, I'm summarizing here, and I know I've gone into a lot of things, but I will send this, I will donate these slides to you all, so you can be able to, St. Patrick already has that, I know that. It's the oldest.
No, I need more.
Okay, Ayurveda is the, remember here, I want you guys to know, Ayurveda is आयु का वेद है, वो आयुर्वेद है, जो आपको बताया था, हिता हितम सुखम दुखम अर्थस हिता हित, जो हित और अहित के लिए शरीर के बारे में जहां लिखा गया है वह आयुर्वेद है। आयुर्वेद is the oldest continuously practiced healthcare discipline in the world. is based on strong, comprehensive, basic, and applied principles, which are not followed well, by the way, in Ayurvedic institution too. The holistic concept and strong emphasis on prevention is major contribution to the world. With this, I'm going to stop and thank you. I'm going to, let me get it out here. Okay. Uh-oh, what did I do? Okay, let me get it here. Oh, okay. So I can't, can I turn this one down? No, again.
Sukrit can stop share screen.
That's fine. So I am done, and I like, like still I have a few more minutes to talk to. Anybody has any question for Sen Bhaiya, or anybody could have question for Jayashree. Sen Pathakji, question.
I have two things. First, I want to request you to send these slides again.
Okay.
They are very useful if you could.
I will.
The second point I want to mention is our diet is very, very important. We have some study right now in individuals who have born with mutations that are very well known pathogenic mutations like BRCA1, BRCA2, and blah, blah, blah. And in the same family, those brothers that are adding their diet like meat and cigarette and all kinds of alcoholic drink, one brother is dead, one brother is dying right now. It is in California, unfortunately. The other brother is in Houston, and he leads a sattvic life. He has all those mutations, pathogenic mutations that his brothers have. And I have two other families I have studied. It appears that if you may be able to bypass the deleterious effect of pathogenic mutations, if you lead a sattvic life.
No, this
That's
is
all.
very good. See, the whole important thing right now, I have, like been involved in the term which I use is called integrative medicine. Okay,
Yeah.
used to be called alternative. First of all, alternative, it was called alternative medicine. And then that becomes a kind of, many other organizations came in and said, no, it's a bad term. Okay, then it become, comprehensive. Then right now, the major definition which we use is called integrative medicine. Integrative medicine, and the term is that if somebody is having heart attack, truly, I would not consider going to the Vaidya at that time. If somebody has a rheumatological problem, have a joint problem, arthritis, Ayurveda has great to offer there, including oleation, panchakarma, etc., can be of some help. There are GI situations, GI problems where Ayurveda medicine, Ayurvedic drugs can be able to help you. So this is a kind of a comprehensive, and we have worked on it many years. We did have a center for excellence at USC. The things have really, because the dean changes in our place, the vice president changes, they kind of, I don't think we need to, but I'm still involved in that. But I have big time research projects on both areas. I believe in like cancer, like we have a lot of patients with, with NCI. I was involved in their committee, and we still do NIHK, National Center for Complementary Alternative Medicine, which we started in 1985 with 5 million. Now it's close to $250 million, and we're involved in that. So there is utility, but utilizing, the various, there are like 20, including acupuncture, Ayurveda, yoga, meditation, so many other stuff. Yeah. And there is a need for doing a great research, and we're doing it, and we need all of you guys' help. We can say the BSNA Center for Integrative Medicine. Think about it. Okay, Jayashree, you need to think about it. Get some money.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm kidding you. Jayashree has 4 children. They're all doctors, and they're all my students. at one time.
Wonderful.
True,
Wonderful.
very true. मिश्रा जी के blessings से वो सब अच्छे हैं. Thank you.
Good, very good.
Sanjay ji, Shukla ji, any question anybody has for anybody?
Let me say my comment. In this panel discussion, I would say 75-80% is from Banaras Hindu University, and the blessings of Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. Okay. Now Sanjay ji has joined in the highlights, so I would say it is going to be 90%. So thank you, and it was a wonderful presentation. Of course, a lot of
yes, that is actually, very, very helpful presentation, especially in the light of COVID. Everybody sitting home doing, less exercise, I suppose. But now things are getting better. But this ahar vihar, khana pina, this really is important. So thank you, Shrikant ji, Jasri Vyas ji, and Dr. Pathak ji for enlightening us. Now we will move on to the next session on youth panel led by Nitin. And who else? I think, let me see. So we have a very exciting youth panel here.
I'm adding everybody on, just hold on.
Okay. Neha Sharma, Vidha Dikshit, Rahul Pandey, Viraj Mishra, Aniruddha Sharma, and Sonal Tiwari from India. So let's, that's what we are looking for, encourage our youths to come forward and engage themselves.
Just hold on a sec.
Let me know when you're all ready to go.
Sure, hold on. Let me just get everybody.
पाठक जी, नूपुर है वहां पे?
अब हम बता नहीं सकते, हमारे पास तो नहीं है नूपुर भाई.
हाँ, आगे. This is Vidha Dikshit. You can add.
वो लड़की कहीं कहाँ है भगवान? ये देखिए दिखाई दे रही है.
आगे.
नाना को भूल गई है अपने.
मैं आपके सामने हूँ नाना.
Yes, but on picture, not in actual, in physically. I'm very proud of you.
I'll add.
Nipur.
Is Neha Sharma there?
No, I don't see.
So if Viraj Mishra can turn on his video. And also Sonal Tiwari, if she can speak or turn on her video. I don't see her on right now.
I don't see here.
Hello, Auntie, I am on.
Oh, okay, good. So
are you there? Okay, what's your name?
I'm Sonal Tiwari.
Okay, Sonal, I don't see your name. Sonal?
Oh, it's written guess. I wonder why.
I see. Okay. Hold on a second. Thank you. Yeah, got it. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Maybe you can start ahead. I will rename you.
Everybody we have except
Ratna ji, Anirudh.
Who else is it?
Ratna ji, Aniruddha Sharma is also online.
Okay, hold on. Sharma.
Yeah, I'm already added.
Yeah, he's
okay.
He's
all right. I think we're just missing Neha Sharma, but maybe we can start without her.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just messaged her, she might join. So okay, just let's start.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Well, hi everybody. My name is Nitin Chatlani. I will be moderating this discussion for today. A little bit about myself, born and raised here in San Diego, California. I'm 18 years old. I just graduated from high school down in Encinitas. I will be going into computer science as my major at SDSU locally here in San Diego. And in my free time, I do enjoy like consumer technology and stuff like that, as well as swimming, cycling, and other outdoor activities. So we're going to go ahead and introduce ourselves first, and then we'll get into our discussion. And if there's time at the end, we're going to open it up to the floor and see if there's any questions from our audience. But yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and popcorn it over to Sonal.
Hi everyone, Namaste, Pranam. I'm Sonal. I'm Mr. Subhash Tiwariji's and Priyamada Tiwariji's daughter. And I live in Delhi. As of now, I'm working with my father in his business. My background is I've done my computer science engineering from India, and then I did my master's in information management from Syracuse University and was working with PwC in New York City. And then made a plan and thought that it's better that I come back to my country and serve. So that's what I've been doing. Thank you so much. Next, I think Vidha Dixit.
Thanks, Sonal. Hi, everyone. My name is Vidha Dixit. I'm very happy to be here. As some of you may have heard, Dr. Senthashik is my grandfather, so he told me about this organization. I grew up in Houston, Texas, and received my undergrad from University of Houston in business degrees. Just recently completed my MBA in carbon management and greenhouse gas accounting. And I currently work as a sustainability consultant, so helping companies drive down their greenhouse gas emissions. I'm very excited to be here. I used to participate in a lot of activities in the Houston Hindu and Greater Indian community. And most recently, I'm pursuing my 200-hour yoga teaching certificate. So thank you for having me. I will popcorn it over to Rahul.
Hey, everyone. I'm Rahul. I grew up in Michigan. So I was pretty involved in the Detroit area chapter for BSNA, along with a couple other folks on the call. But I live in California now. I live in the Bay Area. I went to Stanford for undergrad and graduate school, like master's degree. I did computer science, and I've been working in tech since I graduated. I won't say my age, but I just turned into a new decade. I started a new decade, so I'll let you all guess which decade I started. And I'm currently working on a startup. So a startup about helping software engineers based on my own experience. So happy to share more about that later. But I will popcorn it over to Anirudh.
Hey guys, my name is Anirudh Sharma. I am 23 years old, and yeah, I am also from the Michigan area. I recently started working, starting last year, at the General Motors. I got my degree from the University of Michigan in industrial engineering. And yeah, I'm currently working with the data analytics team for electric vehicles right now at GM. And yeah, in my free time, I love watching sports and stuff, and like mainly basketball and football. And yeah, I guess I can popcorn it over to Viraj.
I'm Viraj. I'm 23 years old. I completed my degrees in computer engineering and electrical engineering from Kettering University in Flint, Michigan. Currently, I'm working under Allegis Group as an embedded software engineer. I live in Troy, in Michigan, so I participated quite a bit in all the BSNA events around here, and as well as volunteering opportunities when I get them. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for your introductions. I think that was everyone, right?
I think Neha is online now as well.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, Neha.
Yeah, I joined right on the dot. Hi everyone, my name is Neha. I live here in Brooklyn, New York, born and raised in New Jersey. My mom is involved with the BSNA, and we're close friends with Pandey Uncle, Sanjay Uncle, who I've known him as. And my background is in health sciences. I had my start in a very traditional medical clinical space, and then kind of transitioned into health policy from there. So I worked in consulting, working on policy reform, and then from there moved into the mindfulness. Oh, it looks like somebody's off mute. Perfect. Great. So then I moved into a new chapter of my life after my consulting role, where I focused on mindfulness. I did over 900 hours of yoga teacher training, as well as mindfulness and meditation. And then I focused on building my own wellness consultancy for about 4.5 years to 5 years, focused on bringing kind of the Western modalities of healthcare fused with the Eastern modalities of care. So bringing that to, corporations as well. So focus on corporate wellness and mindfulness in the workplace, and helping employees just have better work-life balance. And so now, most recently, I work at a SaaS startup called Thrive Global, which is focused on this topic in itself around thriving in the workplace, living a well-balanced life. And this is something I'm really passionate about. I have my bachelor's of science in health sciences from Northeastern University in Boston, where I studied and worked for some time. And yeah, really excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Awesome, thank you guys. So I want to start out just by saying it looks like we have a lot of yogis in the building. I know there's plenty of uncles and aunties here who love yoga, and now we've got a couple of our youth members too. But let's start out I want to start out at the high school track and then sort of move up from there, like regarding kind of how you guys have grown into the positions that you're in now. Because I know there are a lot of, elementary, middle, high school age kids that are really active in the BSNA community. So just for them, I want to sort of give them a look into what they should be pursuing during these earlier years, to try to help them get on track for, college, undergrad degrees after that, et cetera. So is there anybody who kind of wants to talk a little bit about their high school experience and things that they did which help push them towards the career paths that they're in right now? Feel free to just unmute whomever.
Sure, I can give an example. So for me, I wasn't really sure where I wanted to be initially at the start of high school. And what pushed me into like engineering and where I am now would be my high school robotics team. So that was something that I kind of joined like on a whim just to try it out. And I feel like that sort of exposure to the engineering world really pushed me towards where I am now. So that was a great experience.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm a fellow high school robotics member myself. I've been doing it the past 4 years. Is there anybody else who participated in like cool clubs or things like that during high school that sort of brought them to where they are?
I can share a little bit. So I grew up, my mom's a dancer, and I grew up basically living a very kinesthetic life, from dancing to sports, athletics, all kinds of activities. I was never a still child. I kept my parents pretty busy. So I just found so much joy in that. And Carl Jung says something, he's a very famous psychologist, for those who are unfamiliar, but Carl Jung says, connect back to what brought you joy as a child. And if you can connect back to that, that's your, that's a key element of your purpose. I won't say it's everything, but there's truth to that. And so, now where I am in my late 20s, I think that has held true forever, in my life, where moving, staying active, staying connected with my body has been my source of joy. And that kind of has found its way into my career as well, and into the space of wellness. But I also always had a really keen interest in understanding the human brain. I wanted to, when I was 11 years old, I wanted to hold a human brain, and I would think about how cool that would be. And so now in my career, it's not quite that. I'm not doing brain surgery, but I am kind of looking into what is beyond the gray matter. What are the things that drive us to do what we do? What causes behavioral change? What causes decision making? And why do we do what we do? And so that's held true to today as well. So that's a little bit about my inspiration.
That's awesome. I really like that, just making sure that the things that bring you joy are the things that you bring into your professional workspace. I think that's a really important note for everybody here, just to make sure that when you do choose your career pathway, it's something that you enjoy, not just something that you are either, forced into or something you don't really like. just that your motivation's in the right spot. Does anybody else want to share on this topic before we move on a little?
I can add one quick thing. I like what Neha said about bringing joy, like finding something that brings you joy. Another angle to it as well, which I don't think is conflicting, but like maybe a different perspective, is like, especially when you're in high school or college as well, I think it's actually good to find out things that make you uncomfortable and seek those out. Like try and, like in high school, I feel like for the first couple years of high school, I basically blindly copied my brother or my siblings ahead of me. So I did math club, I did science Olympiad, I did all these like classic things. I was comfortable. And then later on, I started doing other things. I did track and field in my senior year. I started being more active, socially, which is not really professional, but just like doing things I had never done before. And I feel like I was actually uncomfortable for a lot of that. But I also learned, if you're not uncomfortable, I feel like you're actually maybe limiting your growth a little bit. And so especially when you're younger, like middle school, high school, first couple years of college, it's worthwhile to figure out how can you get involved in something that kind of pushes you in a way that you might not expect or you don't predict.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just trying out different things. It doesn't matter if it makes you a little bit uncomfortable, but that's kind of how we continue to grow in that uncomfort. Cool. Anybody else? Okay, well then let's move on. So we've got done with our high school portion. And now I want you guys to kind of take me through your college experiences and how those sort of differed from what you were used to in high school. I know that's a really big shift. And so I want you guys to tell me a little bit how that was different for you. Maybe there was a little bit of a culture shock and how you guys sort of maintain balance between all of that stuff. But yeah, whomever wants to start, go ahead.
So I think I can talk a bit about this. So personally, I went to high school here in Rochester, Michigan, and I'll say this place is a little bit more, I would say, I know people that are from areas with a little more competition during their high school times. But personally, during high school, I think I was kind of taking it a little too easy at points. I was able to do well in school without honestly that much effort going from my end. And when I went to college, that was an immediate shift for me as definitely there. So yeah, like because everyone there was basically like me in high school. So if they were the best of the best were there, in that case, I did definitely struggle when I came into college, and I was unsure at points when I actually switched majors twice while I was in college regarding that too, because I was unsure what my real path would be over there. So yeah, it was definitely a big change when I got to college. Some changes that I remember really did help me though, is again, talking to other people that are in different departments. Again, seeing what other majors maybe could interest me. Looking into, like Neha mentioned earlier, do what you like when you're younger. I noticed I could like analyze data when I was doing fantasy football. Just like I analyzed data for hours in my free time, just for no reason, right? So okay, maybe I should go more into some the more data analysis side. I got a minor in stats because of that. And yeah, things like that did slowly start to interest me more. And yeah, again, to balance my life, again, I did start working out a bit more, for example, when I got to college. That definitely gave me a little bit more self-confidence. That definitely helped me a lot more. And yeah, I'm happy where I am right now because of all of that. So it is definitely a change when you get into college. You should definitely try to be able to adjust and realize that, yeah, it's going to get tougher. You need to put effort into it. But again, start maintaining more balance in your life in order to achieve that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know there's a lot of our youth members who are in, smaller communities like that where, they are top of their class. But the important thing to understand is when you get into a college that's of high prestige, everybody else there is at the same spot as you because they all made it to that same place.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's a really important note. Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll echo, and you definitely agree with what he was saying. The biggest shift for me when you go from a K through 12 to a higher ed environment is, and then again towards being like a graduated adult, is now you are in charge of your routine, your lifestyle, and your habits. Whereas for so long, your routine, your schedule has been dictated by going to school, what your parents are saying, where you live, and you've kind of been that's how your life has been routine for some time. A really important thing that I like to tell folks who are new to college, my cousin was just here, she's starting next week, is make sure you're building out routines and habits that will benefit you and that will help you in the classes that you're taking. If you like to be active, just as Neha mentioned earlier, and Anirudh mentioned earlier, I was on a fun run team, so I totally agree that it's important to have a level of activity in your day-to-day life. Make scheduling time even to reconnect with your family, because especially if you're living somewhere else, you may not talk to your parents every single day, and that's okay, but it's also important to remember, hey, let me call my grandpa, let me call my mom, let me call my brother, siblings, etc., and maintain that connection, especially if you're in a distant location from them. I am a big believer in getting all of your sleep. So I think that can really also impact how you're doing in school, how you're doing outside of school with social interaction. So a book that I always tell folks is really helpful is Atomic Habits. And it really helps you build out good routines, good habits, understand how your brain works, and then how to use that activity throughout the day to do your best in these various activities, schools, groups, or classes that you're in.
Yeah, definitely. Routine is so important in your day-to-day lifestyle, especially when, you just come into a college and you have all that power and control over your own schedule. It's hard to keep that discipline. But yeah, that's a really important message. Is there anybody else who'd like to share on this one?
I can jump in again unless someone else would like to go who hasn't spoken. Okay. So for me, my approach was always to be going against the grain. So I couldn't wait to get out of high school. I mean, I enjoyed high school. I had lots of friends, lots of activities that I was involved in, but I was so ready for change. And I knew that, like what Rahul said, I wanted to be uncomfortable. I wanted to be outside of my comfort zone because that's where I knew I was going to grow the most. I didn't want to be around the people that I knew my whole life, and I didn't want to be in the same town. I didn't want to even be in the same state. And that's not because I didn't love it. It's because I was ready for something new, because I wanted to put myself in a new environment, see if I could adapt new habits and cultivate a new lifestyle in a new environment. As a way to test my resilience and test my ability and agility to engage in new ways with the world around me. And so I think that's another thing that was always in the back of my mind when I was growing up. I was like, I can't wait to, go out and see the world. And I think that still holds true today. Anytime I feel like I'm getting too comfortable, I try to find a way to shake things up and evolve and make myself feel a little bit uncomfortable by trying something new. So I think keep that curiosity and operate from a place of I would say non-judgment and compassion for yourself when you are in a new environment. And understand that even though you have all these goals, maybe to eat really well or to go to the gym every day and get 8 to 9 hours of sleep, which is amazing if you can do that every night. You have these goals for yourself, and of course, yes, work towards them. You want to do a master's degree, etc. Work towards them, but don't be hard on yourself to the point where you're actually hindering your ability to actually cultivate those habits in a sustainable way. And 2, don't compare yourself to anyone but yourself. So those are kind of the two takeaways that I've learned through that transition from a very structured K through 12 environment where everyone kind of has the same environment, same outlook, and then moving into other stages of life where you meet a lot of new and different people.
Yeah, for sure. I really, really like that. The idea of sort of self-forgiveness in case things don't go exactly your way, just a little bit of compassion towards yourself. A lot of times that's all you need for that little extra boost to get you where you want to go. Now shifting the conversation a little bit towards our audience that is not our youth members, I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about maybe how your college experiences differed from those of your parents, your grandparents, and things like that, just to get a little bit of perspective in the room. So maybe if any of you guys want to talk about like stories your parents have told you about college, or maybe how they got into college and stuff like that compared to how you guys did those sorts of things. because I know a lot of that stuff has changed. And I think it's really important for, a lot of the adults to know how things have differed.
I can chat a little bit here in discussions that I have with my grandfather or my parents. There is a lot more emphasis in, I don't want to say my age group because I'm older than folks in college now, but those who are entering school and my generation as well, a lot of emphasis on the extracurricular activities and the emphasis to join organizations to, as folks have mentioned here, get out of your comfort zone. And although, of course, academics is important, that's why we're there, it's top of mind, you need to do well, get the grades and obtain the degree that you're working so hard for and have invested a lot of money in. But there's just as equal, stake put into those extracurricular activities and how individuals in our age group are able to balance both academic rigor and those other activities that we participate in. So I think that's definitely one thing that I've noticed is, in conversations with those of prior generations, there was a lot more focus on academics versus extracurriculars.
Yeah, definitely. I know throughout my time in high school, which was literally 3 months ago, there's definitely a lot of emphasis on extracurriculars and stuff like that. Along with being a student, like a high achieving student, you need to be able to balance all that stuff. Did I see someone raise a hand? Was there a question?
No, Nitin, I think it was a mistake.
Okay.
I think Prasun Tripathi was there. Who raised the question? Prasunji.
I think he has.
He's gone. Okay.
He's gone. Yeah.
Okay, good. No, he's there. Okay, good.
No, it is me, Sen Katak. Am I allowed to ask questions?
Yeah, go for it. We're gonna have some time towards the end for questions, but if you have one right now, that's totally okay.
No, when time comes in, please tell me. I just want to make a couple of comments.
Sure, sounds good. Okay, cool. Does
Should I do
anybody else want to sort of
Good.
touch on how those experiences differed from our parents and previous generations? Oh yeah, good comment. You can also add your questions in the chat and then we'll answer those towards the end. Okay, cool. Then we'll just move on. So you guys all come from, well, mainly 2 different backgrounds. So we have sort of a health and wellness focus, and then more of an engineering, software, science-y focus. And where those 2 kind of meet is in wellness in your jobs. So can those of you who work in the tech field tell me a little bit how you maintain wellness in your jobs and if your workplaces provide anything to assist you with that and stuff like that, just to make sure that you kind of maintain those habits. And then for my health and wellness folks, can you tell me a little bit how you do those things in your day-to-day as opposed to someone in the tech field? We can start out with our tech people if you want to tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I can start. So yeah, I mean, being in tech as a software engineer, I mean, my whole job is sitting in front of a computer and typing into the computer, right? And so it's easy to be very sedentary and not do much. And so a couple things. One is I feel like having a social group, which keeps you accountable, which the default way of hanging out is something physical. I think that's really important because I think, at least for me, just going on a run or something on my own doesn't do it for me. Like it's hard to get myself out of bed and go running. And so for me, I have a pickleball group. So pickleball is the next great sport of the country. You also check it out. But I have a pickleball group. Every couple of days, I go hang out with my pickleball crew. And it's a very natural way to run around a bit and have some activity. And making that a habit is really important. And then, excuse me. And then I think also the default way you operate should also be healthy. I just got a standing desk actually. And then your ergonomic setup is really important because if you're going to spend 10 hours a day on your computer, that you want to make sure your keyboard, your seat, your posture is all set up correctly. Otherwise, I mean, it can lead to a lot of lasting damage. So just things like that, like your normal setup and also having some sort of accountability group, I think is really important.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Viraj?
I would like to say that as my experience, you must have heard that I'm actually from India. I've studied and done everything engineering, undergrad from here. For my master's, I was in the US. And while I was working with PwC in New York, it used to be very hectic. I remember that, like I used to, like my day used to start with opening my laptop and I used to shut it around 8:30 p.m. at night. So by the time I didn't have the strength or even the stamina to, hit the gym. So there was this hot yoga class and I used to go there for 1.5 hours. And, like it used to de-stress me and I used to take shower there itself and, have a smoothie back home and take a sleep. So I used to be like, my body used to become perfect. Otherwise, I would used to have like shoulder pain, neck pain, back pain. So that really helped me in that way. Now that I've moved to India and I'm working with my father, so I'm the managing director. So I manage everything. I even meet clients. So it's like super, super hectic for me. So I make sure that when I start my day, it's with, with my body. So 6 o'clock, I go to CrossFit for 1 hour, 1.5 hours. And then the day becomes so busy that by the time it's like in the evening, I'm totally, like done for the day. So that I don't have the stamina, the strength to even do it, in the evening. So that has really helped me. And I feel that I had gained weight pretty much when I returned from the US, because I started having Indian food and, home cooked food. But now I've really realized that that was a mistake that I did. We need to be pretty healthy and keep ourselves fit. And if that is there, then you will even have a good social life. You will be more active while you're working. So that has really helped me.
Awesome. Yeah, a lot of exercise is what I'm hearing, just to get the endorphins going and stuff like that. Viraj, did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, I just wanted to agree with what's been said so far. Being also from a software engineering standpoint, 90%, well, maybe even 100% of my work is just on my computer. So it's a lot of sitting down. And to combat that, I try to get up on purpose. Back before COVID, when I used to work in the office, it was a 2-floor office. So they had like water, coffee stations upstairs and downstairs, and I used to work on the 2nd floor. So simple things like rather than going to the upstairs station, I would go to the downstairs station. So I got more steps in, I had to walk up and downstairs. And then also like with your coworkers around you, if they need to go get water, even if I don't need more, I just join them just to get into like a routine of even small amounts of activity over, multiple times adds up to a good amount. And I kind of missed that coming back home for, post COVID. So that's just something that I wanted to like bring up, that like, when we talk about activities, it doesn't have to be, 2-hour long activities, right? It can be small 5-minute walking down the stairs to get water activities too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Go ahead.
I was just gonna echo some of what was just said. I kind of work somewhere between both fields. I work at a tech company, it's a SaaS company, and our focus is wellness, beating the burnout epidemic, integrating wellness into the workday. And so this whole idea, I would say I've already kind of adapted this long before joining the company. That's kind of why I'm here. But you have to prioritize what works for you. What works for you doesn't always work for the other person. I would say for some people, they can do, 5 a.m. runs. For some people, they need to wind down with yoga or whatever it might be. And so pick and choose, explore, be open to different things, and create your own structure. And your structure doesn't have to be consistent every single day, as long as you are doing physical activity every day. I work at, part-time, I teach at a climbing gym right in my neighborhood here in Greenpoint. And it's great. A lot of us have hybrid working models now. So maybe you work in an office, maybe you're fully remote, but step out of your apartment, like work somewhere different, work at a coffee shop. I like to work at my climbing gym. I teach classes there. I can take classes during the workday sometimes if it allows. And if you can't do that, set a timer on your phone to get up every 30 minutes. Look away from the screen. I think our eyes are all going to get really, really bad, worse as we all get older, especially our generation. I can't even imagine those who are growing up with iPads, you know, as babies, which is a whole other topic. But you have to step away. You have to go for walks. You need fresh air. I cannot stress that enough. Water, stretch breaks, walks. If you can't get that full, you know, my sweet spot is a 2-hour yoga class. Like I don't even want less than that. Unfortunately, the class that I teach has to be 1 hour. But again, just to go back, you have to find what works for you, and what works for you now might not be what worked for you a year ago or 2 years ago. So be okay with that. I think that's one of the hardest things is we start saying, oh, well, I used to be able to lift this much weight, or I used to be able to get into this pose so easily, or I used to be this many pounds and now I gained 2 pounds. And we have that negative self-talk. And so while, as I said before, it's good to have goals and it's good to say, oh, I want to be really fit, I want to accomplish this, you know, take small micro steps to achieve that, and give yourself the grace of patience and compassion, so that in itself is going to be your motivator. I think tough love is something, I will say, maybe I'm generalizing, but it's very, very embedded in our culture in many ways. And I think sometimes it backfires and we start to adapt some of those limiting self-beliefs and negative self-talks and monologues and dialogues with ourselves. And so I cannot emphasize that enough. But that's kind of what I like to do. And again, setting a timer, you know, every 30 minutes, every 1 hour, make sure you're not going back to back to back to back on Zoom calls, and giving yourself space.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for me, I like to just carve out like 45 minutes of my day, an hour of my day. And I either just go for a swim or do like a spin class or stuff like that, just to make sure that I'm making some time for me in the day when things are busy. Is there anybody else who kind of wants to talk about that balance that you have?
Yeah, I'll add, and Nitin, you and May have both mentioned it, but it's something that I definitely want to emphasize to all ages is oftentimes, especially living in the United States, we move from one box, our room, to the next box, our office, to the third box, a gym. And it's extremely important to go outside. If you have the ability to go outside, if you have the ability to stand on grass, look at the trees, just feel the wind on you. It is a very grounding exercise, and particularly for individuals who are following Sanatana Dharma, to understand how nature is so strong and powerful around us, it's critical. And I know if there are moments where I'm feeling overwhelmed from work, stress, family, etc., being able to go outside and take a few deep breaths and remember that there is something much bigger in this world than myself and my activities is very helpful, very grounding, and something that everyone can do for just a couple minutes a day.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing a bunch of questions in the chat, so let's go ahead and address those real quick, because we are coming up on time. I think we're scheduled to end at 11:30. So I think now would be a perfect time to get some questions in. So let's check out the chat real quick. Okay, so it looks like we've got one. Would like to ask all my young friends whether they are still connected with their Indian friends and relatives living in India, and how often do you talk to them? Anybody want to start out with that one?
Sure, I can go ahead. I want to say that I'm actually very connected. I like to talk to them. We try to talk, with not just cousins but like older family as well, like my uncles and aunts. We usually talk every weekend. So we have like a set plan set, every Sunday at this time we would have a call with them. And it's really nice. I actually enjoy that quite a bit. And recently with Rakhi, my cousins from India, they all mailed their Rakhis from India to here. and we put them on, and so we still maintain that like cultural bond, even though we're far away. So that's just my experience. I just wanted to provide that.
That's awesome. Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, mine is actually quite different from Viraj. I grew up in the US, and growing up, my family didn't have a lot of money to travel back to India. So my only interactions with my cousins or family was through like Facebook or WhatsApp. And although that's a way to stay connected, I did not have the bond of my family in India. I knew they were there. I knew they were important. Obviously, I loved them. I was very lucky to be able to finally go back after 20 years this year. And now that I have met individuals, interacted with them, felt the love in person, ate awesome food with my family, I, like Viraj said, have started maintaining kind of regular communication with different cousins, aunts, uncles, and it has been really important. But I want folks to know that it's okay if you haven't had that connection for a very long time to make the effort and then rebuild it, because it's always there. And so I feel lucky that I now have, or I'm working towards a connection that Viraj has already established. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, me personally, I only talk to my family in India like once in a blue moon whenever they give my mom a WhatsApp call or whatnot. It's like, oh, hi, you remember Nathan? Oh, look how tall he is, you know, stuff like that. I'm sure you guys know the vibe, but I still keep in touch with my grandparents there in Canada and stuff like that. But aside from that, I'm pretty much disconnected besides, you know, the occasional call. But yeah, I think it's really important to know that you can absolutely reconnect with them and stuff like that. Yeah. Anybody else?
I would like to say this, that because I live here, I actually had the opportunity to campaign for PM Modi in 2014 for his election. And we had got this area, which is Pitampura in Delhi, which is actually, you know, upper middle class people living there. The most shocking part was that most of the people that we met, the elderly were living alone, and they had their caretakers, but their respective, you know, kids and all, they had moved to either US or to other country. So that was pretty, you know, like pretty sad to see their state, because they were, you know, like literally helpless. So I would request all of you, if you have your grandparents here in India, you should definitely, you know, call them often and talk to them, and, you know, even you know, meet them, and either call them to your place or come and meet here in India, so that they have this, because otherwise I saw that they were pretty much sad and depressed in that sense. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. If you have the ability to, definitely go and visit those family members. Yeah. Neha?
I was just going to say, I agree with Sonal. I think there's, you know, obviously in our culture, we have a very strong respect for our elders. I think it's embedded in the way we're raised and brought up. But yeah, it's very easy to kind of get caught up in the day-to-day of your life, especially if you're here in the US. And my relationship with my grandmother has flourished. Like, I thought for a while, I thought I don't have too much in common with her. And, you know, I would see her as a grandma and of course, you know, shower her with love and vice versa. But I think I still felt a disconnect, both generationally and culturally. And then once I really started asking her the questions, like, what was it like when you were, you know, this age? And what were some of the challenges you felt when you were growing up? Or what were some of the things that you did differently that you know, maybe your father didn't necessarily agree with? And really getting them to start sharing their experiences and learning who they are as a person, not just your baba or your nana, or, you know, really seeing them as an individual with their own fears and their own challenges and their own journey, made me feel closer to her. And I started to see some overlaps in some of the challenges, you know, I face. So yeah, really asking them the questions and giving them space to talk about themselves, I think is really, really important.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, my nanny is currently visiting. She's in San Diego. And I mean, we were just talking the other day and she was telling me a story about how she saw a dress that she really liked and she wanted to make it for my aunt.
You start working.
What?
वो भी दे दीजिएगा, हम खा लेंगे.
Sorry, we'll mute them.
Okay. But she told me about how she went to the store the next day and the dress was sold out. And so she bought the fabric and made it herself. Which, you know, I typically didn't really hear a lot of stories from my nanny, but it taught me a lot about, you know, her resiliency and her capabilities, and just kind of inspired me a little bit just to go out and sort of make whatever I want instead of always looking for it. But kind of shifting a little bit more, because I know we have a lot of questions. There's one here from Ajay Pandey. Does anybody have any useful resources, books, websites, apps for burnout? Because I think we are a generally high-driven / goal-achieving community, and we are often unable to recognize burnout and how detrimental it can be in the long run. Personally, for me, I really like the app Notion. I'm sure some of you guys have heard of it. It helps me a lot just keeping myself organized. But yeah, anybody else want to touch on that?
Yeah, I have two tactics here. One is, yeah, like Nathan, I think Notion, basically some way to take out all the things in your head and put it down on paper. I feel like our brains are not designed to like remember things, at least my brain is not. So then I like to take everything in my head and put it somewhere so that now a lot of the stress and anxiety of having to do all these things, I can just like rely on this thing and it feels good to check things off, right? So that's one thing. And the other thing is a big part of burnout, I think, is feeling like there's no way, like maybe this feeling of isolation. Like I feel stuck, I'm doing this thing, there's I'm helpless, so there's no one to come and save me. So I feel like having a having people who are in a similar situation as you can help a lot. So for example, I'm doing a startup, and you know, for early stage tech companies, the majority of them will die. Like there's no getting around it. You're just gonna go bankrupt soon. And so like it's pretty stressful, and it's hard to it's easy to feel like, wow, I'm working so hard and like nothing is happening. I'm not making any sales. I can't hire anyone. Everything is going wrong. And so when you find a community of other people who are also startup founders, they can kind of empathize with you and understand the pain you're going through. That can help a lot. As opposed to if you're like working with a bunch of people who work at Google, you know, they don't really understand what it's like to do a startup with no funding and nothing, right? So yeah, writing things down and finding a group of people are both really helpful for burnout, I think.
I'll also just add, there's so many meditation apps out there, which funny enough, that can be overwhelming in itself. Like, where do I go? Which meditation should I do? There's one that I would highly recommend. It's free. You don't have to sign up for any subscription. It's called Insight Timer. And no, they did not ask me to do this. It's just something that I use daily. And all you have to do is you set it up. I'll type it in the chat what it's called. It's free, Android and iOS. You can create your own timers. So you can have like a 5-minute timer. You can do a 10-minute meditation. There's also pre-recorded meditation. So if you don't know how to meditate, or you have, you know, a little bit of apprehension around, you know, am I doing it right? And you know, what's the best duration? Just try with 5 minutes. Try with daily consistent practice, and I have definitely seen a difference in the periods of time where I meditate daily versus when I don't meditate at all. It definitely affects my ability to focus, and I have a higher propensity for burnout if I don't take those moments for myself.
I also think it's important to do a self-reflection exercise. Particularly in the US, there's such a quote unquote hustle culture, and you're always trying to outdo yourself or outdo your peers. And it's important to think about, who am I working this hard for? Who am I getting burnt out for? Like, who is this serving? What is this purpose? And I read a couple of books over the last few years. I left one in the chat. And again, for me, I always do take things back to my spirituality. Is okay, my goal in life is to be of service. How am I being of service to people when I'm burnt out? And then what can I do to remedy that so that I can continuously build my abilities to serve those who I want to? So, you know, think about, okay, why am I, who am I doing this for? And how is it helping them? Is it helping them, or is it just hurting me? So it's just my perspective.
Yeah, definitely. Is there anybody else who wants to touch on this question before we move on to the next one? Okay, cool. So the next question that we have is from Lalan Uncle. Question to the youth. So what do you do in your daily life to remain connected with your cultural roots, which have been in existence for thousands of years, but your own busy life may be an impediment towards this goal? So yeah, how do we stay connected to our roots?
I can chat a little bit here. I enjoy reading about Ayurveda. I enjoy reading about yoga practices. Like, it's something that I find a lot of joy and comfort in knowing our culture is so rich with answers that we have to all of our day-to-day issues if we take the time to search for them. Another way that I stay connected that was mentioned on this call is maintaining connections with elders in my family and hearing their stories, their takes. What did you learn when you went to the mandir growing up? I will admit, while I don't go to the temple regularly now, I've been moving a lot the last few years. When I do get to go, I always like to just take time, meditate, think about, how grateful you are to be in the position you are, or if something's going wrong, how can we kind of work through that? So taking time for yourself, you don't always have to be in a house of worship to do that, to connect spiritually. And I think that's something important to note, that our culture is really beautiful, and there are so many translations now in like easy to understand English that I find really helpful too. So it starts with a Google search and it ends with some really awesome findings. So.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Just sort of remaining curious about our culture, because there's always a lot of things that we don't know about it. Since we're younger, we didn't have the same access that our parents, grandparents did and have to those roots and stuff. I don't know how many of us can speak Hindi, write Hindi, read Hindi, but it gets difficult to do when you haven't grown up doing it. Personally, what I've done to kind of remain connected to those roots for the past 3 years, I've been taking Hindi classes, because when I was younger, I could not read, speak, or write Hindi, but I've been doing it for the last few years, getting better at it. And yeah, just kind of doing things that still connect me back to the culture is super important for me personally. But yeah, anybody else want to share?
To build on that, Nitin, I used to teach, I was a camp counselor at a Hindu camp, and I taught Sunday school at my local mandir when I was in undergrad and high school. And we can learn so much from children. I mean, honestly, I think most of my basic questions about my religion have stemmed from questions from young kids, and it forces you to kind of, I actually don't know the answer to that. Like, let me do some research. So if there's a way to get involved with true children around us, they pose the most important questions just about fundamental. So that is another way that I learn, is by, teaching Sunday schools and things like that.
Okay, cool. Anybody else want to add on to that question, or are we good to move on?
I can just quickly, I know we're running out of time, but mantras.
Just by the way, I got the green light. We can go a little over time, so.
Okay. So mantras are really powerful, and whether you are, really, a strong Hindu believer or not, there's been scientific evidence around the power of chanting and vibrations and what that can do for the mind and for focus. Not only that, but for those who believe in more esoteric ideologies, for manifesting what you seek. And so there's a lot of power in mantras, and it does tie you back to our ancestral lineage, our roots, our culture. And I love what Vida said about Ayurveda. There's so much knowledge and just a wealth of power in understanding the effect of food on cognition. Cognitive nutrition is a fairly newer field of study in the West, just as Becky with the turmeric latte likes to talk about her benefits of turmeric, aka haldi, which we've all been introduced to since we were children. So I would say just a little add on to that is, I think we, as especially Indian Americans, for those of us who are here in the US, I would say there's a lot to be said about how we can kind of reclaim some of that. And while it's great that this is being globalized and westernized, we have the root knowledge, we have the ancestral knowledge in our blood, in our DNA. Take more yoga classes, teach yoga, you know, be in these spaces that come from our culture, from our heritage, and be that spokesperson. You know, if I see another, you know, Lululemon campaign with a bunch of white skin, blonde hair women, I think I'm going to lose my mind, because, you know, there needs to be more inclusion and diversity around that. So I think that's my little, like, it's my little additional agenda there, which is around, you know, being in those spaces more, and knowing that we are, you know, we really are the leaders when it comes to holistic medicine and holistic knowledge and wellness. And so we should be at the forefront of that in many ways. Yeah, I love that comment as well. Yeah, there's a huge connection between our, you know, our what we eat and our brain and our gut connection, which at the root cause of it is, you know, stress leads to poor gut health, which leads to poor brain health. So there's a lot of connection there as well. But maybe we can have a separate panel about that.
And then Nitin, real fast before I go back to you, I have to drop off actually, but I love this discussion. I would love to connect with all the youth or anyone else as well. But yeah, thanks for hosting this, Nitin, and thanks to all the other panel members.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for being here, Rahul. See you later.
Thank you. I just want to say one sentence in this. For me, like, to be connected with our culture, with our religion, because our religion, Sanatan Dharma, is more of, it's a way of life, how we lead our life in a more sattvic way as much as we can. And in that sense, we are more connected to our roots. So in that, as it mentioned, that food is very important, how you live with harmony with the nature in, you know, like your environment, as well as how you start your day and finish your day, sleep early, you know, like all those kind of things which will make your life more simpler, be good to everyone. So in that sense itself, if you lead what is written in our Gita, the way you need to lead your life, if you lead in that sense, you will be definitely connected to your roots much more than anyone who is Jnani as well. So I follow that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then I did have a quick question for Neha, actually. You were talking about chanting. Where do you get your mantras from? Do you get them from the Gita? Do you get them from like a different app or something like that? Where do you stem those from?
लीजिए, मेरे पास जितना टाइम मिलेगा मैं खा लूंगा, प्लीज. No, wait.
Yeah, so I have gotten mantras from various sources. I would say some, yes, from scriptures, from I have like a whole library of books on yoga and yogic philosophy. And so there are mantras in there. But also if you go to, I mean, just Google and you can search, really literally you can search like mantras for energy, mantras for strength, inner strength. You know, you can find it all. And even if you can't read Hindi or Sanskrit, you can find it there. Yes, I was going to say, you can also just ask your elders, My nani is just incredible. She wakes up every morning. She does her puja or mantras at 5 a.m. earlier even. And asking your elders, asking your parents, and Gayatri mantra, yes, very powerful. I also just remember growing up, there were some mantras that we used to chant in the house, and they stuck with me. And so when I need some extra strength and support, I turn to those. And you do have to be very consistent with those. They recommend at least 40 days. If you can do 40 days, no breaks. If you stop one day, you have to start again. You have to start counting again. It works if you cultivate that practice. And it's really, really powerful. Get mala beads, get your rudraksh, and just it's so calming and connects you back to your heritage and culture.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. And then I think our last question, Patak Uncle, I think you had a question, right?
Yes. I don't, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me? I don't have question, but I just want to make a statement. Sonal bete, how are you? You people are our future. You have genes from rishis, Indian rishis, no matter where you live. You can compete with anybody on this earth. I have been in Houston since last 52 years now. All my education was in India. And I'm thriving very comfortably. I can compete with anybody in this country, in my field, in the world. We have a program in MD Anderson where we teach high school kids, college first year, second year, third year students in summer how to do research, medical research. And some of those students are now assistant professor, associate professor, and full professor in MD Anderson. And I interact with younger generation more than anybody else does over here. So last week I was in the laboratory and there were 4 or 5 high school students. They came over there of Indian origin. And this is what I want to share with you. I asked individually, what do you want to become after your education? One girl told me, sir, I want to become a research assistant. The other one told, I want to become a assistant to a physician. Third one said, I want to become assistant to this. And I said, why? Your parents, your grandparents did not have that opportunity that you have in America. They worked very hard in India. They came over here and they gave you all the opportunities. So you are in heaven compared to the condition we were trained in India. If we can come here in our own field and we can head the entire biggest position, why you want to become assistant? Why not you aim for higher status? That is my question. And I want you to convey this message to you folks. Some of you are in higher education. Tell your younger generation that higher up, go higher up. Don't aim to become assistant, to become assistant, to become assistant. If you aim to touch the moon, at least you can touch the stars over there, right? So this is the message I wanted to convey to you. And you can fight, you can not fight, you can compete with anybody on earth. You are fully equipped with your genes, with your environment, and with your surroundings, with your parents over here, and you can compete with anybody on this earth. So please aim high. And I'm very proud of you, extremely proud of you all. Thank you. This is what I wanted to convey.
That's awesome. Thank you, Uncle. With that being said, we'll go ahead and close it out.
1 second.
Yeah.
Listen, before you guys came, we had a very good program on yoga and Ayurveda. Dr. Sen Pathak and Jayashree, they were there. And we had given, I have a great deal of presentation in, like you were talking about holistic, we don't call it holistic, call it integrative. Okay, and I'm trained in both modern medicine as well as Ayurvedic medicine. I have been in many others. So what I will do, I will have a slides I just presented, like 45 slides. I could be able to send to you guys. I'll tell, and you read through, this is about the diet. What kind of your personality is, whether you're Bata, Pitta, Kapha, mixture, whatever it is. You could be able to use that and enhance your physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Okay, that's what you need to know about what Ayurveda has done. Again, I'll send it to you. You guys just do it before you. Our program was there, and we'll send it to you, and you can enhance yourself. This is a gift given to your forefather, and we are passing to you. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Uncle. So yeah, with that being said, thank you guys so much all for listening. Thank you to all my fellow youth members for being here. I appreciate you guys taking the time out of your day to do this. Is there any last final comments from my panel members? Any closing words?
Right?
Hey, yeah, just thanks for having me. Great job, Nitin, running the show. I wanted to congratulate all my panel members. Very well done, everyone.
Thank you, thank you. Anybody else? Just closing statements, closing words, words of advice, anything like that?
I would just also want to say thank you so much, Nitin. You did a great job. Really, it's hard to run panel discussions, and it's a lot. You made it look very easy. It's a lot harder than it looks. But yes, I would love to thank everyone for attending. Thank you to Sanjay Uncle for pulling this all together. It's truly a special thing that we have here. And one last thing I would like to say, just carry yourself throughout your day with love and kindness and no judgment. And that's stemming from my own personal practice right now that I'm focusing on in meditation and yoga. But I think the root of misunderstanding and conflict is lack of love and empathy and compassion. And whether that's within your family or work or your social setting, that is the root for really bringing people together. So that's just my last word for today, but thank you all.
So
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Nitin, and thank you everybody on the youth panel. And I would encourage to stick around, all of you, because we are going to have more excited this panel discussion coming up after 10-minute bhajan session right now after you. It's like entrepreneurship. I mean, you will hear from all this experience, successful entrepreneurs, so that you can also learn something from them. That's the idea. So most of the time I try to engage youths, because you are the torch bearer, that which I mentioned in my opening statement. So please stick around. I know it's very hard to do that, but if you have time, please stick around. And also we have another after this entrepreneurship with Tara Wilson. She's a granddaughter of Suresh Tiwari ji, who's a long time BSNA member. And she is going to talk about very nicely, like in how one can want to engage in politics. She did a very good job. And after that, we will have another like a healthcare panel discussion, which is also very exciting. So I will encourage that, if you can stick around, that will be wonderful. And same thing next tomorrow, another very important, like, all of them are important, but for the youth purpose, this is like, Sanatani Gyan Vigyan by Dr. Vipin Chaturvedi ji, but please, stick around, and we will have more, discussion and, engagements later on. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Nitin. Thank you, all of you.
Now I can be off.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you to all the youth.
Yes.
And for your exceptional presentation and the panel discussion. Here it's time now that we'll move on with our cultural program 1.
It's just like, yes, short one.
Yeah, short cultural program with a bhajan presented by Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey. Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey lives in Montreal, and he has been a life member of the BSNA for many years. He's also our executive vice president for Canada for Brahman Samaj of North America. So here is Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey with his bhajan.
Thank you.
nutrition, there is one more presentation by Dr. Lakshmi Shankar Dubey.
Sugrit,
Mhm.
you're saying something?
Yeah, there is one more presentation.
Yeah, and also there is one flute.
Yes.
Mm.
प्रीतम यह मत जानियो कि तो ही बिछुड़े मुझे चैन। प्रीतम यह मत जानियो कि तो ही बिछुड़े मुझे चैन। जैसे जल बिन माछली तड़पत हूँ दिन नैना मोरे तरस गए रे श्याम नैना मोरे। तुम्हारे दरस को श्याम रे नैना मोरे तरस गए रे श्याम। प्रीतम ओ दिन कौन थे कि मैं गुड्डी तुम दो। ओ पवन पापी ऐसो चलो कि कित गुड्डी कित दो। नैना मोरे तरस गए रे श्याम नैना मोरे। प्रीतम हम तुम एक है कहन सुनन को दो। ओ मन से मन को तौलियो दो मन कब न हो। नैना मोरे तरस गए रे श्याम नैना मोरे। प्रीतम ओ दिन कौन थे कि मैं गुड्डी तुम दो। पवन पापी ऐसो चलो कित गुड्डी कित दो। नैना मोरे तरस गए रे श्याम। कागा चुन चुन खाइयो चुन चुन खायो मांस। ओ दो नैना मत फोड़ियो श्याम दरस किया। नैना मोरे तरस गए रे श्याम नैना मोरे तरस गए रे श्याम नैना मोरे।
The next program is a bansuri or the flute that will be played by our none other than our treasurer for the BSNA, that is Mr. um,
Lalan Mishra.
This is Mr. Lalan Mishra. We are going to play the flute right now.
Yes, please.
Just a moment. That was a very nice presentation by Mr. Lalan Misra. We are left with some time before our next program begins. So at this time, would like to enjoy some instrumental.
Only 2 minutes left, so maybe let panel discussion start at noon, right?
Okay.
So let's do that. Yeah.
We may maybe left with 2 minutes. So yeah. In the meantime, if the president BSNA, Mr. Sanjay Pandey, would like to address.
So our next panel discussion is on entrepreneurship, led by Vineet, who is a director at Accenture, and the panelists are Dr. Sarvak Dwivedi, Mr. Ajay Mishra, and Praveen Sharma ji. Vineet.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening. Namaskar, pranam, sab bade log ke liye. Let's give our panelists a moment to be pinned. Do we have everyone pinned? Let's see. No, not yet.
Hello, Vineet ji.
Praveen ji is here.
Hello, hello. Could we get the 3 panelists to be pinned, please?
If they can turn their video on.
Okay. So the first one is Mr. Praveen Sharma.
Hello.
I see him. Yeah.
Sarvak Dwivedi is also there.
Dr. Sarvak Dwivedi there as well. And last but not least, Mr. Ajay Mishra. All right, we're just missing. Okay, we got Sarvani uncle. We're missing one
संजय
more.
जी उसको टेस्ट कर दीजिए संजय को और अजय को अजय मिश्रा
Yeah, Mr. Ajay Mishra is the last one.
he's there.
Okay, great. Let's get started. I am really excited to be hosting today's panel on the topic of entrepreneurship from idea to exit. My name is Vineet Bande. I am a director at Accenture Strategy and Consulting. I have an entrepreneurial itch as well, so this is a personally passionate area. At Accenture, I'm also responsible for state of Minnesota's health and innovation ventures and investments. So certainly very excited to hear from this group on the really great broad topic, but certainly in the areas that each of these individuals serve in can certainly go quite deep and broad. So what we're going to do today is how we're going to spend this hour together. I'm going to start with introductions across the panel, talk about what the panel is, and then we have an open discussion segment that I have a few pointed questions for these three esteemed panelists. From there, about halfway, I'd like to transition it to a rapid fire segment. So each of the panelists have received some of these rapid fire questions in advance, and it's going to be, I'm going to ask a question. It's going to be a quick, short one-word response or short-word response on some really practical tips or intel that you might need to know about starting your own business. And then last but not least, this is where I need your help, everyone in the audience. I need your help on thinking about questions in the last 10 minutes. So as we're going through this panel, feel free to chat in the window anytime during this session. We will save questions for the last 10 minutes of the segment for these three. Does that sound good? Thumbs up.
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so our panel today is from entrepreneurship, from idea to exit. Really, the objective is to inspire everyone here to really move the entrepreneurial curiosity into action. We've got three people to do that. First, Mr. Ajay Mishra. He is a tech executive and serial entrepreneur. He has co-founded 2 successful enterprise startups and held a variety of executive roles at Mobile Iron, Cleared-In, Cisco, and Motorola. Most recently, Ajay was CEO of Cleared-In, which was acquired by Barracuda Networks. Prior to that, he co-founded Mobile Iron, which successfully IPO'd in 2014. Before that, he co-founded wireless Wi-Fi category leader Airspace, which was acquired by Cisco. He has an MBA from Booth and an MS in computer science. Mr. Mishra, could you just wave for everyone? There he is. Excellent. Mr. Praveen Sharma. He is a former tech entrepreneur that did some of the pioneer work in the area of digital-rich video content management and distribution that goes back to the original launch of PPV, pay-per-view, and subscription services over satellite and IPT broadcast and streaming services. He studied economics at Delhi University and Delhi School of Economics and comp sci at the University of Iowa, which is nearby my home state of Minnesota. So we should exchange notes about that sometime. His initial professional career started in the semiconductor industry and subsequently moved to broadcast and IPTV for digital video, starting with their work for DirecTV and other satellite DTH and IPTV networks worldwide. He's a life member of BSNA, whose parents come from UP and Rajasthan in India. Last but not, Mr. Sharma, please wait for everyone so we know who you are.
Hello.
All right. Last but not least, Dr. Sarvani Dwivedi uncle, namaskar, nice to see you. Dr. Dwivedi is a scientist, innovator, leader, and entrepreneur. He has built a 29-year-long career in drug development, holding several roles in the pharma industry and contributing to the advancement of over 50 molecules in various pharmacological classes, with several major approved products helping patients worldwide. He co-founded Pearl Therapeutics in 2006 and launched it with VC funding in 2007. Pearl invented a new platform for delivering drugs and their combinations to the lungs. Pearl's investors sold it to AstraZeneca in 2013 in a $1.15 billion deal. Based on Pearl's inventions, AstraZeneca has now launched 2 products worldwide and more are in development. Before Pearl, Dr. Dwivedi served at Nectar, Alkermes, Dura, and Glaxo in various roles. Currently, Dr. Dwivedi is leading and building AngioSafe, a cardio medical device company in Silicon Valley, which he co-founded in 2014. Dr. Dwivedi's basic pharma sciences education was at IIT BHU and later at the University of British Columbia in Canada. Dr. Dwivedi, wait for the audience. Namaskar. Yes, perfect. Well, first off, I want to thank our panelists for making the time. As you can tell with these introductions, they're above my pay grade several times. So I wanted to just thank them for making the time on their busy calendar to do this. And so just as I mentioned, how we want to spend this time is some open discussion before we go to the rapid fire. This discussion is going to be framed into two buckets: from idea and to exit. So start with from idea. How did you know your idea was the one pursuing? Mr. Mishra, maybe we could start with you and just get your thoughts on your idea and how you kind of came about it and how you knew it was the right one to prioritize. Oh, I can't hear you. Well, maybe we can, Mr. Sharma, maybe we can go with you. And while Mr. Mishra is figuring out his little IT issues, maybe our IT team could help Mr. Mishra with some things as well.
Okay, we had an interesting experience and history, though perhaps not unique. For our initial product, which was in the area of computer-aided design for semiconductor chips, we learned through research at our work and the tools that were available in the marketplace as well as within our organization, and also had discussions with some key customers to identify what was missing in the marketplace and what tools and products were needed. So as a result, we came up with a proposal and prototype for our organization to develop those as products, which was, of course, did not go through. And that's where we decided to go out and work on our own products because we wanted to implement the ideas that we thought were users. So we went out and started.
Praveen ji, आपका audio
on our own. In 6 months, we released our first product.
आप अपना audio fix करिए.
Okay.
Praveen ji, audio.
I'll turn off the video.
Sure, that's a good idea.
And perhaps that will help. Is it better now?
Yes, so far so good.
Okay. So at that stage, we were running low on funds. We were self-funded, and we took on some consulting work, which ended up being our next product. This was for consulting work for Sony, which was doing a large project for DirecTV. And we ended up doing significant software development for Sony as consultants. And they
again, you lost.
They
gave
us more and more work. So ultimately, in about a year, we can read you. Still, okay, So we decided to come up with new products in the digital media management, and that at that time we did a pivot from CAD to multimedia development of distribution of content as files as well as streamed delivery. So that's that tells you a little bit about our background and how we evolved from CAD to digital content management and distribution.
I love it, Mr. Sharma. Thank you for sharing that. And specifically, just like the takeaway I hear from that story is listening. You know, you heard from the market what was a gap from your customers, and that was the genesis of your idea. And that, I think that you know, is a just like great takeaway just right out the bat.
Yes.
Dr. Dwivedi, would you like to take a pass at, what how you prioritize and know what the idea was worth pursuing? Get your thoughts on that. You're muted. I can't hear you.
सर्वज्ञ जी आपका ऑडियो काम नहीं कर रहा अभी.
Okay.
Oh,
You're gonna try calling. Mr. Mishra, let's see if your
Now-
audio is working.
No.
Oh, who is that?
Somebody more powerful than me is controlling my voice. So
Okay.
I've just been told that I have been unmuted, but please, let's start with Ajay ji. Ajay ji, please.
he can't hear either.
I can't hear you.
I see his,
Please unmute.
somebody have to unmute him. Ratna,
He is unmuted, sir.
but he's not.
Ajay ji is unmuted. There is no problem with that. The thing is, Ajay ji's microphone is not connected. That is the issue. So, Ajay ji, what you have to do, can you rejoin and this time choose join with video, or on your microphone on the left bottom bar, you see there is a small arrow up there. You have to choose the microphone because it should be on the top 3 choice.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
Yes.
So now you're added now.
Okay, so sorry, Vinit, for me, starting a company is all about finding the market transition and disruption. So I started my first company when Wi-Fi was coming in boatloads from Taiwan, and every company needed to secure and manage the Wi-Fi infrastructure. The second company I started when iPhone was launched, and I concluded within a month that this is going to be computer of your future. And that was my second company. And both of them I started to secure, manage, and run your business for it. And that was a disruption going on in B2B or enterprise space, and was a market transition, large opportunity, timing, and little luck. All 4 worked for me both times, and in both cases. One was in 2001, recession number 1. Second one was 2007, recession number 2.
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that formula. I mean, maybe there's a number 3 in the mix if that's if you know what's working for you. Dwivedi uncle, would you like to give your thoughts on this question around how you knew the idea was worth pursuing? It's a big risk, big reward as we hear. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Indeed. The bigger the challenge, the bigger the reward. So the challenge that I wanted to pursue was one of delivering drugs to the lungs the way smoke delivers damage to the lungs, which means you should be able to cover all of the airways. No drug device combination, drug delivery system at that point in time covered it. We had a technology that could do so, but my previous company did not want to fund product ideas based on that technology. So I simply chose to launch a company. The entrepreneurialism was simply a means to an end for me. It was not a mission. And there was nothing about it, about market size. Market size was always there, 200 million COPD patients. So that's not a big deal. The real motivation was solving their clinical challenge. And the second company, NGOSafe, has been driven with the same principle. This one is more around totally blocked arteries in the heart and the legs. Many physicians, interventional physicians, get scared when they see totally blocked arteries, as they did when my father's heart developed 2 totally blocked arteries at age 80, and nobody wanted to open those up. So I said, this is a problem worth solving, and it became a clinical mission. The commercial success is, in my profession, is strictly a consequence of solving clinical problems. So the motivation was really solving big clinical challenges.
Love it. Wow, what a varied response to the same question. I think that's going to be the theme to all these questions, which is a good segue into that more tactical, right? I think this first question was really strategic and how do you prioritize, but how do you first take that first step, right? What the Small Business Administration, if you just Google how to start a business, they pop up very top in Google results, which is, we consider as the easy button for finding a lot of answers. Creating a business plan is one of those first few steps in starting any business. What are your thoughts on the first step in starting a business or starting a new idea within a innovative sort of culture in your corporate setting? Mr. Sharma, would you like to take a pass at that question?
Yes, certainly. I think, in my opinion, if the product, target markets, and customers are clear, then the goal is, and the goal is really to raise the money to fund the development of the product. Developing a business plan is a must. It is also important as a blueprint for the startup in terms of what are the expectations, what are the goals, and understanding between the founders itself is also very important. However, the nature of startups is such that changes can occur during your evolution or during evolution of your business. So as entrepreneurs, one has to be also ready to be accommodative. And that business plan has to keep those assumptions. So the plan, you can incorporate the assumptions and base everything on that. But as you have changes, you should be able to accommodate those changes to the business plan based on reality of the situation, or when the rubber hits the road, there are changes that can occur in your plan, and you have to be accommodative of those.
So document perspective and thoughts onto paper so your team can agree, or if you're by yourself, you can just have it all down, but recognize that there maybe need to make pivots, whether small or large, and be agile as you're navigating that. I think this is a good segue into Mr. Mishra. You're also in the tech field. I would love to hear, does that resonate as far as taking that first step, or do you have a contrarian view to that point of view?
No, it's very similar. The way I look at it, first, I have to be convinced that I want to build this company and I want to commit for 10 years. Next thing, I always ask my wife, is she okay to support me? Because at the end of the day, I can go start something. But if she's not supportive, so I have to ask for forgiveness. And the third one is that I typically call 10 customers. And if anything which is coming 2 years from now, when you're ready to sell, you start a company now, or at least a year before you can sell. I call 10 customers and I run by this whole idea without thinking, will they steal it? And often those customers are not in the Bay Area. I call them who are outside the Bay Area. And if 3 or 4 says go, other 3 say you are totally wrong. And other 3 say, 1/3 say that maybe. That means says I got it right. So basically, I'm almost 50%, maybe I take, and then another 50% yes. And then both companies, that's what I did. And that convinced me, and that started the business plan. Yeah, I can create $1 billion market immediately. But now they convince everyone, and then including helps with hiring, business plan, top down, bottom up analysis, as well as everything just rolls through that.
Yep. So let's just throw out the TAM out the window. For those that aren't aware, total addressable market, which a lot of angel and VC fund investors really care a lot about. Throw it all out. Let's just get straight to the customer and talk to them without even really creating a product or anything, just testing it. And if there's someone that's a buyer, that is going to motivate you to initiate. But more important takeaway is happy wife, happy life from your perspective. Dwivedi uncle, last but not least, your thoughts on this question about first steps in starting a business.
Okay, so the 4 names that are on this panel actually provide you all the first steps necessary. You have to have a winning challenge, a problem, a big enough problem. So Ajay, the word Ajay, find a solution to a big problem. That's number one step. Unless you're confident of that problem and your solution to that, don't think of taking a risk. That you have to be confident in that. Be a Praveen, have all the skills necessary to solve that problem. Sarvagya, become knowledgeable enough about your field, including things to do with planning, budgeting, forecasting, coming up with all components of an operating plan. Know how you will use your money or investors' money. Treat your investors' money as your own. That's one of the first steps. And be unique. Remember that you will run into challenges. You have to have humility in going into entrepreneurism, in the field of entrepreneurism. This is not easy. It's not going to be easy. But if you know your problem is big enough, worth solving, you know you have a solution, you know you have the skills to go after finding that solution, and you know you have the knowledge enough to be confident in front of competitors, and you have the humility to be able to take a side, take an exit if you needed to, make an adjustment to your plan, change course of action, go after a different product in your pipeline than the lead that you were tackling. All of those things are elements of thinking about the first steps before you go into taking a big risk. In my case, the first step in launching a company was a 22-slide presentation and one Excel spreadsheet that had a 7-year plan of action with every single element of money where we were going to spend, along with milestones that we would deliver in those 7 years. That was the business plan. You do not need to have a 3-ring binder containing glossy sheets of business plan, all sorts of forecasts. That was good enough for me to raise first $15.5 million out of a 7-year, $300 million budget.
I totally agree. You have to have the blueprint. And in technology space where I'm coming from, 18 months, you're going to die or you're going to make it happen. VCs like to see 5 years. Other thing which I will just add here, I also made a motto, always hire people smarter than you. So my co-founder to my CEO to anyone I hired was always smarter than me. And I always wrote the job description and found the best person.
Excellent, brilliant. Any other closing thoughts on the sort of idea segment of our open discussion? We talked about sort of ideation and vision, strategy, and we also talked about getting tactical, the business plan, being willing to not be so married to it. Any other closing thoughts on this before we jump to the exit segment?
Well, be hungry.
Exactly. And remember, it's all up to you. Entrepreneur. So I translate it into Sanskrit as antar prerit. You have to have your own motivation from within to be able to go do all the things that are necessary for you to do for success of your idea and to solve that particular problem you're about, whether it's a short time cycle or a long time cycle. That self-motivation, innate motivation needs to be there. If you don't have it, then find somebody who will have it such that you can go along with your skills and their skills combined to become. That's where co-founders come in. So that's at the beginning. That's right at the beginning. I'm not in the tactical yet, but go ahead, Vineet.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's actually that's a great segue into continuing getting even more granular and technical because, people watch documentaries on how Microsoft was founded or the Facebook documentary. So we all have, it feels like it's very glamorized around being an entrepreneur, but I also do want to get to the real talk, right? About how there are challenges and I want to hear more of those, the blood, sweat, and tears as we talk about on the road to exit, not necessarily the exit. The first, question I'd have, maybe we could start with you, Billy Uncle, around your best approach to developing a business's product service offering as you're starting out. You talked about a 7-year plan, the business plan. I'd like to hear a little more detail about how you need to do that, and then also what encompassed within that 7-year plan, and did everything go to plan as far as starting out, and how tell us a little more about that story.
Well, I think I've presented the story of Pearl in several presentations, but just a quick summary. Not everything did go according to plan, actually. We were spinning out a technology from my previous company, telling the investors it was a mature technology, so they were really not taking much of a risk. They just needed to invest. We will convert the technology into products, and along the way, we will solve some problems, and that'll give us new patents. That was the basic premise, and we had the experience to do so. Well, the technology failed, and just when we solved the technology problem, came up with a new invention that changed the way the drugs get to the lungs, Lehman Brothers collapsed. So when we had the capital raise need rise, because we knew now we could make a bunch of products, the amount of money available in the capital markets dried up. And that's where I would say that, many of our Sanatana Sanskriti principles, karmanyevadhikaraste, focus on the cause, focus on the value we are about to provide to the patients, and not one person in the company. We had 30 employees at that time. Not one person got scared, and we were able to solve those problems. Then when we caught up with the fundraising, we were back on that 7-year, $300 million plan. The exit part, we didn't set up the company for an exit. We set up the company for the mission. Mission was to reach patients, help them breathe better when their airways are chronically obstructed, release them of that challenge. We knew that if we did that, there will be multiple exit scenarios feasible, everything from licensing our product to selling the product on our own, to a company that was public, to selling the entire company. The first opportunity that became available to our investors was with AstraZeneca, writing a huge check that they could not refuse. I did not want to sell it, by the way. I told them, wait another 18 months, you'd sell it for $5 billion. They just wanted their first opportunity to go out there. That was investors' mission. Our mission continued. So I stayed with the company for another 6 years inside AstraZeneca. They funded us with another $1.5 billion, and that led to the products reaching the market. So we did satisfy Pearl's original entrepreneurial mission, which was to help patients breathe better, except it happened under 2 different financial umbrellas. One, the venture capitalists, and second, AstraZeneca. So that's sort of the full story, some big challenges along the way, and of course, day-to-day team building. How do you hire people? Well, Ajay ji mentioned, you find people who will bridge the gap in your knowledge base. Find those who don't know what you know, so you better know what you don't know, and then find people to fill that knowledge gap. 2 is know your skill limitations. Find people beyond that skill set. So for example, in my first company, I told them, I will not be the CEO. I know what I am going to do, but I know who we are going to hire. And the investors hired that person as the CEO, and so on and so forth. There are many, many things that go along the way. And we can tell the story in some great detail at some other time, but right now that's sufficient for me. Go ahead.
Excellent. Mr. Mishra, I'd like to have you build on that. Any particular challenges that were unexpected as part of your journey? Is maybe talking a little bit more towards the exit segment, because I'm seeing IPOs and whatnot. Like, were the incentives all aligned? Was it not? Like any lessons learned there?
So let me build on Dr. Dwivedi. There are 3 things. One of them is they're really about, really important that your early team, you're getting married to them, and make sure you really do diligence. The first 5 people whom you're hiring, the culture, they fit the culture, they're the right team, because if they are not right, and the same applies to investors, make sure those investors early on, they have a big trust you're going to make a mistake. And the question is how fast you recognize, and they're there behind you, not to just shut it down. So that is the first. The team is important. First, your founders, or depends whom what your early team is. The second one is really quick one: technology risk and technology. In our case, your customer love it, but can you build this thing? and really take it out within first 4 months. If you can build the product, doesn't matter what you're trying to go. So that is the second thing. And the exit, I have a different view. I came from Chicago booth. I look at everything. If this company is worth $1 today, am I making $1.20 next month, $1.50 next month, $2 third month? We keep increasing the value. As long as we keep increasing the value of the company, we are just going down and building a business. At any time, if the company is flattened out, and now this $1 became 20 million or 100 million, and after or a billion, and after that you're not going up, either something wrong with the company or there's a market issue. And then at that time, you have to look at it, either go get more capital to like going IPO and get more capital and go after, or just find a buyer or M&A candidate. So that's how I look at exit, but it's all based on if the share prices are going up, that means you're doing things right. And that's what I use in my mind.
Excellent. And Mr. Sharma, just on the topic of exits, I'd just love to hear, as you're going to market around your work at, IPTV in that space, I'd love to hear how that strategy went about, and, going straight to consumer and to various other channels. We'd love to hear any considerations from a go-to-market perspective that you could share.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, part of your analysis when you're coming up with what product will address the market, you are talking to some key customers that can validate your concept also, that this product in fact is what is needed. And type of product, if it is a mass market type of product, typically you're looking for an IPO route. So like Dr. Dwivedi mentioned, the application is in such a large human population that this thing can scale to a very large customer base. So that's typically a IPO type of product or company that you can aim for. There are other exit strategies are acquisition by a larger company where you fit in as piece of the puzzle for them. So you could be a smaller but a powerful application within an ecosystem where this larger company wants to offer a one-stop shop or one-stop solution to large customers. So that would be the other. And then, of course, there are other examples in the marketplace where there are private equity groups that come in, they try to buy assets or buy the companies, they merge several companies, they do some magic and they turn them around, and then they can either sell it to a larger company or, so there are essentially three types of exits, and fourth would be no exit. Some cases, like we had Bose Audio, they never went public, they never sold. They were profitable, they were money-making business, they stayed independent, private. So there was no exit essentially. But so these are the main exit type of scenarios that you can look at.
That's a great segue into that last question within this open discussion segment around possible exit options for a company. I'd love to hear if maybe Mr. Mishra or Soy Uncle, you guys have any other, would you expand on that? Any contrarian views to what Mr. Sharma positioned around exit options?
So I will never build a company to get acquired, because you build the wrong company then. Always build a business and then acquisition will happen. And that should be your strategy. Always build a business, because anytime you build to acquire, nothing happens. So I'll give you an example. My first company was a Wi-Fi company in the enterprise. We built a business that Cisco will acquire a different company, but we were number one, they were number two, and we got acquired for $500 million. So it's just that we were not looking to sell our company. The second one, we went IPO, and then after IPO, we got acquired by a PE. But the business was never, it was a sustainable gross margin cost of sales sustainable business, both cases. So the rule is that never build a business to get acquired. That's, and then you do a magic.
So I think where I'd want to challenge, and maybe sorry, Uncle, you could help with my devil's advocate, right? Entrepreneurs should have some sort of money motivation, profit motivation, right? And so how do you balance that sort of need for profit, need for, you know, being a business, but and also looking far ahead 5 years, but also balancing that with the sort of tactical of being a mission-driven organization, like serving patients has been your lifelong mission. I'd be curious to hear how you balance those two things.
The medical mission.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Praveenji. Go ahead, please.
No, I think that's a very good question, and you're faced with that every day in a startup which you are the founder, and there were times when you have to go without pay, but you have employees that you have to pay. Doesn't matter whether you're running out of funds or you have to take pay cut, but you are doing extra work, you are burning the midnight oil, you are, as founders, everything comes upon you. If you have short of resources in some space, we would jump in and start to write code ourselves, you know, that because it was needed. Same way, if you're short of money, if you're trying to do something which is, most of the employees, other than your core team, you can't expect them to go the extra mile in a way that the core team can go. So core team is, and which is the key element of any startup and success of that startup. Your 3, 4, 5 people, like Mr. Mishra mentioned, you know, first 5 people, they have to be in sync. They have to have this dream that is shared, and then understanding that they are going to do whatever is needed to make this business successful. I think that is a key to success of a startup.
Well, I know the question that I'd posed was a good one because all 3 of you tried to answer it. So I'm going to give Sarvani Uncle the opportunity to also answer that question, and then we can transition to the rapid fire segment.
Yes. So in my profession, it's quite clear. Medical mission leads, monetary mission follows. If you solve a compelling clinical challenge, wealth is just a side effect. It's not a cliche. It's really true, simply because when the amount of money you have available to satisfy your clinical mission becomes tight, and if money is your primary motivation, I can guarantee the mind will fade away from your primary mission. But if medical mission remains front and center, then you know the money problem can be solved. I mean, we went to 50 investors after the collapse of Lehman Brothers, and the 51st investor, 18 months, decided to invest in us $100 million. So after trying, I mean, it was an extremely, extremely difficult time. And then I launched NGOSafe. I'll tell you a little bit of a story here. In 2014, telling the investor community that if we can handle collapse of Lehman Brothers, it's not going to be as big a deal with NGOSafe. Guess what? A pandemic shows up. And now a war shows up. Now a war shows up. A global recession shows up. Inflation rises once in 4 decades. But not one of our investors is deterred. Not one of our team members is deterred, because they know we are solving a 60, 65-year-old problem of blocked arteries that afflicts almost 3 to 4 million people just in the US. And that population is rising. So we know there's going to be a compelling answer to a major medical challenge, and therefore money is going to always follow. Do not lead your entrepreneurial mission purely by money and exit scenarios in mind. Lead it with a clear, crystal clear mission, problem solving in mind, something to offer that is new, that customers will part with their money for, and monetary benefits will just be a byproduct.
Excellent. Don't be greedy. Get the largest investor you can. That is important. So don't be greedy. Let others win, and then get the largest investor who are willing to help you both good time and bad time.
Well, speaking of time,
And may I?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yes, of course.
So just quickly add one thing. So we are in Brahman Samaj of North America's and global Brahman Samaj discussion here. Being a Brahmana Putra, I became a Vanik Putra. Became a businessman. So how do you make that transition happen? I mean, Brahmins are not supposed to be business people. Traditionally, if you go back to the old days, but if you go back to the roots of the word Brahman, we are the keepers of the Brahma Vidya. Brahma Vidya ka gyata Brahman. And Brahma Vidya, actually at the core of it is karma, which is all about current life. Okay? So if you follow the pattern of knowledge, which we used to keep originally when the Brahmana sect was conceived, in those days, we were supposed to be the keepers of the knowledge. And in those days, India was the biggest economic power on planet Earth, 35 to 40% of global economy, almost 1500 years ago. None of the modern science existed at that time. Allopathy did not, engines did not, electricity did not, none of it existed at that time. Yet India was the global superpower at that point in time. How did that happen? Because of the management system, part of which was the Brahman culture. So we now are living in the modern era. And since we are the keepers of the Brahma Vidya, which has karma at the core of it, we are probably ideally wired to be entrepreneurs, antar-prerit, to be able to take care of new initiatives. We just need to get rid of this original thinking that, we cannot be businessmen. We all can be businessmen with this whole core principle of focus on karma. So sorry about that. We need a little bit of a distraction, but it's important for BSNA team.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate you helping bring it all together. Something I should have been doing throughout this. So I really appreciate you bringing this all together. I really appreciate that. That was really well done. What I'm even a little more excited about incrementally is the rapid fire segment. Anyone know what a rapid fire segment is? Any raise hands? Yeah, maybe no stays or raise. So rapid fire segment, I'm going to ask really quick. I'm going to ask a question, and I'd like to hear from the panelists in a one word or a very short response what their thoughts are. Okay, we're going to start with a warm up. I have about 5 or 6 of them, and based on the names I have in front of my screen, we're going to go Mr. Sharma, Sarvagni Uncle, then Mr. Mishra, and then we'll keep going down that path. Does that sound good? Take a breath. Ready? All right. Mr. Sharma, morning or night person?
Morning.
Okay. Dr. Dwivedi?
Night.
And Mr.
Because
Mishra?
it's morning in India then.
Okay, okay. Early morning. Okay. So we've got almost 3 for 3 with an asterisk in India morning, I guess, for mornings. I'd love to, maybe extrapolate that. I wonder if that's the case for all entrepreneurs, but we'll have to see. Next question, C Corp, LLC, or S Corp? Mr. Sharma.
C Corp.
Okay. Dr. Dwivedi?
C Corp.
And Mr. Mishra?
C Corp. It creates a very good structure.
Okay, 3 for 3. And Mr. Mishra, why don't you expand on that really briefly for the audience that may not know that, us Brahmins are wired for it, and we need to explain to them. Yep, go ahead.
C Corp in Delaware, it gives us a lot of good laws for both business side, investor side, as well as the employees. And it creates a really good balance between all 3 type of people.
Okay, well, you've heard it here from all entrepreneurs that C Corp 3 for 3. Again, okay, let's see how much similarity there is on this third question. I believe there will be some divergence. Describe yourself in 3 words. Mr. Sharma.
Persistence, hard work, and analysis.
Okay. Sarvagni Uncle.
Never give up.
Never give up. Okay. And last but not least, Mr. Mishra.
Humble, hungry, and persistent. You have to use all three at the different times. And
Well, I will say there is a significant overlap between all three. In fact, two of the three use the same word. Mr. Sharma and Mr. Mishra used both the word persistent. And we did not have a prep session before this. So this is, and I would say that lines very well with Savarni Uncle's never give up. So you heard it here. We're 3 for 3 on all these questions that these entrepreneurs are kind of might be drinking the same water out here. Here's a nice tactical one. Name one daily productivity hack you use. You've got tons of priorities, personal, professional. Would love to hear, Mr. Sharma, your what helps keep you productive every day?
A morning walk.
Morning walk. Okay.
Yes.
Savarni Uncle.
15 to 20-minute meditation.
Okay. And Mr. Mishra.
I take a tea and then watch the water. I go in the yard and just watching the flower yard and so on. It just keeps me meditative. It's kind of a combination. It creates a meditation and peace in me.
Okay. Well, so I think the common denominator here is just getting away from work in some way, generally around wellness is what I'm hearing. So it sounds like you may